I want to call everyone's attention to, in addition to this conference, the fact that we now have a research funding opportunity in supply chain economics that is posted on the NBER website. So we are going to be able to, as part of the current initiative, fund up to 6 projects, which will be economic research projects getting research support, research assistant time, potentially principal investigator time from the NBER. And we have an open calls page on the NBER homepage, and there you will find a call chain resiliency research. It's got a closing date in early 2025. But if you or any of your colleagues or friends are working on these issues and potentially interested in being part of that initiative, please think about this. The proposals are short. The timetable for making decisions is relatively quick. And I will mention that there is particular interest from the Homeland Security side in understanding the economics of specific supply chains, as opposed to just the how do I think about the giant input-output matrix and finding the largest eigenvalues? That's an important thing to be doing, and we'll see some of the research on that during the day today. But there's also, for particular products which are of particular national significance and importance to the economy, to national security, what do those supply chains look like, and how do we think about the economics of what's happening there? So we hope to encourage people to think about some of that and to move forward. Part of the evidence that this supply chain issue has become mainstream within economics, and again, thanks to the Homeland Security support for incubating this at the AEA meeting, which I know not as many people go to the AEA meetings these days as they used to, but the AEA meetings will include a section of economics of supply chains, which will include a number of projects which have been part of the research that's been supported under this initiative, or that's been presented at other meetings of this initiative over the last couple of years. So we're very grateful for all of those different components. I'm also very pleased that John Caton of the Department of Homeland Security is actually going to be able to deliver in just a moment a few welcoming remarks. He was hoping, but instead will be on Zoom. Before we go there, I just want to remind everyone about one bit of logistics on NBER meetings. All of you in our agreed to abide by the NBER Conference Code of Conduct. This is an important part of what we promulgate here at the NBER. We are committed to having a free and open scientific discussion with free expression on everyone's views, but it's very non-harassing. That's what you've all agreed to participate in. I'm sure you read the scrolled through about this with about as much detail as you read your phone contract when you check yes, I agree at the bottom. But the core to abide discussion, non-discriminatory, non-harassing state of affairs. If some the NBER conference staff is right outside. I'm here in the meeting with you today. If I'm the problem, Peter Henry at Stanford at the Hoover Institution is the chair of the NBER board. You can email Peter, and you'll also find in the NBER code that we have an ombudsperson here at the NBER who, on a confidential basis, could address any issues that might potentially arise. So I just like to remind everybody of those features. Actually start the first session. We'll go around the room and let people do introductions. But if John is available online at this point, I am hoping to pull him in and he can actually make his remarks. So John, are you there?
Sir, can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can not only hear you, but see you. That's great.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys all so much. Would you like me to kick it off?
Yep, good. Yep, you're good. We see you.
Excellent. Okay, great. Well, first off, good morning, everyone. And first and foremost, I wanted to say how sorry I am I'm not able to attend today's conference in person. Funding is always fickle towards the end of the calendar year, and unfortunately, I drew the short straw. So thank you so much for the accommodations that have been made. I want to thank the event organizers, especially Mr. Scaramato and Dr. Pompelli, for their flexibility in allowing me to really provide these remarks virtually. And likewise, I want to extend my thanks to Hillary Shackelford from the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate for always keeping the Supply Chain Resilience Center top of mind during these events. Lastly, I also want to thank all of you, the National Bureau of Economic Research, for spearheading today's conference. So just a little over 1 year ago today, Secretary Mayorkas announced the creation of the Supply Chain Resilience Center within DHS's Office of Trade and Economic Security. Since our founding, the U.S. has seen no shortage of incidents that have tested the resilience of American supply chains, from temporary rail yard shutdowns due to national security concerns to labor strikes impacting our largest ports along the East and Gulf coasts. The SCRC has served as the department's coordinating body for major supply chain disruptions, which brings us to your conference here today on resilience and supply chains. I had the pleasure earlier this week to listen to not one, not two, but 3 different proposals from both academic academia and industry on how they measure risk and resilience within global supply chains. And in fact, if I were on site today, I believe I would have the pleasure of listening to this morning's session on how products traded in supply chains score on certain risk indicators. And I have no doubt that the frameworks discussed during that session and all the sessions today are grounded in real world data and deep retrospective analysis. And therein lies the challenge that the SCRC faces. Well, past might be prologue. It's not only the novelty of supply chain disruptions we must overcome, but also the speed and scope with which these challenges demand resolution. DHS has personnel physically stationed at most, if not all, critical supply chain nodes throughout the country. We have Coast Guard ensigns at seaports, customs officers at land crossings, TSA agents at airports, and FEMA emergency managers operating on the ground following both natural and man-made disasters. And each of these players has the capacity to serve as a tactical change agent on the ground following major supply chain disruptions. To that end, this is the challenge I extend to all of you today. Help me empower them. The Supply Chain Resilience Center is engaged in the most tactical form of economics, where the timeline for critical decisions is made in minutes, not months. As you proceed through the conference today, think of the DHS personnel both here in the center as well as out in the field trying to solve complex supply chain problems where both policy and tactical decisions have downstream economic ramifications in real time. As a former FEMA disaster logistician, we use the term blue sky anytime there isn't a disaster going on. And while I may not be in person there this morning, I've been informed that it's quite literally a blue sky day out there in Cambridge right now. So please use this opportunity to network with your counterparts, explore the new trends in supply chain resilience, and keep my challenge in the back of your mind. How can the lessons from today's Blue Sky Conference prepare our nation for the black sky days that might lie ahead? Think of the Supply Chain Resilience Center's work as full contact economics. The research you provide will make our nation's supply chains more resilient and secure. Thank you again for the time. I wish you all the best in today's endeavors. Thank you.
Great. Right. John, I hope that was actually the most motivating I've ever seen at the beginning of an NBER conference. To go. Let me just remind everybody of one other thing. The YouTube has been, and YouTube and Zoom have been a great supply for conferences like those we run at the NBER, right? Back in the pre-pandemic days, if someone discovered they didn't have funding to come to the meeting or somebody was a little under the weather and couldn't travel, we would basically say, we don't have a welcoming remark today. Put them on Zoom and it'll sort of all work. The other meeting is going to be on YouTube. It's being live streamed, and I hope, John, that you and others at the Department of Homeland Security who are interested in these issues will be able to follow parts of the program. Remarkably, when I look at, on a Monday or Tuesday, I look to see on the NBER YouTube channel how many people have viewed the meetings that we had the end of the week before. The number is typically in the 300, 400, 500, depending on the meeting. So I'm not sure who they are, but there are folks out there who are binge watching NBER meetings over the weekend. Make today, these are all on the record, and they will be on the NBER website for a couple of weeks, which is our tradition to keep the meeting available. So if people would like to and with a huge thank you to Laura and to Chad, who are the true experts in leading this project and really have done an amazing job of bringing the insights of both IO international economics to bear on these core issues. I'm going to turn over to Chad, who is going to be the chair for the first session. I think we're going to do a round robin around the room. And while we're doing this, we're going to do a little bit of supply chain just in time. And Angela's going to try to load something onto the. Thank you. So, okay. Chad, you can take it away.
Chicago upon NBER. Even short of school, this is the target. Fantastic. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you. So we'll get started in just a second with our first session. Just in terms of logistics, we'll do the two papers in order and we'll discuss it, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. If you have a clarifying question, feel free to break in during the author's presentation, but please keep it clarifying questions only answerable in a brief way. We'll leave the longer, more conceptual stuff for the end. Authors, I have a 10, a 5, and a 1 in my hand, and I will be helping guide your remaining time as you come in for a landing. You don't want to know what the 0 is. Leave it there. And Oscar will be our first presenter.
And we'll just ask, we have a few microphones around the table. I see 2 back there. When you have questions before, if you can try to remember to grab a microphone, it does help for the folks who are on YouTube or Zoom to hear. They basically won't hear if you're speaking the way I'm right now. They can't hear me very well. But if we do grab the microphones, it's a little bit better. So we can try to do that as well as we can.
Take it away, Oscar. Thank you.
Wow. Thanks, Chad. And thank you to the organization, not only for the invitation, but also for putting me at a moment in time, a time slot in my own time zone. That's very, very pleasant. Also for my colleagues at home, Tom, Kifun, Lynn, and Dennis, I will give them a pop quiz to check whether they were following this live. So should be possible. So I will speak about products in the supply chain and the risk relators that we can relate to them. Now, we all work at Statistics Netherlands, and we got quite some funding from the ministry, but of course, usual disclaimer applies. Now, what is the outline of my presentation? First, I will tell a little bit why do we want that detail, how did we do that? We will link it to some risks for a given Dutch industry, and then I will wrap up with some improvements, applications, and conclusions. So, why? Why? And I think here we also witness that things have changed. I think like 10 years ago, global supply chains were a way of making money. Greed is good. Then, at least in Europe, there was a lot of attention for the environmental and the social economic issues. Green is good. Now we are in a situation where we are looking at vulnerabilities, risks, choke points, and so on. Basically, who can hurt me where? So we always had those global supply chains. Also, many ages ago, there would be final products, raw materials, energy would be traded. Later on, because of outsourcing, opening up certain parts of the world, there were also dependencies on intermediates. And we noticed, it was already mentioned at the start by Jim, the COVID pandemic and the supply chains, suddenly everybody realized, oh, we are not making mouth masks in our country. We are not making pharmaceuticals in our country anymore. And other countries who did produce them, well, they put their citizens first, and they said, well, we would like to have everyone in our own country healthy, and if something's left, maybe we'll give it to you. But that was something very visible. Well, then the invasion of Russia and Ukraine and the cut of gas to the European Union, you do not want to know what my energy bill went like. The energy company I was at, it had a short-term contract and it went bankrupt. So there was a very clear example of a risk in the supply chain as well. We also have seen that tariffs are back on the agenda again and might be even late to a cascade. And generally, where earlier we were reaping the benefits of globalization and international integration, now the risks of that are coming to the fore as well. Okay, first, the start of our project was different. The ministry said, okay, vulnerabilities in the supply chain, we would like to know more who is owning that production. It's not only who is producing for us, but also who is owning for that. If I would make a very bad joke about French cheese, I will not, because it's probably against the NBER code of conduct. Then the French might think, ooh, bad Dutch jokes about our cheese. We are offended. Where can we do something? And they can influence the firms that they own in the supply chain of the Netherlands. Maybe not France, but another country does that in the past. So we added the ownership dimension, and the ministry said, okay, this is nice, but detail, we need more detail. I have to go to the minister, Oscar. What do I tell the minister? Because the policymakers, they want to know, okay, where are the risks? If there is somewhere possibly close by or far away, if there is a natural disaster, think of the tsunami in Japan. If there are local strikes, if there are geopolitical tensions with a country, the relation between the EU and Russia is different than it was, say, 10 years ago. If there are sudden export bans of rare earth metals or palm oil, how are your domestic industries affected? That is something the policymakers would like to know. And they would like to have a bit more detail, that which products are in those supply chain, not a general statement. And if you know which products those are, can you get those goods somewhere else? Do you have alternatives? I mean, if you can buy something everywhere, it's possibly not a big risk. Now, we translated that into statistics because, well, Statistics Netherlands, this is what we do. So we know the questions are at a detailed product level. The policymakers want timely information and ideally related to a specific national industry, not cookie factories, although very important this time of year, but maybe to pharmaceuticals or semicon, what is happening there. And the people at the ministry kept reminding me, Oscar, I have to go to the minister later. I have to speak to him. I have to say something what he should do, something actionable. I cannot say, okay, we use a lot from Russian mining industry, because that is extremely vague. I have to tell that, okay, we are getting natural gas, we are getting oil, we are getting coal. It is so much. Of those products, for a specific product, so much we immediately sell to the rest of the world. So much is used by those and those industries, and they are linked to those and those other industries. So much in the end is for consumers, so much is for exports. And that is the type of information that I needed. Now, the problem was that before we started the project, there was no detailed information. This was the state of the art, so to speak. You can get that from data such as Figaro, product by Eurostat. And you would see, you could map a supply chain. You have countries, you have industries, and you have products at a very aggregated detail level. And you have, for example, basic metals. And then the minister says, basic metals, okay, I should do some trade policies. I should make arrangements about basic metals, but which basic metals? What? And then we stepped in. So after our project, we are in the same situation that we can map the supply chain, but we have estimates for detailed products, not basic metal products anymore, but steel plates, not more advanced products, metal products, but a car roof. And we can distinguish about 5,000 products because that is the trade data that is available. And then we can do much more. Well, how did we do that? This is maybe a bit technical, but the general gist will be clear, I hope. The general idea is that we use as much as micro data available in Statistics Netherlands as possible and combine it with the publicly available micro detail. Good news for everybody who would like to try this at home. You can do it even without access to microdata. Outside researcher, no access to anything except public data. You can repeat this process as well. Quality will be a bit lower though. And so basically what we did, we started at the end of the supply chain. We looked at 5 different industries. We had the pharmaceuticals, we had defense, energy, semiconductors, and telecommunications. For example, we take the pharmaceutical industry, we map the suppliers in the Netherlands, then we look what products they are importing. Those products we link to the producers abroad. and then we map the supply chain of the producers abroad, and then we add the product detail. I will tell that in a little bit more detail in the next slides. So the Dutch part, here we used a lot of our microdata to get everything better. Everyone can do input-output analysis to see who are the suppliers in their own country and who are the outside suppliers. But what we used, for example, was heterogeneity in the data. The colleagues of the Census Bureau do wonderful work in that respect as well. If you have microdata at your availability, what we saw, for example, was that coal from Russia is used in a completely different way than coal from Australia in the Dutch production system. So those dependencies, you can get better quality data if you have access to the microdata. Now, the foreign part of the supply chain, again, we look who are the suppliers of our industries. Then we have the foreign industries in given countries who are producing for us. We can map, again, with input-output analysis, we can map what is happening there, who is supplying. You can unravel the whole supply chain, and you have that very aggregated product detail that you cannot use to do that much. But the good thing is that there is also trade data. The trade data, very timely, very detailed, about 5,000 products, that is there as well. But the only problem is that the trade data is not linked to industries. So on one hand, you have the macro data, you have that the metal industry in the United Kingdom is selling something to German furniture manufacturers and the German car industry. That is rather aggregated. Then you have the detailed data that when you look which metal products is the UK selling to Germany, you would see, okay, it's little screws and it will be large steel plates. And then how to link everything. There we used the production structure from the Netherlands, with the general idea that, okay, if you want to produce something, there will be different production structures in each country, but it will not be too strange. I mean, if you are agricultural sector, you're not going to produce many cars. If you are a shipyard, it's unlikely you're going to use a lot of cheese in your process. We simply assumed that the structure is similar in countries. There we used the Dutch data that is detailed, but there is also the public data by the BEA, very, very detailed, more detailed than we have, but the US is a tad larger than the Netherlands, so I've encountered while traveling. And so what we would do is say, okay, so we see that those metal products are being sold. We see also in the detailed data that when it is metal products being used by shipyards, it's those steel plates. When metal products are being used by the furniture manufacturers, it's those small screws. And then we combine that information to derive that what the metal manufacturers in the United Kingdom are selling to the shipyards in Germany, that would be the large steel plates, whereas what they are selling to the furniture manufacturers, that would be the small screws. Now, what did we use? Again, for the people who would like to try this at home, we used the Dutch supply use table that show basically who is producing, who is using which products. We have an input-output table that shows how industries in the Netherlands are linked. And we have imports at enterprise level, what products are being imported and what country are they coming from. Now, in the general situation, the first two would be available and publicly available in most countries. The third one, you have to be a bit lucky to have access or work at a statistical organization, which is highly recommended. Now, how we have all the data, it's really nice, I must say.
Another source of very detailed data is value-added tax data, where you're not using that because you wanted all of this to be with public data that anyone can try at home, or because it was difficult to get the value?
Well, I I think the American expression is that everything can be used against you. So I think it was, how we can look back on the YouTube video, it was like a minute ago, I said we have all the data. And now you ask about the VAT data, which is there, of course, in the Dutch firms, but we do not have access to it. In other countries, such as Belgium, they would have access. In this specific case, I do not know if it could be of use because it shows how much is everybody trading with whom, but there is no product detail, and we need a product detail. Internally at the firms, there will be the product detail. We would love to have that data, but I have a colleague who tries to get data like that, the VAT data, already for 15 years, and difficult, very difficult. Now, to map the international supply chain, we used data from the Asian Development Bank. The reason was that it was recent data and it contains a lot of Asian data, especially for semicon, very relevant. We used the Figaro supply news tables from Eurostat and the European Commission's Joint Research Center. There they also have industries in countries that are linked together, but that has the added value that there is some product detail, and a very aggregated product detail I showed earlier. And then there is the trade data that is supplied and cleaned and so on by the CEPI Institute in France, the budget data. Imports, exports, all countries of the world, about 5,000 different products. Okay, now the theme of the conference, risks. And the Netherlands, Statistics Netherlands doesn't know what risks is, so we speak about indicators associated with risk in the literature. I will be a little bit sloppy and call it risk indicators anyway. But again, because we are very neutral, we cannot say what is a risk indicator. The ministry said, we have seen this nice study by the European Commission. We have seen these indicators there. Can you use them, please? And then we said, yeah, we can do that. So we have, of course, the import value. I mean, you should not look at a value that is really, really low. You would like to have something available that you also get the small parts. In the Netherlands, they asked, can you do 10,000 euros? Yeah, the world market concentration, I mentioned it before. If you can buy a product everywhere, if one supplier doesn't sell to you anymore, the problem is maybe not that large. We looked also at the import diversification of the Netherlands. Maybe the world market is very concentrated, but our own import market is not. Then maybe that is more riskful. Because we are in the European Union and there everybody is good friends. The idea is that one can support each other. So if you can buy the products easily in the EU, the problem should be smaller. Also, can you substitute? Where are your imports coming from? Mostly EU or not? Indicators like that and centrality. I had this presentation earlier this week, one at the BEA, one at the US International Trade Commission, and they had other ideas for the risk indicators. They said maybe you should penalize a little bit more if the product is closer by. Maybe you can look at certain countries that you find more riskful than others. So there are some ideas to do something there. Now, what did we do with those risk indicators? Well, we created a database. For each of those 5 industries, for example, the pharmaceuticals, we said, okay, I start with pharmaceuticals, I map the whole supply chain, I look which products are in that supply chain, and I see which country is selling which product somewhere in my supply chain. Now, because I have a country and I have a product, I can calculate all those risk indicators. That is what we did. And then we had that database with the industry, the country that exports, the product that is involved, and how it scores on those risk indicators. Now, for the next slides, I will give you some results, and note that we call a product, we called it flagged, if a product scored on all six indicators. So that all 6 indicators said, something might be relevant here. There was an example of castor oil. very small one, 15,000 euros coming from Germany, but still the world market was apparently rather concentrated. Another example was chloramphenicol. It is something antibiotic coming from China, value much higher. And also here, the market was rather concentrated. And so these are examples of those flagged goods that are somewhere in the supply chain of the Dutch pharmaceutical industry that score on all of those 6 risk indicators. Now, if you would like to see more information like this, you can also, of course, read our paper. The links is at the end of the presentation. There is also really nice work by the OECD. Now, you can imagine, okay, what are those products? What are those goods that score on each of those 6 risk indicators? What is happening there? And we aggregated the product detail a little bit to keep it feasible, and we saw that organic chemicals, they are a bit of a risk there. We have computers, the mobile phones, we do not understand why it ended up there, but still. Also some ores and scrap and so on. We also looked at the countries that were involved somewhere in the supply chain with flagged goods related to the pharmaceutical industry. And we would see that China, the United States, Germany would be countries that popped up quite a lot. Also because they are the major suppliers of the Netherlands. Okay, now we get to the improvements part, and oh, I have all the time of the world. I can even have a drink of water. And building up the tension for all those applications that we also have. Okay, the data improvements, again, for the people who would like to try this at home, and I know that the folks at BEA and US ITC, they had quite some interest. We would like to follow the construction of our basic data a bit more, also add some more product detail, also public data from either the BEA or the Japanese data. There is a lot of detail there about which industry is producing which product. One other thing, especially for the Netherlands, but also in the United States and other countries, is that quite some exports are not produced in their own country. Also quite some, and that means that you would like to take that out a little bit. Also on the incoming side, quite some imports, half of imports by the Netherlands of goods are not used in the country itself, but they are immediately re-exported to other countries. So one would like to take that into account properly. It's not that suppose you get a lot from China and a lot from Germany, and everything from China is resold to the rest of the continent, whereas the German imports are not sold to the rest of Europe because, well, they would have sold it to Europe themselves. You use the German imports for your own economy. You would like to take that out. I assume that the United States would have quite some imports from Mexico and Canada that will be re-exported, for example, and better to take that into account. Yes?
Just on those re-exports, is that something that you can see that there's 0 value added done in the Netherlands? It's just like a pass through. Does it even enter the commercial space? Like, is that identified in your customs data?
Yes, that's a very good question. I think we basically, in our data, we discern several flows. There would be the real transit trade, just like a car coming from Denmark, going through the Netherlands to Belgium, doesn't even stop, the 0 value added. There would be a ship coming from somewhere, docking at the harbor of Rotterdam, going away. Not too much happening either, but there would also be the quasi-transit trade, where a ship comes in, it gets loaded to something else, and then it goes to the rest of Europe. That still has some value added, about 1.5% of the total value, but it doesn't get into the economic system. No Dutch owner involved. So that is still out of this data because we do not see it as proper imports and exports. What is in the Dutch import and export data is those re-exports, because then there is ownership. Someone in the Netherlands becomes the owner of the product. And then besides the transport that goes through the Netherlands, which has some value added, there will also be a trade margin. And on average, those re-exports have about 10% of the export value is value added. We'll differ quite a lot by product, but we, as I said, we are Statistics Netherlands. We have data about that. And if you would like to know more about supply chains, African countries where there are a lot of materials, you would like to have that better in your data. And the data is coming up, so that is good. Now, the other applications, because I just got the message that I still have 10 minutes to ramble on, I can speak a little bit more in detail. So I'm happy that I included that information. So in our project, what we did is we had those industry all the way at the end of the supply chain. We had pharmaceuticals, energy, defense, telecommunication, and semiconductors. And then we looked back in the supply chain where risks might arise. Now, my colleagues did something else. They started all the way at the beginning. You have the critical raw materials, and then they looked how do those critical raw materials flow through the world economy and ultimately end up in the Netherlands. That could be direct imports, the Netherlands imports it, or the critical raw materials would be used to produce somewhere in the supply chain that ultimately ends up in the Netherlands. And the colleagues looked, okay, how much of those critical raw materials do we ultimately use? Where are they coming from? They saw that quite a lot was coming from Russia. I mean, it's a big country. And then they had that project. Something that was published earlier this week is something about tariffs. Because if you have all that product detail in your supply chain, you can also look how many tariffs are applied everywhere. You would have the direct tariffs. You import something as the Netherlands and you can put a tariff on it. It happens. But there are also the indirect tariffs. If the United States imports something from China, and I've heard then some people like to put a tariff on it, then the United States uses that product to make something, it gets exported to the Netherlands, then the Dutch importer in that product, there will be an indirect tariff. The tariff already at the American border, not at the Dutch border. And what my colleagues did was look at all imports by the Netherlands. You have the direct tariffs that we apply ourselves. We have the indirect tariffs earlier in the supply chain. And what they found was that at the total level, the direct and indirect tariffs were the same, approximately. I think something like the one was 1.6 billion, the other one was 1.7 billion, and that's the same. So the conclusion was, okay, if you do tariff analysis, you should not only look at the direct tariffs, but also at those indirect ones because they are pretty large. Now, we all have our hopes and dreams and expectations and so on. And something that we would like to do is start something as an early warning system. That if you see that there is something happening in the world, in a given country, a disaster, a strike, an export ban, that you simply push a button and the system immediately tells you, okay, that area, those products are coming from there. This is the way that they are ultimately ending up in the Dutch economy, and they are riskful, yes or no. Maybe the product from that country is not relevant for your own economy. Maybe it is, but we would like to have a system where you simply push the button and the system will tell you if you will be affected, yes or no. Or that maybe you will not be affected, but you should start to look for alternatives. Otherwise, you will be affected. Okay, so I come at my conclusion. So what did we do in our paper? We devised new methodology so that we can map a supply chain and have quite some detailed products there. Of course, we use a lot of assumption, but we also use a lot of data. As I said before, this can be applied using public data only. You can do it better for your own country if you have more available, as always. We looked at the request of the ministry who paid us to do so. We looked at 5 Dutch key industries. We looked which products were in those supply chains, and we linked them to risk indicators to create a database where you can see these products score highly on those risk indicators. And our methodology has quite some other applications as well. Now, we can indicate what are risks, but what is problematic, that is something for policymakers to decide. You can do something there. What do you find dangerous and what not? The question, what happens if in your supply chain? This data can be used for that as well. The mandate of Statistics Netherlands is limited to looking backwards, but other institutions, such as in Europe, we would have the European Commission Joint Research Center, they can use it to look forward as well. They can use our methods and data. Well, that ends my presentation. If you would have later on questions, comments, suggestions, I will be here. We love to have email from all the way over the ocean. That's always nice. We have very extensive report available because we noticed this type of information is difficult to grasp for the industry, for the ministry. We had 5 intermediate products to get to where we wanted to be. We have the detailed tables available. Everything is in Dutch, but there are translation machines these days. And for the current presentation, we also have a paper available. Thank you for your attention.
I think I just looked out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there.
Okay.
There. Share on Zoom.
So it's, well, yeah, I'm not sure I'm sharing that now. All right. First of all, thanks a lot to organizers for including the paper in the program. I think it's great and important to bring up people who think about how to measure supply chain disruptions and what effect those disruptions have on the economic activity. So I'll continue basically. Okay. So Oscar set the stage for measuring supply chain disruptions. I'll continue talking about that as well. This is the joint work with Ernest, Yukon, and Ale, and the working title is Supply Chain Disruptions and Supplier Capital in U.S. Firms. So the question, on the high level, what we're interested in this project is to understand and quantify the aggregate and cross-sectional effects of supply chain disruptions. The paper will have two components. The first one is empirical. We're going to bring in some granular data on the universe of US seaborne imports while we deal with approximately 200 million transactions. And we're going to use this data to construct an index of supply chain disruption, of exposure of individual firms to supply chain disruptions. We will also introduce the notion of supplier capital and then empirically study the relationship between disruptions and investment into different types of capital for return and revenue. We would also highlight the role of financial constraints. And then we will develop a general equilibrium model with heterogeneous firms, which we believe is useful to think about those patterns. That would be a simple model, but this model will account for the data, for the empirical facts we're going to show, and we emphasize the role of costly investment into supplier capital as an endogenous margin of adjustment of those firms. Just as a preview of the results from the empirical, on the empirical end, we're going to basically show that following a disruption, firms tend to increase their investment into supplier capital as they try to replenish this capital stock after the disruption. And the effect will be weaker for more financially constrained firms. Also, supply chain disruptions will be associated with lower stock returns and revenue, and the effect will be more pronounced for more financially distressed enterprises. Quantitatively, we would find that following a supply disruption shock similar in magnitude to what US firms experienced in 2020, it would take the economy, the aggregate economy, approximately 10 quarters to fully recover. And the financial friction, which is part of the model, will help the model to account for the cross-sectional patterns. In terms of the literature, we are related to several strands of it, and many of you have contributed to that literature. Just very briefly, there is a very rich literature on macroeconomic effects of supply chain disruptions. So what we bring on the table here is a way to measure an exposure to supply chain disruptions at the individual firm level. We will also introduce a notion of supplier capital, which is basically relates us to macro literature where firms kind of use different types of capital to produce the output. Like think about customer capital, organizational capital, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, we are related to supply chain management literature on supplier development, right? So in our model, firms will invest into supplier capital, and we interpret that as a manifestation of supplier development. Okay, so let me get to the data. The data will be the Panjiva data set, which is the bill of lading shipment level transaction data. It's nearly real time, meaning that we basically, once the ship clears customs in US, then we would observe that transaction with a lag of approximately 1 or 2 weeks. The data spans the time period from 2007 to basically until nowadays. And importantly, for each transaction, we would see the identity of the exporting foreign company and the identity of importing US consignee. Like I said earlier, there are approximately 200 million observations for the US import data. And we can roll it up to the ultimate parent company, and that will be approximately 300,000 ultimate parent companies in US. We can merge it with CompuStat to study the effect of measured supply chain disruptions on various firm outcomes. However, we spend quite a bit of time trying to kind of make sense out of this data. There are certain aspects of it which are non-trivial. For example, if the logistic company or the freight forwarder handles the transaction end-to-end, then that shipper will be listed as the consignee on the bill of lading. So we hand created a list of the largest freight forwarders and basically removed that from the data. Another thing is that the US firm can request the identity of the exporting company to be redacted from the bill of lading. So we had to handle those cases as well, because sporadically you will see a missing identity in those transactions. Another thing is that there is a relatively large fraction of records with the missing identity of the consignee in that data in the time period from 2007 to 2013. So for that reason, we're not using that time period and essentially limit the analysis to the time period from 2013 until now. At the level of transaction, we see quite granular information. For example, we see the day of arrival. This is the day when the shipment clears customs in US ports. It contains information about the identity of the shipper and the importing company. We see the value of goods in US dollars. We see the volume in containers in 20 feet equivalent units, as well as weight in tons, ports of landing and unloading, and some other information as well.
Quick question
Yeah, of
on that.
course.
So for the data, do you have an identifier for the exporter, or are you having to like clean names in order to see if, the same exporter, that kind of thing? And is the identifier for the importer, do you have like EINs or something? How do you match that to come?
So the data provider has those identifiers like for the exporting company, so it's not EINs, but so basically they have identifier which you can use to say if this is the same firm or not, if it's the
You're not doing alpha matches on.
No, we're not. Yes, exactly. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but we can talk more. All right, so let me talk a little bit how we think about measuring exposure to supply chain disruptions. So an index of supply chain disruptions for firm I at time period T, index IT, would be the weighted average of product-specific indices, which is index hat. So script N, this is the set of product categories imported by firm I at time period T. And then the WIGT, this is the fraction of the total import value accounted for by product J by firm I at time period T. And then the index at the product category will be based on what we call the disruption rate. The disruption rate, this is the fraction of temporarily inactive established trade relationships within that product category. So I will explain each of those objects on the next slide, but essentially think of this as follows. We will look at the actively trading trade pairs within the product category, and we calculate the fraction of them which is not currently active. Well, clearly, this metric will capture not only disruptions, but also systematic inactivity spells. But we think of that, when we construct an index, we kind of look not at the levels, but like fluctuations in this disruption rate. And if the occurrence of those systematic inactivity spells is stationary over time, then those fluctuations in the disruption rate would capture abnormal inactivity spells, which we would attribute to temporary disruptions. So, and yeah.
What degree or what level of HS code is J in?
Yeah, so here we use quite coarse two-digit level, but later when I'll be talking about the critical supply chains, I'll say why it's important to go to more to finer level. All right, so we're looking at temporarily inactive established trade pairs. So established will be parameterized by two parameters, X and P. So X is the number of months that the trade pair need to be active in a consecutive 12 months time period for us to call it established. And then in a given month, we need this established trade pair to be active at least once over a certain recent past. And this recent past time frame is parameterized by parameter P. We are looking at temporary supply chain disruptions, so we want to see the trade pair to be active again in some nearest future. So for that reason, we have this forward-looking window of the length of parameterized by parameter V. So we don't have an a priori knowledge of like what parameters to pick, so we consider various combinations of those tuning parameters. And for each product category, we have 48 time series, which we deseasonalize and take the average across those time series, and that would be the index at the product category level. We also experimented with the principal, like by extracting the principal component out of those time series, but to facilitate the interpretation, we decided to go with just the simple average. So what do we get? We get quite a pronounced heterogeneity across firms. So here I'm showing you 3 large publicly listed firms, Apple, Nike, and Cisco. So for example, for Apple and Nike, we find that there is quite a pronounced spike in disruptions in 2020. For Nike, the pressure on supply chain disruptions subsided fairly rapidly as compared to Apple, as Apple saw a second uptick around like 2022. And Cisco, on the other side of the spectrum, did not see quite a pronounced increase in disruptions. The way we construct the index, we can actually obtain a measure of disruptions for quite a large number of public firms, for over 3,000 of them. And as it will become clear in a little bit, not all of them can be used in the analysis, so we will use a subset of them for regressional analysis, which I'm going to show in a couple of slides. Okay, so here I'm showing the cross-sectional patterns of supply chain disruptions. So on the left panel, I'm plotting certain percentiles taken across firms and each time period. So what you can see here is the 2 things. So the first moment and the second moment has increased in the last several years. Specifically, around 2020, the average disruption rate increased from up to approximately 2 percentage points. The interpretation here is the following. The average fraction of established trade relationships which are temporarily inactive is 2 percentage points above historical averages. At the same time, the second moment also widened as the interdecile range was approximately 1 pp prior to 2020, and it nearly doubled after 2020. As you can see, for example, the 5th percentile, the firms at the 5th percentile kind of see their level of, the level index is very comparable to what it was prior to 2020, but the firms at the high level of the 95th percentile indicate that a lot of firms still experience pressures on their supply chains, as measured by our index. Next, an important thing which we do is we introduce the notion of supplier capital. And by that, I mean the import value from established and recently active trade partners. So here on the left panel, I categorize the public firms by the number of established suppliers. And I group them into 4 quartiles, Q1 to Q4. Within each bin, I calculate the average supplier capital. As you can see, as we move from Q1 to Q4, the average supplier capital increases, which is not surprising. As the more suppliers you have, the higher value on average you would import from them. But we decided to measure supplier capital by import value rather than by the number of established suppliers, because it captures not only the number of them, but also their importance. To give you a sense of the magnitude, the firm at the 10th percentile, the supplier capital is approximately $0.2 million. The typical firm has 3.5, and the firm at the 90th percentile is $54 million. you have,
So just keep in mind that these statistics that you're reporting are for listed firms, large firms. So
Yes.
Polantras and Presa documented this using the trade data, and the typical firm has one supplier in a different country.
Mhm.
And this is, again.
Yeah, this is a selective group of firms. Yeah,
Very selected
very.
group of
Yeah, I'm
exporters.
totally with you, totally with you. I'm not claiming that this is representative of US business sector. It's just for publicly listed firm, this is what we get. To the right, moving to the right panel, the point I want to make here is that supplier capital, as we measure it, is conceptually different from the total trade value, right? So here you can see the gray bars and the black bars. The black bars represent the share of import value accounted for by different countries. And then the gray bars, they showed the share of countries by which percentage of the entire supplier capital different source countries account for those publicly listed firms. And as you can see, China, for example, is the largest exporter to the US, but it accounts for a disproportionately smaller fraction of supplier capital. On the other side of the spectrum, we have European countries such as Germany and Switzerland, which account for a disproportionately higher fraction of supplier capital.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question here?
Yeah.
So when you said the value of trade is an important measure into the supplier capital, I mean, are you normalizing that in some way for the size of the firm? Because I would have thought that if you get 90% of your imports from one guy, even if you're little and you don't have that many imports, that might represent a lot of capital versus if you're not normalizing it in some way to account for variation in firm size, you're just going to kind of load the bigger firms as having more capital.
We did not normalize it, but yeah, this is something we can definitely should think about. Yes. All right. So if you give me that this is a reasonable measure of supplier capital, then we can think about investment rates into different types of capital. So here I plot the distribution, the cross-sectional distribution of log differences into supplier capital on the left and the physical capital on the right. So what we can see here is that the distribution of investment rate into supplier capital is much more dispersed, as the standard deviation is 0.4 versus 0.08 for the physical capital. In the literature, investment dynamics, if you're familiar with that, the distribution of investment rate into physical capital exhibits lumpiness, meaning that a lot of firms they make very small investment into capital, and this is evidenced in our data as well, as the probability, the fraction of observation, which is less than 1%, is 0.4 for physical capital and is 4 times lower for supplier capital. Yeah.
Just clarification. How are you measuring the investment rate in supplier capital? It's just the difference in the share of imports that come from established.
It's very
exports?
simple here. It's the same way I measure investment into physical capital, which is the log difference. All right. So let me show you some regressions. Here we're projecting the investment into supplier capital, which is the log difference, onto the index, the firm level index of supply chain disruptions. And in the first column, what we see is that following a disruption, firms tend to increase their investment into supplier capital. However, the effect is not statistically different from zero. Once we include the interaction with the measure of financial constraints, which here is the leverage, we find the interaction term to be statistically significant and negative. And the data suggests that less leveraged firms tend to increase investment into supplier capital following a disruption. The effect becomes quantitatively smaller for more leveraged firms. The columns 3 and 4 indicate that as the horizon increases, the effects becomes more quantitatively pronounced. We also took a look at the relationship between firms' returns and revenue and the measured supply chain disruptions. Following a disruption, returns decrease, the realized returns decrease, revenue also falls. This result is robust across a various number of specifications where we do include different controls, and this effect is even there when we include in the tightest specification with time and firm fixed effects. Those effects, like the negative impact of disruptions on returns and revenue, is more pronounced for more constrained firms. So here we have three measures of financial constraints: the long-term debt ratio, the Weighted-Wu and Kaplan and Zinglis indices, and in all cases the effects are negative and almost always significant, at least at 5%. Okay. Now, I break down this selective group of firms, the listed firms, into industries. And here I report the average supplier capital across firms in different industries and their average exposure to supply chain disruptions. So what we find is that firms in mining, utility, and manufacturing industries, they tend to have, on average, the highest level of supplier capital, while firms in wholesale and retail tend to have lower average supplier capital. Well, going back to Theresa's comment, this is probably reflects the size of firms, something we have to think about. But remarkably, retail and wholesale firms, they import a lot of stuff by sea. But the way we measure supplier capital, it seems like those firms, they work with a large number of suppliers, but few of them will be qualified to be established. And so that kind of accounts for a relatively low supplier capital for those enterprises. In terms of the exposure to supply chain disruptions, we see that they're, on average, they have a pretty similar average index. All right, so let me now talk a little bit about critical supply chains. Well, it goes out without saying that policymakers in the US and worldwide, they aim to secure critical supply chains, which is evidenced by a lot of things. For example, the White House order to strengthen the resilience of US supply chains. Also, the Department of Commerce created a list of critical goods, which are important for the US economy. Well, in the end of the day, we all came here today talking about supply chains, which is also a sign that this is of importance, not only for the policymakers, but also for academics. So the bottom line here is that when you talk about critical supply chains, you need to go to more granular product level. For example, to give you an idea, the Department of Commerce listed electromagnets and electric storage batteries as being critical, but primary cells and batteries and vacuum cleaners, they're not. Well, our data allows us to go to more granular at the more granular 6-digit level, but there are certain limitations which, well, basically the sample size shrinks dramatically as you go to more granular level. To give you an idea, in a semiconductors, except photosensitive category, we only have 38 unique pairs, trait pairs, and the fixed carbon resistance, there are 47 of them. So we decided to go with the 4-digit level. And just to give you an idea, the ITA identified 4 sectors which are critical, which is energy, minerals, public health, and information technology and communications. So here I'm plotting the indices for 3 subsectors within the public health sector: the diagnostic equipment, durable medical equipment, and pharmaceuticals. So our methodology, well, when we apply it to the data, we find that the index of supply chain disruption increased most dramatically for the diagnostic equipment, and it was pretty much similar across for the durable medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. I think Oscar talked about the concentration indices, and this is one more thing which we attempted to do. We consider a metric with the concentration of suppliers within the product category. And the idea here is that the product good is critical if the concentration of suppliers is high. So it means that there is less flexibility to switch to another producer if something goes wrong with one of the suppliers. Here in the table, I list the product categories with the highest Herfindahl index and those with the lowest index. And then the idea is to basically categorize the public firms with respect to the fraction of their imports accounted for by critical products. so identified. What we find here is that the firms with the highest share of critical imports see a larger increase in disruptions during bad aggregate times. This is evidenced by twice the size of the spike in disruption rate in 2020 as compared to firms which with a lower share of critical imports. Okay, I have about 10 minutes left. Let me give you a flavor of the framework, which I think is useful to put our thinking around those facts. That would be a heterogeneous firm model where firms combine two types of capital to produce the homogeneous final output. So here, K and M are physical and supplier capital respectively. Firms also use labor N, and firms operate subject to idiosyncratic productivity process Z. We introduced the financial constraint in the spirit of the working capital due to NBER and PERI 2005. And the idea behind this constraint is that firms need to pay a fraction of the wage bill before the production takes place. So they need to borrow those funds. The households will be pretty boring. They will just own the firms, consume, supply labor, and invest into firms and a risk-free bond. This is the entire model on one slide. Essentially, the firm solves the static profit maximization problem where it chooses the labor input to maximize the profit, the revenue less the wage bill, and the net interest on borrowing. The value of the firm at the start is with the probability P shock, a fraction zeta of the supplier capital gets destroyed. And with the complementary probability, the firm continues into the period with the amount of supplier capital M. The continuation value of the firm is basically the flow profits plus less investment into two types of capital plus the expected continuation value. There are two law of motions for two capital stocks, and for simplicity, we just assume that there is a quadratic adjustment cost on two types of capital as well. In the interest of time, right? So I only have about 7 minutes. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip the households problem because it's fairly standard. Let me just show you some of the results. Well, in the model, we're going to measure the financial constraint as the borrowed funds. This is the wage bill WN times the eta. Eta is the fraction of the wage bill that the firm needs to borrow, divided by the sum of capital stocks. So this measure will be positively correlated with the productivity and negatively correlated with capital stocks. So this measure will be the highest for capital poor firms with high productivity. So those firms which want to invest a lot to align their capital stocks with their higher productivity, those will be identified as constrained. In this table, I report the results of regressions run on the model simulated panel. So as in the data, we find that an increase in the supply chain, supply chain disruptions will be associated with the negative returns, and the effect will be more pronounced for more constrained firms. Following a disruptions, firms tend to increase their investment into supplier capital as they want to replenish the capital stock, and the effect will be lower for more constrained firms. And the investment into physical capital will also be lower following a disruption. This graph illustrates what would happen, this graph illustrates that more constrained firms, it will take them longer to replenish the capital stock as compared to less constrained firms. Essentially, I'm plotting the interaction coefficient from the regression of the log change in supplier capital on the index and interaction of index with the financial constraint. So approximately it takes 4 to 5 quarters longer for more constrained firms to replenish the capital stock. And the final thing I want to show you here is the exercise to mimic an aggregate increase in supply chain disruptions, which happened in 2020. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to increase the severity of supply chain disruptions by 5%, which is similar in magnitude to what happened in 2020. And that will be a perfect foresight exercise where the firms learn in time period 1 that the severity has increased, but the severity reverts back starting from time period 2 onwards. And I trace the transition of the economy back to the steady state. So what I find is that following a disruption, the supplier capital becomes lower, as evidenced on the left panel, and the investment into supplier capital rises as firms want to replenish the capital stock. Because of the complementarity between physical capital and supplier capital, investment into supplier in physical capital will decline, as is evidenced on the right panel. It takes the economy approximately 10 quarters to fully recover. We also emphasize the role of adjustment costs, like investment into supplier capital is an endogenous margin of adjustment, and by limiting the firm's ability to invest in this type of capital, substantially delays the recovery. Well, this is pretty much what I have. We empirically and quantitatively studied the impact of supply chain disruptions. We used this transaction level import data to measure an exposure of individual firms to disruptions. We documented an increase in the first and second moments. In recent years, we introduced the notion of supplier capital and showed you some aggregate and cross-sectional facts and build a simple model, the simplest we could think about to kind of put the structure on those findings. And the model predicts it takes about 10 quarters for the aggregate economy to fully recover following there was a spike in aggregate disruptions which U.S. firms evidenced in 2020. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Is Oranizers from Australia.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me to discuss the papers. You're asking the theorists to discuss two main empirical papers, so I'll gonna do my best. Because I have only 10 minutes to discuss two papers, let me just very quick get to it very quickly. So basically, the way I view the two papers, to give a common theme is that these are two papers that they wanna answer an important question, but they're going to face two fundamental challenges. If you want to think about, the first fundamental challenge is that, well, if you want to think about supply chain disruptions, you want to come up with a measure of riskiness, of how risky your supply chain is, either for a particular firm or an industry or in the aggregate for the U.S. economy. This is sort of what both papers try to do. But, to do that, you need the second right away, the second fundamental challenge is that you want to understand how, your supply chain is structured. Where are the goods coming from? What are the exact products? How risky is each one of those supply chains are? And these two papers are sort of try to get to that. In Oscar's paper, it's mostly other products. Focus on, as a case study, they look at the Dutch pharmaceutical industry. In Vladimir's paper, it's a firm level study, and they're going to rely on seaborne shipments in the US. So clearly, as we heard in the morning, the very beginning, the remarks in the morning, and Oscar mentioned, these are very important questions for policymakers. And, naturally, also as both authors mentioned, any such exercise is going to rely on a bunch of assumptions, either implicit or explicit. So what I'm going to try to talk now about is that, first of all, you will see why answering these questions are very, very hard. And then I'm going to make a case that maybe some of these assumptions are better than others. So just going to walk through that. So let me do it in the reverse order. Let me first start with Vladimir's paper. So the way I view it is that, they obviously have this modeling and quantitative exercise, but fundamentally to me, this is a measurement exercise. And they measure three things in my view. First, they develop this firm level index of supply chain disruptions. Second, they have this notion of supply capital, and then they have this notion of supply criticality, supply chain criticality. So first, let's get to their first measure, which is this index of supply chain disruption at the firm level. So as Vladimir mentioned, there's going to be an index of riskiness, an index of riskiness of supply chain disruption for firm I. It's just going to be a weighted average. The weights are coming from the import shares at the product category level, and then the shocks coming from this are measured using these temporary stops or disruptions in trade between established firms, firm pairs in product category J. So if this is your notion of supply, this will be a reasonable measure of supply chain disruptions at the firm level, to the extent that you believe that these temporary stops in flows are coming from supply shocks. But if there are demand shocks, it's not going to be, your index is going to be jumbled up. And there are. So here I just took a recent article from, Samsung delaying shipments because they didn't have customers for their products. So this was going to show up as a temporary halt in those flows, even though it was not really a supply chain disruption. Now, the authors are aware of this, so they do an IV analysis, one of these, leave one out IV strategies that they say, oh, let's take that firm out and see how the suppliers, the suppliers are shipping to other potential firms, excluding that one firm. But this is going to sort of address idiosyncratic demand shocks, but not product shocks. So at the bottom here is an example of, let's say, during COVID, lots of airlines cut their demand for, fuel. And, it's even this leave one out IV strategy is not going to address that. Another thing that's, what I noticed thinking about these indices at the firm level indices supply chain disruption is that if you look at here, this is a temporary stop in trade by established pairs of. So firm I does not show up on the shock part. Firm I shows up is in constructing these input shares. So what that means is that if Chad and I have the same mix of, we're going to show up with the same supply chain index here. But as Oscar was telling us about coals being shipped to the Netherlands, the coal coming from Australia and Russia, they have completely different uses. I didn't know that example, so I came up with my own of natural rubber. So natural rubber coming from Vietnam is mostly used by the medical industry, but natural rubber coming from Thailand is mostly used for tire manufacturing. So imagine there are floods in Thailand. This is going to show up as a disruption in flow of natural rubber. But then if you rely on this measure, this is going to show up as a disruption to the medical industry, even though maybe nothing would have happened. Now, let me get to the second measure that they developed, which is this measure of supplier capital. And the way it's measured is it's based on the total import value in US dollars, based on these established firms that, they trade repeatedly. But the key thing is that because it's in US dollars, this is being summed up across all suppliers. Now, obviously, one can define any object the way you want, but sort of the impression, at least I got, is that, supply capital is capturing some notion of, relationship specificity. And this somewhat goes to Teresa's comment, it's not so clear to me that this is measuring that relationship specificity really here. So let's do an example. Imagine you're a firm that, I spend $100 million on different suppliers, or I spend $100 million on a single supplier. Well, the notion of relationship specificity in these two scenarios are probably very different, but this measure is going to pick them up as equal measurement. So, I mean, maybe they mean something different from supply capital, but that's sort of what stuck with me. And then they're getting to the third measure that they have about supply chain criticality. Here, they're going to measure a product being critical to the US economy based on the HHI, the concentration of the supply. And sort of this is a reasonable assumption when you first think about it, is that, well, if US firms are importing from fewer suppliers, meaning the concentration is higher, probably you're more exposed to, to disruptions to those firms. So when you look at the table, so when I looked at it, I always considered myself as a man of very refined taste. But when I looked at this table, I'm not one, because the sectors that show up as a high HHI are this industry of woven tapestries. And then, I didn't know what a Gobelin is, so I had to go look it up. Gobelins, Flanders, and these objects, which I'd never heard of before, they do show up as high HHI industries. With this measure, they would be very critical to the US economy. Says for, no offense to our Dutch colleagues, but cut flowers and flower buds. So these are like show up as very, very important for, if I use this measure for the US economy, but, it's a bit hard to imagine that these are actually critical to the US economy. So when you look at this table, then maybe as well, maybe the assumption that it may not be as reasonable as it first appears. So, one thing is that supply chains are endogenous. So if I am a firm that want to buy something critical, some critical minerals, well, I may actually establish many more relationships. That if I'm buying flowers, I just go to the cheapest guy. And then, well, if it's not so critical, I go to the second cheapest guy once the disruption arises. So just looking at the number of suppliers, and may not be as, as intuitive as it appears, given that firms decide where to source from, how many suppliers to have, and presumably they will rely on more suppliers if they first higher levels of risk. And sort of a bigger conceptual idea here coming from a theorist is that, it's a bit hard for me personally to think about the notion of criticality without thinking about production technologies and consumer preferences. So maybe there is a way of doing it, but for me, it's a bit hard to do it just on a completely reduced form basis. So that's all I had for the first one. Let me very briefly talk about Oscar's paper as well. So one slide summary of what Oscar and his co-authors do. So what they do here essentially is a two-step exercise. In the first step, they map these inter-industry linkages across different countries to get very detailed at the 6-digit level, essentially a map of how goods and products flow. And the main idea is that they're going to use this, Oscar mentioned nicely, between leveraging micro to get these macro flows. And then from there, they construct these risk indicators. And then they add them up. Oscar didn't mention very much, but there is a composite indicator based on 5 different risk measures. And reading the paper, I got the sense that, this wasn't their choice. The policymakers asked them, give me one index. So they sort of had to aggregate this. But so first look at some of these indices. So for example, this is world market concentration, import diversification, shares coming from the EU, and a notion of centrality. So, they are aware of some of the limitations in the methodology. Also, Oscar mentioned it towards the end, but let me add just one more that stuck to me again as I thought about as a theorist. And, these measures, while each one of them is probably reasonable on their own, they're probably reasonable measures on the different assumptions. So it's not very clear to me how I should be aggregating them up, like adding them the scores that they construct, or whether I can even conceptually add them up. Maybe there is a way, but I just couldn't couldn't figure it out. So let me mention what I mean by this. So think about world market concentration. World market concentration at the product level is a relevant notion of risk, or capture some form of notion of risk, if you think about some form of limited substitutability with other goods or varieties. If these goods that have high concentration, but are easily substitutable, well, maybe it's not that important, the concentration. Then think about import diversification of the Netherlands. Well, this captures some notion of relationship specificity. This would be the right notion if there is a relationship specificity. Imagine if it's like just some generic commodity I can buy in the market. Maybe it doesn't matter if Dutch firms are not so diversified, because just tomorrow I can pick up the phone and send an email and get my goods from a different supplier. At the same time, when you look at the centrality measure, usually, at least the centrality measures I know that are typically used, they don't mention exactly which centrality they use. They are the right measure coming from Cobb-Douglas assumptions, which is sort of in contradiction with this limited substitutability assumption. And they're also reasonable measures under competitive market assumption, and not so much this relationship specificity assumption. So while each one of these in and of themselves, they're very reasonable, it's a bit hard for me to think about how to fully aggregate them. Again, maybe this wasn't their choice and the policymakers asked them, but it would be good to think about these aggregations. Anyways, big picture, extremely important questions. These are like really, really serious attempts by the authors, by both papers, but as all of us can imagine, these are like very hard questions to answer. So, and again, grinding my own axe, progress requires a little bit more reliance on theory. All right, let me stop.
Raise your hand if you have one. Heather, you want to start us off, please?
Super cool papers, both presentations. I just had a couple, like, basically two questions for your paper on the supplier capital. So I know you like control for like lagged inventories, but essentially, like if you think of like George Alessandria's work with co-authors, like they're probably like lumpy, right? So some products tend to be like lumpy in trade, so you don't actually see them traded frequently within like a 12-month period. So is going to be picking up is just some inherent lumpiness, and you kind of see it in the like retailer, like firms that kind of just hold large inventories a lot of the time are not going to be having these, it may look like they don't have established relationships, but those relationships are pretty established. It's just that you're not going to see them show up multiple times within like a 12-month period, right? Because they just do it once, but you see them trade consistently over a period of years. So like, how are you thinking about this kind of relationship between lumpiness of trade and inventories? And then this one is more of a measurement point because, trade values in the US, Panjiva data are like imputed, like most of them, right? And so like how your measures if you kind of not rely on trade values, but on just like the volumes or the quantities, like how are we thinking about the role of prices here? Because we don't really have a firm specific or pair specific sense of prices since it's essentially imputed trade values.
So both really interesting papers and awesome discussion. Oh, sorry, you're going to respond. Or are you collecting?
Let's collect given time. And
Okay.
then I'll give you a few minutes at the end to respond. Yeah, go ahead.
So I actually want to say for the Netherlands, what you mentioned, I thought that the data you have on the re-export seemed super interesting as a potential data source for understanding supply chains. Maybe that's something we could also do in the US. In the US customs data, there's categories. Do the imports enter the general space of the US versus are they consumption imports coming into the commercial space of the US? And when you use those data, you have to pick which ones you want or you'd be double counting sometimes. And so I actually think given, Rotterdam being this huge port, I would love to know when I'm using my Danish data, am I getting imports from Netherlands that actually aren't really from Netherlands? They came in from China through Rotterdam. And then, those things with the low value added shares, but that 10%, that's fascinating as well, because now you're actually telling me something about a chain. You could say where it came from, where it stopped, where it went. So I would just think that could be a very fruitful area. And then also really interesting paper on the US data. I guess my main initial reaction is just that firm size control and that your financial frictions may actually just also be picking up firm size. And I wonder if you use that or control for that, if you'd still find your effects.
Thank you. Yes, here.
Yeah, I have a question about both very interesting studies. I have a question about the US data. Like hello? Yes. So in the US data, you are relying on the sea trade only. So I wonder, like in the criticality thing, how much like the trucks or air travel matter as well, because like the countries like NAFTA mostly trade with trucks, and then the air travel, some of the semiconductors and other things, it might show up there. I think it was one of our case studies with very limited pairs. Right?
This is also for Vladimir, and it's related to the inventories point. Most of the plots that you showed greater levels of disruption following COVID. And I'm wondering if you would be able to differentiate between high disruption rates after COVID or whether firms have just changed their inventory strategy post-COVID to build up inventories and import less frequently.
The point of production and consumer preferences, I would like to highlight for both papers, very interesting, by the way, the role of the elasticity of substitution between inputs, because even if you have high concentration either in your own imports or in the world production, etc. It's very different if you have like a fixed production, Leontief production function or some very high elasticity of substitution. And this relates also to the discussion in Germany that Ben Moll and co-authors had with some partners, other people in the industry related to the effects of Russian gas in the German economy. And apparently the elasticity of substitution that they were finding was very high, meaning that maybe the disruptions were not as big.
To both authors, that was my comment. I have worked with this input-output, but the Germany experience makes me think that there is something that is not clicking because it was not as bad as we thought it was. I'm not saying it was not bad, but relative to what we thought. So there has to be some substitutions that we're not capturing even in the models. There's something that it just, and how do we think that? Because at the end, for policymakers, that does matter. And then a smaller point for your paper, I have a paper with some folks from the Fed of Atlanta, Camelia, and IMF, Andreas and Marija, and we matched Panjiva with the credit registry of the US to look at the effect of tariffs. And we do find that firms that had more access to finance were managed to organize and deal with the disruptions better. So it's consistent what you're finding on the role of financial constraints.
Okay, so I want to give each of the presenters a couple minutes to respond. Oscar, do you want to go first? You can grab a microphone.
It's on. Wonderful. Well, thank you everyone for listening and having all those nice suggestions and questions. I think the one that was mentioned few times possibly, the substitution, and why wasn't it that bad as expected with the Russian gas, for example. I think that it will always be extremely hard to model reality. If you say to a firm, okay, as of tomorrow, you will not get this thing anymore, they will panic. And the first reaction will be, we cannot do without. But when it actually happens, then they have to find a solution. And my impression is that generally a solution, maybe not an optimal, but something is found. And I think that's why in reality, it's not always that bad as expected. And I think here there could be also a role for what I would call natural experiments. This was mentioned in when I was, I think at the BEA, they suggested that you can look at the trade data, you can look at those input-output models. There was a shock, and then you could compare what was the model predicting and what actually happened. And I think that would be very insightful to see where substitutions can be made. With our data, how we said, okay, ministry, this is what we see in the data, but we know nothing about production processes. We produce statistics, use this data, speak to the people, is this really a problem or not? What Alireza said, the tapestry, is that a problem, yes or not? Is it critical, yes or not? So even as always, if you have the results, go speak to people outside, whether your economic model is producing something that the real people out there can recognize. Then the question about the re-exports. Indeed, a big problem in this world. When you look at Singapore, when you look at Hong Kong, at the Netherlands, Belgium, all those countries that have a lot of incoming flows and outgoing flows, and nothing is related to production in their own country. Which shows that dependencies from what you are getting, but also the outgoing dependencies, that they are completely, well, messed up. The good thing is, sorry?
Technical term.
Yeah, technical term. Well, the good thing is that everybody realizes this and people are working on improving this. The OECD now has a paper where they explain how they did this with data, and they said, well, if we have the people around to do the stuff, technical term, we will publish this year and this calendar year, so this month. I have not seen an announcement yet, so maybe it will be a bit delayed, but there is a paper and there is work, and then you can actually follow things through the value chain so that you get deeper insights.
Thank you.
First of all, Alireza, thanks a lot for the discussion. That's really helpful. I only have a couple of minutes, but let me try to answer as many of the questions as I can. So about how robust this measure. Okay, how robust this measure is to volume versus value. So the story of the paper is that initially we used the volume like containers to measure like the importance, but then because the value, like the dollar value, was not really that well reported in the data, but then I noticed that they started to impute it much better, and at that time I was actually trying to do imputation myself, and I just went with the dollar value, and the results are qualitatively similar to using the volume instead of the dollar value. Theories about the size of the firms, that's a legit question, and I think we should do more about that. C imports account for about 40 to 45% of all imports in the US. Clearly, we're not picking up trucks and air, but it's possible to combine some trade data, for example, from Mexico. I think Pajiva covers trucks and railroad from Mexico to the US. Well, it's clearly not entirely satisfactory. We could probably leverage some other data like Duns and Bradstreet. So I think they have like not only the seaborne imports, but also other types of modes of transportation. Okay, about the high concentration elasticity of substitution, Jose. So we initially leveraged the list of critical goods compiled by Department of Commerce. We didn't want to, invent a bicycle. We just went with that list. But that list, admittedly, is very broad, and that's was the motivation for us to somehow propose a measure which would, allow us to call some product categories as critical versus non-critical. HHI is not perfect, but this was something I want to show as an example of what can be done. And Laura, I haven't seen that paper, but I should know that paper, and I'll check it out.
Jim's got something.
Yeah, let me just say one quick thing, and these two papers I think were a terrific start to the meeting. Unlike most of our meetings where we discuss what the presenter did and harp on it wasn't the ideal data set for answering this question, we actually have folks from CBTS and Homeland Security here who are interested in listening. What data do we need to ultimately address these questions? So those of you who have tackled this issue and say, if only we had better bill of lading data that was not just, crossing the ports, but including trucking, and we could pull this all together. Or if we had 6-digit information from firms tracking what they were buying with these things and what their ultimate inventory was, and whether it was that they just didn't need it or they went to a second supplier, or whether they actually were stocked out. We ought to think a little bit as we're just conversing during the course of the day about what the ideal would be. And if we're not having an official rapporteur who is taking notes and writing an official executive summary or anything. But if you do have inspirations like that, feel free to mention it to Greg or to Chris who are here, or to one of the three of us over at this corner of the table, because I think we might try to come back with feedback on, this is the sort of information which, if you were our welcomer this morning, if you were John and asking what kind of data would you like to have to do the economics of this better, we might just be able to have a little influence on that. So think about that as we went on break. Good.
All right, fantastic. With that, we will take a break. We'll reconvene at 10:45.
Is this yours?
Yes. 12, yes, the very first one.
Top one,
NBER lost.
Okay. Hold on, we'll go now. Oh, there you are. Yep. On the desktop. Okay, good. And when you're. Sure. I'm just looking for who's next on the program to make sure theirs is on here too. I don't remember, did you travel? Where are you from? Oh, you did travel. What's going on out there? Yeah. Oh, no, I meant like weather. I'm thinking weather.
Changes a lot.
Yeah.
It's like science.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Change.
Nice.
Okay,
Ski resorts are open.
yeah,
Denver has that too.
they don't get as much snow right down in Denver, yeah.
Sunny.
Yeah, my neighbor is from Denver, and that's what she's always said too, because you can ski right up to the mountains, but we don't really have snow in Denver that sticks around.
Does tops. I'm sure if you don't have to.
That's really helpful at all.
Yes.
Yeah. You're all set, of course.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Very
Thanks for
nice to meet
helping out.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay, you can do it.
Just adjust this.
You just move that down and.
Yep. And is this the right spot to stand?
Yeah, I'm gonna just check on my phone just to make sure I'm getting a good view of
Okay.
the camera.
Should I go? Come back after a great first session. Now we have an amazing set of papers. We'll start with Fariha, an anatomy of US establishments, trade linkages in the global value chains.
All right. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And thanks again to the conference organizers for including our paper in this terrific program. I'm delighted to be presenting work joined with Aaron Flynn, Anhee Lee, and Kei-Mu Yi. So this is a paper about measuring the structure of US production networks. And so we're going to be mapping the linkages between imports, production, and exports at the level of the individual manufacturing establishment. And then we're going to document a set of statistics describing global value chains mediated by US manufacturers, and then examine factors that influence bilateral trade flows within GVCs through a gravity framework. And this is a paper that's going to be about goods flows only, both in terms of trade as well as production. So before proceeding, usual disclaimer applies. All opinions and conclusions are ours alone, and all results have undergone disclosure review. So key motivation for this work is the recognition that global value chains are a ubiquitous feature of production today. And a direct implication is that countries' exposures to various global shocks, such as the pandemic, is going to depend critically on how reliant firms are on GVCs to organize production. So GVC measurement is going to be central to our ability to assess the impact of various shocks on domestic economic outcomes, as well as assessing appropriate policy responses to those shocks. And the past several decades has seen tremendous progress in terms of GVC measurement, relying primarily on global input-output tables. So these are national input-output tables that are linked together by trade flows between countries. So for example, the University of Groningen publishes the World Input-Output Database, or the WIOD, a data set we're going to be using for comparison exercises in this paper, or the OECD's Intercountry Input-Output Table, or the ADB table that Oscar highlighted in his presentation. So these tables are very valuable resources to measure GVCs for comprehensive sets of countries and industries. However, by the very nature of input-output tables, the data tend to be quite a bit aggregated at the industry level and must rely on various proportionality assumptions in order to link trade flows together. And these together can systematically bias GVC measures. And so our main proposal in this paper is that you need as granular as data possible in order to capture the true linkages between imports and exports in an economy. So specifically, what we're going to be doing in this paper is measuring GVCs as the imported content of exports. And in order to construct these measures, we're going to map the purchase of intermediate inputs from various source countries by US manufacturing establishments that then put together these inputs with other parts and components to produce goods that are then exported to various destination countries. So for example, we'll be mapping the purchase of engines from Mexico by a car manufacturer that is then going to combine this with axles and tires and other parts and components to make a motor vehicle that's then exported to Germany. And given establishments are the most disaggregated economic unit in the US statistical system, we're able to provide the most granular set of linkages between imports, production, and exports for a 15-year period between 2002 and 2017. And this microdata infrastructure effectively allows us to establish two main results. The first is that we document the imported content of exports increased between 2002 and 2017. And if we were to construct analogous statistics utilizing assumptions embedded in input-output tables, we would find that the level of this measure was much lower and the trend quite a bit flatter over time. The second main result that we find in this paper is in regards to the various factors that shape the bilateral trade flows within GVCs. So we find evidence of strong complementarity between input-output markets. Specifically, we find that bilateral GVC flows tend to be higher when US manufacturers are sourcing from and selling to the same market, which we describe as round-trip linkages. And we also find that when all three markets, the input market, the US, and the output market, are in a regional trade agreement or RTA, those flows tend to be higher than when they're not. And we also show that if we were to use global input-output tables, specifically WIOD in our context, these patterns would be much more muted, especially because of the proportionality assumptions that are embedded in these tables. And in the final part of the paper, which I will not have time to go through today, we basically explore characteristics of fixed costs of exporting and importing within existing models that feature both foreign sourcing and foreign sales to understand better what are the drivers of the strong complementarity result that we see. So to get to the results a little bit quicker, I won't go through a detailed literature review, but note here that our work is made possible by the advancements in both GVC measurement and microdata linkage that has happened before us, especially by several people in this room here today. And we think of our contribution as being complementary to existing efforts to improve GVC measurement, at least in the context of the United States. So let me jump to our measure and the data that we're going to be using to construct these GVC measures. So as I indicated earlier, we're going to be measuring the imported content of exports. So this is a measure that was proposed by K over 20 years ago, which they described as vertical specialization. And in our context, what we are going to capture is going to be the imported content from a source country M embodied in the exports to a destination country N by an establishment E operating in a 6-digit NAICS industry S at time T. So this is going to be a dollar value measure at the establishment level. And there are two important caveats I want to note at the get-go. The first is that our measure of GVC is going to rely wholly on direct trade. So for instance, if an establishment is purchasing inputs from a domestic wholesaler, and that domestic wholesaler is purchasing that input from abroad, in our current classification methodology, these inputs are not going to be categorized as being imported. So we don't have indirect trade in this measure of GVC. The second caveat to highlight from the get-go is that we implicitly have an import proportionality assumption embedded in this measure, which is that we assume imported inputs are going to be used in the same proportion for the production of goods intended for the domestic market as it is intended for the export market. So with this in mind, let me tell you about the two main confidential microdata sources from the US Census Bureau that we use for this analysis. So the first is the Census of Manufacturers. This is a survey sent to almost all manufacturing establishments operating in the US every 5 years as part of the economic census, and establishments report the total value of the shipments or receipts, which we're going to be using our measure of gross output. Then we're going to use the longitudinal firm trade transactions database, or the LIFTED, in order to measure imported inputs and produced exports. So the LIFTED contains the universe of import transactions valued above $2,000 and export transactions valued above $2,500, and we know the firm that's undertaking each of these transactions. However, there are two main challenges. The first is that the firm doesn't report the intended use of these inputs. Are they of these imports? Are they going to be used as inputs or in some further downstream activities? And we also don't know of all the products exported by the firm, which ones were actually produced by one of their manufacturing establishments. And the related challenge is that we don't know the exact establishments that are utilizing these inputs and producing these exports. And this is a non-trivial problem to quickly highlight, in that the firms in our sample that are both exporting and importing tend to operate across many industries. So for the firms in our sample, on average, they operate in about 5 4-digit NAICS industries and almost 7 6-digit NAICS industries. So it's important to be able to allocate these imports and these exports correctly at the establishment level. So how do we deal with this challenge? Is that we're going to make use of additional information that establishments report as part of the census of manufacturers in these so-called trailer files. So let me start with the imported input classification. And here we're going to utilize information that establishments report in terms of the detailed material product codes that are used as inputs in their production process. So to give you a sense of what this looks like, let's take the rolled steel shape manufacturing sector. Establishments are going to receive a form that lists these material codes. There's about 14 of them. I'm showing you 5 here. And they'll report the associated dollar values, in some select instances quantities, which we do not use in this paper. And we're going to map these detailed product codes to the 10-digit harmonized tariff system classification, which is what the import data is collected with, using a concordance developed by Justin Pierce and Peter Schott. So once we have done this mapping, we're going to be able to identify of all the 10-digit HTS goods that the firm is importing, which ones are inputs that are used by one of their establishments, and we'll allocate that import value to individual establishments by the share of their use of a particular product code in the firm's total use of that product. And the final outcome of this exercise is that we classify about 60% of the average firm's imports as being inputs. And we document that for the representative manufacturing establishment, about 17% of the total cost of materials are represented by imported inputs. And we undertake a similar exercise on the export side.
Was it listed as an input? Is that still going to be?
It will be there. It will be an input. So there is this category, and Teresa knows this data very well, is in this material product codes and also for the produced products, which I'll show you, there's a category called not elsewhere specified or indicated, NESOI. So there's going to be some set of imports that we cannot directly match as being listed in these codes, but we're going to apportion the NESOI. What we do is we first ensure that the products that are being imported are not actually on the list of products that the establishment says that they're producing. Then out and apportion them with their NESOI shares. And I can talk about that in detail if other questions remain. So moving to the export side, to give you a sense of what are the detailed product codes that the establishments report in these product trailer files. Again, going back to the rolled steel shape manufacturing sector, establishments will receive a form that lists these detailed products, and they're going to report the associated dollar values. And we're going to map these detailed product codes to the 10-digit Schedule B HS codes, which export data are collected. And this mapping, again, is made possible by the Pearson-Schott concordance. And once we do, we will be able to tag all the 10-digit Schedule B HS codes that are actually manufactured by one of the firm's establishments. And we're going to apportion that export value to individual establishments based on the share of the establishment's dollar value produced for that product in the firm's total production of that product. And the outcome of this exercise is that we classify about 70% of the average firm's exports as being produced by one of its manufacturing establishments. This is actually a statistics that's very similar to one found in the case of Belgium by Andy Bernard and co-authors, where firms are found to be basically carrying along 30% of products that they're not actually producing. And we also document that for the representative manufacturing establishment, about 9% of the total value of their shipments are manufactured exports. So now that we have a sense of how we have constructed these data linkages, we now want to turn to thinking about what do these GVC statistics look like for the manufacturing sector. So we're going to start with our establishment level GVCs, aggregate this up to the sectoral level, and we're going to normalize it by the total exports in that particular sector. And then this green expression, we're going to construct analogous statistics, but using assumptions that would be embedded in input-output tables, which is to say, the input-output tables will not have establishment-level GVCs, but rather we will only have information on aggregate exports, aggregate imports, aggregate gross output at the sectoral level with which we will construct these GVCs, and similarly scale it by the total exports in the sector. And so what do we find? Using the microdata linkages, this blue line is showing the imported content of US exports over this 5-year period. So take the 2002 data point, for example. What this is saying is that for every dollar of produced exports, 13 cents represent imported inputs. And this is increasing over time, with some plateauing out in 2017 with a little over 20 cents per dollar of produced exports. So what this picture is telling us is that US manufacturers' reliance on foreign inputs has been increasing over this time period with some evidence of potentially plateauing out. And what do we see when we use the aggregate assumption embedded in the data so if we were to use the input-output tables to construct this measure is that the imported content of exports is much lower, and we see the plateauing out happening starting in 2007. And we document in separate work that the divergence in these two green and blue lines is being driven by downward aggregation bias because importing and exporting are positively correlated at the establishment level. And we also wanted to then explore, well, does the overall manufacturing picture comport with the subsectors within the manufacturing sector? And so what this graph here is showing is for 18 sub-manufacturing sectors, the imported content of exports ranked by their 2002 values, and then all the other colorful symbols are for the different years in the sample. One main takeaway here is that by and large, for almost all of these subsectors, the imported content of exports increased between 2002 and 17, although always not monotonically. So for example, electrical equipment and appliances, that increase was quite large, as well as for motor vehicles and furniture. And then other sectors like petroleum and coal, we don't see much change over time. And we also show using WIOD data that if we were to reconstruct these measures with the aggregated input-output information, it would also feature downward aggregation bias.
The final product computers, or so 60% of the computers come from abroad, or all the components that come from computers, and then the components of computers, 60% come from abroad.
So this is showing the share of the imported components reflected in the exports of that sector. Yes, it is the components. Yes, correct. So now I want to turn to thinking through what are the determinants of the bilateral trade flows within particular GVCs through the lens of a gravity framework. And so here we're going to start out with our establishment level GVC measures and then look at all the bilateral pair M and N country flows. We're going to do so by linking it with data from CEPI, particularly to understand the role of trade frictions proxied by distance and the role of trade policy as proxied by regional trade agreements. Yes, so we've done this for, once we have the granular linkages, it can be taken many different places. These were some choices made just to fix ideas, get a sense of what's going on in the broader sector, but that's absolutely correct. Going back to our establishment level measure, we do have the product and the commodity. And so it's possible to do that, but it'll have its own set of challenges in terms of proportionality assumptions, allocations, et cetera, but it is possible. So turning to thinking about the role, basically the role of distance and RTAs in this measure, I think it's helpful to think through exactly what are we capturing that typical bilateral trade flows that are studied in gravity models are capturing. So we're not just going to be looking at trade flows between the US and Mexico and the US and Italy. Rather, we're going to be tracing the trade flows in terms of inputs coming from Mexico to the US, and that's then some magic happens in the US and stuff gets exported to Italy. And that's the particular flow we're going to pick up. And so for us, the notion of distance is not just going to be the distance between these two pairs of countries, but the total distance, which we're calling this combined distance. And the other distance that we can study in the context of this basically multi-country supply chain is whether it matters how far the input and output markets are. So does it matter that it's as far away as Italy and Mexico, or it might be as close as Italy and Spain, because there's a lot of production sharing that happens between the input-output markets for this particular GVC chain to actually come about. And a particular subset of this direct distance is going to be the round trip, which is when the input and output market are the same, because maybe there's some additional coordination costs, et cetera, that are lowered when the activities in the input-output market are happening essentially in the same country. So we're going to be able to explore all these three different notions of distance to think about the role of trade frictions, formally by regressing these bilateral GVC flows between country M and N that's going through the US on all these different distance indicators, plus an input country by time fixed effect and an output country by time fixed effect. And in subsequent regressions, we will also explore the role of RTAs. And in particular, we can explore several combinations of RTAs that we cannot in a bilateral setting. So we can ask whether it matters that only the input and output market have an RTA, or whether it's important for the US to be in an RTA with both of these markets, or all three markets to be in an RTA. So I'm going to start out with showing you the results for distance. So here, focus on the last column when we have all the measures together. And the main takeaway here is that bilateral GVC flows tend to be higher when input-output markets are closer together. Especially, we see this really large effect for the round trip indicator, which suggests that bilateral GVC flows are about 3 to 4 times higher when they're in this round trip linkage versus when they're not. Then turning to the role of trade policy as proxied by RTA, we're going to be controlling for the combined distance and the round trip indicator and looking at the different types of RTAs, with the least comprehensive on the left-hand side to the most comprehensive on the right-hand side. And here, which I think are very intuitive results, that while an RTA between the input-output market does boost GVC flows, the impact is much larger when the US is involved in an RTA with both the markets, and the largest when all three markets are in an RTA. So these results provide us evidence that trade frictions are important, and trade policy has a role to play in shaping these bilateral GVC flows. So next, let me turn to thinking about the role of the different aggregation and proportionality assumptions that are embedded in these tables and can change the true picture of the underlying dynamics in the economy. So, indicated earlier, we're going to be using the WIAT for all our comparison exercises. So they have 18 manufacturing industry level information and 43 countries with the rest of the world aggregate. These 43 countries do tend to be oversampled from Europe, a point I'm going to come back to, especially when we think about the role of distance and RTAs in the gravity framework. The two proportionality assumptions that are embedded in these tables are first the import proportionality and what we describe as pairwise proportionality. So import proportionality is much more well known, where the idea here is that when the statistician doesn't know the source countries of imports across sectors, the imports by source country will be allocated to different sectors based on the economy-wide shares of those imports from the different countries. But, and this will especially impact measures of import cost shares by source countries across industries. And I'll talk through how that shows up, at least in the US data. Then the pairwise proportionality assumption essentially we're connecting imports and exports between countries. And this is not as well known. And so I want to spend just a few minutes walking through an example to highlight what do we mean by pairwise proportionality. So suppose we have a very simple economy, single sector, there are two firms. Firm one is importing a commodity from Mexico and exporting a final product to the UK. And then we have a second firm that's importing the same commodity, but from China, and exporting the same product, but to Germany. So if we were to construct bilateral GVC measures for this hypothetical economy, we would find that about $30 worth of Mexican inputs are embedded in the exports to the UK, and $30 worth of Chinese inputs are embedded in exports to Germany. However, in tables like WIOD, all we would observe is the total exports and imports by the different source and destination countries. And GVCs from this data would basically give us non-zero GVC flows between all pairwise combinations of countries that are available in the data. So pairwise proportionality essentially oversmooths and flows when true GVC flows are actually going to be zero. And we'll see how this actually impacts when we think about the role of distance and RTAs in shaping these bilateral flows. So let me first start by thinking through the role of import proportionality assumptions on measures of import cost shares by source countries. So what we do is we construct these country cost shares across industries using the census data and then the WIOD data. And that correlation that we get for the overall manufacturing sector is about 0.64. So it's positive, but it's quite a bit less than 1. And to give you sectoral variation, if we do this correlation, we see that for some sectors like motor vehicles, base metals, import proportionality does quite well. But then sectors like pharmaceutical and chemical products, it doesn't do as well. And you may have some guesses, but Ireland is the answer to the pharmaceutical low correlation here. So import proportionality matters, and it matters especially in certain sectors above others. And I think we can get a better sense of why proportionality matters if we focus on Chinese input cost shares in the US manufacturing sector. So here the red bars are using the census data, and the green bars are using the WIOD data. The leftmost side is showing the shares for the overall manufacturing sector. One main takeaway here is that if we were to use the WIOD data, we're essentially going to show that the Chinese input cost shares across the US manufacturing sector is much lower than using these, the newly linked census data, especially for sectors such as computer and electronics, electrical equipment, appliances. But interestingly, for WIOD actually gives us a higher share. So yeah.
So if I understood well, the comparison between the two in aggregate should amount to the same, but it's just how it differs is in how you apportion to the different countries. Am I wrong?
That is correct.
And if that's the case, why is it that you see basically the pink bars always higher than the green ones?
Well, they're not all vehicles and paper. They're not always higher. And
which they will aggregate to the same.
You mean like for the overall manufacturing sector over there? So you see that with the census data, we see that the Chinese input shares are higher. So the main point here is that with import proportionality, the shares by the source countries across these sectors would be higher versus the aggregate statistics that I showed you where we are not going to see this. So I think an important implication that comes out of why we should care about import proportionality is suppose we want to understand the impact of tariffs on intermediate inputs coming from China on the US manufacturing sector, and we were to construct measures of exposure to the tariff using the WIOD data. For most of the sectors, we would underestimate that exposure. Although for some sectors like motor vehicles, we'd actually overestimate that exposure, and that would change our understanding of how those tariffs might impact manufacturing activity. So then, before turning to showing you how the proportionality assumptions impact the gravity results that we saw, I want to just highlight what we're going to do is we have our bilateral GVC measure that comes from the establishment level aggregations, but we're also going to create analogous measures just like we did for the aggregate GVC statistics by aggregating up to the country industry level to construct these bilateral measures because that's what we would actually get in the WIOD to then think through the role assumptions that are embedded in these global input-output tables. So first, we start by taking the correlation again between the country pair GVC values across industries using the census and the WIOD data. And here we see that the correlation is about 0.42. So it's quite a bit less, but remember that the WIOD will also have import proportionality embedded in it, as well as pairwise proportionality. So let's turn to now thinking through the role of these pairwise proportionality assumptions, especially for the results on round-trip linkages. So what we're going to do is regress the following, or run the following specification where we have the combined distance, the round-trip indicator, and the three-way RTA on the census data and the WIOD data. And what we see right away is that the distance and then the RTA results are no longer present using the WIOD data, and the round-trip linkage is significantly muted. And we want to understand what are the drivers of the differences between the results in these two columns. So first, we take our census sample and just restrict it to the 43 countries in the WIOD, because one might worry it's just a sample coverage issue. And indeed, that's the case when we think about the role of RTAs and distance, which is not surprising because the WIOD tends to oversample European countries, which tend to be closer together. They're in a customs union, so there may not be enough variation to capture the role of distance and RTAs on these bilateral GVC flows. However, the round-trip linkage is invariant to the sample coverage. It's really strong, very similar in magnitude to the results using census data. So now we want to turn to thinking about the role of pairwise proportionality. So we're going to use the establishment level data that has been aggregated up to the country industry level to mimic the WIOD. And here, what happens is that we see the RTA results are now there because we have more than 43 countries in the sample, and the round-trip linkage result is severely muted. So certainly has a role to play when thinking about this input-output market complementarity result. And the distance result is significant, but it is positive, which is puzzling. However, if you remember what pairwise proportionality does is it's actually going to give us positive GVC values between countries that are probably not trading and are far apart, which might be the reason for this positive coefficient. And we confirm this by restricting this sample further to just all the possible pairs where there's a true GVC flow. And we now see that the distance, this positive result basically on distance goes away, but we still see a role for the regional trade agreements, and the round-trip linkage effectively remains very small. So finally, on this sample, we restrict attention to the 43 countries that are also in the WIOD, to get us as close to the WIOD sample as we can. And here we see that the RTA results are no longer present, negative and significant, and then the round-trip linkage remains very small. So the difference between columns 5 and 6, remember, is that 6 also has import proportionality embedded in it. But these runs essentially help us establish that pairwise proportionality plays a role in terms of thinking through this role of input-output market complementarity, and sample coverage certainly influences results for regional trade agreements, and in instances distance, which makes sense in terms of which countries actually have RTAs, et cetera. So I think I am doing okay on time, and I will just conclude by summarizing that we have constructed these granular linkages between imports, production, and exports to document the imported content of exports for the US manufacturing sector, and think through the role of distance and RTAs in shaping bilateral trade flows within GVCs, and especially thinking through the role of the various proportionality assumptions that are typically embedded in these global input-output tables, which are terrific data assets, but can potentially skew our view of these links to essentially globalization. So the next steps that we are essentially working on right now is refining our GVC measures to include indirect trade, and also further develop the model that can be calibrated to the data to better understand the drivers, especially of that complementarity result between input and output markets. So thank you so much for your time and attention. I look forward to your feedback.
The next paper is risks in the electronic supply chain from soup to nuts. David Bryan, right?
Burn, yeah. Where am I going here? There we go.
There's a comment in the
Somebody remind me what I do here is a control. Thank you. Getting old. Thank you for putting me on the program. Oh. Am I not?
I think you have to unshare the old one and then share it.
Oh, okay. Can you help me?
Yeah, yeah. Let's see what we can do.
Thanks. Thanks. So I should say at the outset, this is very early stage work. Like Oscar, I get questions about this kind of stuff from policymakers all the time. So I had a lot of scraps of things lying around. So when I saw the call for papers out there, this is an opportunity to kind of try to do something more coherent. Chad sort of sniffed that out and sent me an email and said, are you going to have a paper? And if you look, there is a paper length document there, but calling it a paper is a little bit generous. Anyways, lots of loose threads, very interested in comments. Just to set expectations as well, like the approach I'm taking here is not to actually trace specific value chains like Faria did. I'm taking more of a global sector look at what's going on with various kinds of risks. And the interconnections among countries are not well covered here. The motivation, don't need to tell you, is a variety of things: the pandemic, threats about invasion to Taiwan, climate change, et cetera, et cetera. And this is very much on the agenda for policymakers and for people in general. You can see that in this Google Ngrams chart. So the problem with this kind of analysis or this kind of indicator is, of course, that the data generating process doesn't stay stable over time. Like the book industry changes. These are all book references to various things. This is sort of like, the flurry of papers that we're looking at tweets all exploded when Elon bought Twitter. You have a really big break in your so, I mean, the question I had is, okay, so we had all these disruptions. Are they really unusual? We're definitely talking about them more. But there's disruptions all the time in the electronic sector. Like you may have heard that Hurricane Helene, all the flooding that happened outside of Asheville, that's the location for like 95% of the mining of high purity quartz that's used to produce silicon wafers. So, that kind of thing happens all the time. There's floods, there's wars, tsunamis, et cetera. So the idea was, okay, can we produce some indicators that sort of are a direct look at like the forcing function for this system, the risks themselves, which is complementary to a lot of the other work. So of course, these disasters are increasingly relevant to us in the United States because of rising import penetration. The chart on the right shows you just the frequency of natural disasters in what's called the MDAT database in countries that are important in the electronic sector. And that frequency has actually been going down over time. I'm not looking at magnitudes here, but that's kind of a cautionary note when we think about how much to react to recent events, and that we should try to go to the data when we can. So the goals here are to try to produce some indicators that are consistent over time across economies, across different kinds of risk that we can use for macroeconomic analysis, ultimately to look at firm behavior and see how they react to different kinds of risks. That's not in this paper. But once we have a model of firms that's appropriately calibrated by the data, then we can start talking about policy effects and think about, okay, so the CHIPS Act, is that something that's actually going to have a important effect on supply chain risks, or is that just pork barrel politics tarted up with economics? We don't know until we have a good model of this. So what I do is to build disruption indexes from 2000 forward that are based on data sources that give you event history for disasters of various kinds. And then I have economy level value added weights for some of the stages in the electronics supply chain. Like you can think, I've got the nuts nailed down and the cheese, but like the soup and the aperitif, those are still a work in progress, but I'll get there. And the disasters I'm looking at are natural disasters of all kinds, floods, cyclones, etc., industrial accidents, and transportation accidents. So let's take a look at the electronics sector. You're probably familiar with this to some degree, but the importance of this picture is to kind of highlight that all the discussion about chip fabs and so on is all well and good, but this is a very complicated set of industries. And what tends to happen is, these things are produced in fixed proportions with single source suppliers, specialized on. So a disruption anywhere in this supply chain could possibly have important downstream effects. Each one of these things, each one of these boxes is a distinct industry, right? From a NAICS perspective, there's a different production function for each of them. And what that means is, like, there's some drivers of dispersion here. Some of these industries are labor intensive, like the testing and assembly, at least in a relative sense, is labor intensive compared to the chip fabrication. Product assembly, obviously, some are more focused on tangibles, the manufacturing of the equipment that manufactures the chips themselves, and then the chip fabs. There aren't that many people on the factory floor. And then, of course, intangibles intensive, software design, right? These are things where IP considerations are really important. And for all three of these, the specific composition of labor that you're looking for is quite different. So that's going to drive this sort of global dispersion. And then that's kind of catalyzed by the fact that, the value to weight ratio for electronics is super high, right? So most of these things are going back and forth in air cargo, and they can spread out quite a bit more than you could for, say, washing machines. Mm-hmm.
So there is one Dutch company, now that we have someone from Netherlands, that is in charge of making the machine that prints.
Yep.
Where is that in your?
That's the equipment manufacturing line.
So that's equipment.
Yeah, so that's ASML. They produce the leading edge lithography equipment. That's received a lot of attention for trade policy and so on. We can come back to that at the end. So something to keep in mind here is my intention is to sort of look at these year in and year out shocks and how they propagate, and sort of, strategic considerations between us and China and so forth are really more of a sort of game theoretic discussion that we won't get into here. But that stuff is important too. So some more sort of stylized facts about the industry. It has very low supply elasticity, at least in some of the industries. Part of that is because electronics depreciate very rapidly. We all know that these prices fall very fast, and that's the part of the depreciation equation that matters a lot here. This is the pace of investment prices relative to other kinds of equipment. Not only that, building a new plant is, you know, $10 to $30 billion. You build this plant with, you know, $20 billion worth of equipment in it. You know, 2-3 years later, that equipment is behind the bleeding edge and its value just plummets, right? So you got to recoup your costs very quickly. So the decision about whether to build another plant is a little more fraught than in some industries. And then on top of that, you know, as we all kind of learned during the pandemic, we didn't know already, is a lot of these chips are custom, right? So the things that TSMC is making are specific to particular products. Already 40% of the industry was these custom chips. Now it peaked at 50, it's come down a little bit. So, you know, the process of getting your specific custom chip made is, there's a lot of strategy involved there too for TSMC. They're going to allocate capacity to you well in advance. And, you know, there's a process of developing specific calibrations of their machines to meet your design and so on. So, you know, if suddenly everybody wants computers for their home office and they don't want something else, whatever it is, they're not likely to just turn on a dime and change the composition of their production. So that's another issue that causes this kind of low supply elasticity that cropped up during the pandemic. So let's talk about the pandemic for a second. I mean, there's definitely a supply shock component to it. There were various lockdowns and illnesses that restricted labor supply in Malaysia and China. That mattered a lot. It's also the case that because there were fewer passenger flights, air cargo capacity went down. A lot of the transportation of goods is happening, you know, in the hold of passenger planes. And then unrelated to the pandemic, there were a bunch of other things going on. There's a drought in Taiwan, there were storms in Texas, fires in Japan, and all that kind of stuff. So I think we tend to think of these things in the pandemic as supply shocks, but it's important not to forget that there's this huge demand shock too, right? So the orange line here is the shift toward durable goods in US consumption. And then within US consumption, the green line shows you this shift toward electronics. So you have this composition shock, and you're going to go to the contract manufacturer and say, you know, we want to produce a lot more home computers. And they're going to say, well, you know, there's this pandemic going on. It's only going to last a year or two. Am I going to disrupt my relationship with Apple producing chips for iPhones just so we have this transitory reshuffling when it's just going to go away? And the same thing is true for the decision about building plants. You have to worry about sort of the persistence of the shock. It looks like that electronics shift is persisting, but that's another question. Okay, so what happened in the pandemic? You can see on the upper left, this is just the US semiconductor industry, which is a very specialized animal, but that's where we have good data. And you can see that utilization, you know, jumps up to 100 for a while. So they were at peak production. You can see air freight. The black line is the price of air freight coming into the United States. You know, that jumped up 50% immediately and went up even further. And then on the upper right, you see lead times for semiconductor deliveries. The blue line is the average, and then the orange line is the worst case. So it turns out that in these data, the worst case was what are called timing integrated circuits, right? So we talk about clock speed in our computers. Well, there is an actual clock. It's an integrated circuit, and it's sending out these little pulses at a regular frequency. And that's what's sort of governing, keeping everything in order in all different kinds of electronic systems. And for whatever reason, the supply didn't meet the demand. And you can see that the lead time went from 10 days to 50 days and stayed high for a while. It is true that there's this capacity of about 20% more in terms of wafer shipments coming online, but that arrived too late to mitigate this. And passenger travel returns, you can see the air freight prices came down. And then, interestingly, there is this big shift toward vehicle chips going on because of EVs, but also because of, you know, all the crazy driver-assisted things going on. But that's a shift that everybody saw coming, right? So that didn't cause the same kind of problems as that sudden shift toward home office equipment. Didn't have the same kind of effect. Okay, So what kind of data sources am I using? There's this incredible data source produced by UC Leuven in Belgium called EMDAT. They track disasters over time, going back to the 19th century, but the part that they endorse for using as in time series analysis is from 2000 forward. A disaster here is something that caused 10 fatalities or more, 100 people or more were affected, a state of emergency declared, international assistance requested, that kind of thing. And from them, I'm looking at 3 different kinds of disaster, natural disasters, but also industrial accidents of various kinds and transportation accidents. Really incredible data. I will say that, there are a variety of measures associated with each disaster. In the case of natural disasters, I looked at, a magnitude of, the number of people that they say were affected. And that's only available for about 70% of the disasters. So I'm looking at some imputation for that. The other kinds of disasters didn't seem quite as relevant to look at that measure, and it's also not widely available. So for those, it's just a count of disasters in specific countries. They have more detailed geographic location information. I hope to exploit that as well, because obviously manufacturing is not uniformly distributed across the country, or at least not distributed, in the same, it doesn't have the same distribution as disasters do, is the point. And then the instability, there's this great data set from the World Bank called Worldwide Governance Indicators. They collate data from a variety of different sources, and they create these indicators, 6 different kinds. And they're a measure of sort of the relative ranking of these different countries. They don't have an aggregate. I just use a geometric mean across the 6 of them. That goes from 1996 forward. You can see this is just a picture for selected countries, the United States, China, and Taiwan, of these different WGIs. It doesn't jump out at you as being terribly important what the weights are, but in any event, I weighted them equally. You can see, in the case of the United States on the left, that big drop is 9/11. So that's a measure of terrorist attacks as well as various other kinds of political disruption. And then, the other interesting thing is that for China, you can see the green line, which is the governance indicator, is climbing quite a bit over time. For natural disasters, just to zero in on one thing for a second, these are some selected labor-intensive countries. You can think of them as being alternatives to China. I should put Costa Rica in here. I'll fix that. But you can see that for China, there's this climb in natural disaster frequency, the number of people affected by natural disasters over time, but then there's this drop off more recently. And that's this kind of interesting story. So as you may know, China's done a lot to build infrastructure to mitigate flood risk. Right, so they have what are called sponge cities, including Shenzhen, where a huge share of the global electronics sector is. They've just built all this infrastructure to absorb and mitigate risk. They also have like a channel that they built between the Yangtze and the Yellow River valleys to shift water back and forth, which is just mind-boggling to think about. But that's what's going on there. The number of people affected by floods is going down. I mean, it's still kind of the land of floods, but they've adapted. And then you can see that alternatives like Vietnam, Mexico are less risky with regard to natural disasters. The one at the top is Philippines. That's much worse. Just to give you a flavor of the weights I'm using, these are weights from what's called Reed Electronics. If you're doing work in this area, that's where you should go. They do a lot of work to harmonize the country level data for electronics at the sort of product level, where product here is like computers versus communications equipment versus electromedical devices and the like. And of course, the big trends here are China is accounting for a rising share of final electronics assembly. The US is falling, Japan is falling. The US is probably not falling as much as you might think, depending on your priors. What else? So concentration is rising over time, as you might expect, as measured by an HHI. So the weights that I have completed are the final electronics assembly, chip production, and other component production. I say completed, I'm using them from Reed, so they're ready-made. Other things I'm working on, using some, sort of data entrepreneurship or whatever, mining, mineral processing, raw wafer production, and the like. And then eventually, I hope to get to intangibles, but I consider that kind of a separate paper. The supply chain issues there are quite different. Okay, so what kind of results do I get? The first thing I did was I looked at this just as sort of a first stage look at trading partners, or last stage from a supply chain perspective, I guess. And you can see that, so the blue line here is, sorry, it's very, very small, hard to read. Electronics imports is the blue line, okay? And then red is all states. So you can see that the risk with regard to political instability, natural disaster, transportation accident are all higher in the countries that we import electronics or electronic components from. Industrial accident actually is kind of a toss-up, which may be surprising. And then you can also see with the dashed blue line, which holds the shares fixed at 2000 values, that a huge share of what's going on is shift toward China and toward other countries where risks are higher. Like the within country trends are not terribly interesting, except the bit about China that I pointed out. And then the last thing is that the green line is the US values for these different risk indicators. A lot less transportation accidents, a lot fewer natural disasters, a lot fewer people affected, but then there was a big blizzard in 2019 that's showing up in that last data point for the United States. So what I did was, rather than focus on the direct trading partners, I just took a step back and looked at the global sector as a whole, using these weights, and aggregated up these indicators. Like no, econometrics involved here. This is just weighted averages. But you can see that for natural disasters, the electronic supply chain got a lot riskier, and then the risk fell off primarily because what I was talking about in China, and some other things going on. Industrial accident pops up a little bit, then comes down, but these other kinds of risk are all lower now than they used to be, at least according to these measures. Natural disaster risks are still 50% higher. How much to make out of those magnitudes, I'm not sure, but it's just kind of illustrating the trends. And then an interesting point that kind of jumps out at you when you look a little bit more granular. So blue here is general electronics. So this is like PCs, smartphones, and the like, which are much more likely to be made in China. The risks there of various kinds are a lot higher. And then the dashed blue line, sorry, can't even read my own writing. Special purpose electronics is the dashed orange line, and that's like MRI machines, defense and space equipment, and so on. The risk is a lot lower, and the reason for that is that's what we still do here. Since 2010, we've produced almost no computers, but we still do things that have a high, IP risk component. And then something similar is going on with semiconductors. The risk is a lot lower, not because we're doing them here, but because they're happening in Taiwan and South Korea and not in China. And then you look at the other non-chip components, which are also primarily in China, and the risk is a lot higher. So, you can see this sort of choice behavior by these industries. They're putting things that are more risky with regard to intellectual property, that require more specialized labor in places that are actually less risky with regard to these other things. Yep.
The US is big, and fair enough, so is China. But then there's some places that always have a hurricane, Florida. So how
Yeah.
you're dealing with?
Yeah, so these are scaled according to the proportion of the population that's recorded as affected by the natural disaster. but the composition within the country I have not accounted for yet. But the data is there, and that'll be, you know, sort of the next step. So that's where I wanted to stop. I'll just say that, again, the idea is to produce data that other folks can use, you know, to look at the significance of these things. I was talking to Faria about this, like, it's not apparent that these are the things that firms are reacting to, but that's certainly something that you can test with the data. And then once you have these reaction functions, you can think more about policy effects in the future. So thank you.
Do I stop and then restart? Okay. Not open. Can I get out of that? No, but I have to still share. Share. Oh. I need to hide names. Meeting control, then I will try to like make it little. Can I make it little?
You can move it.
Okay. Okay, good. Does this clicker work? No. But if I do this, people can see it. Okay, great. So thank you so much to the organizers for asking me to discuss these two papers. It's great to be here in this room again. I will confess I already discussed in the summer one of these papers in this room. So also given the audience and I think some of the goals of the conference, I'm going to try to do a much more big picture type of discussion, trying to link between what I think we as academics and researchers are doing, and then what it sounds like some of the policy needs and whatnot are. So I'll get started. Okay. So I think there's kind of three big picture questions that we should all have in our mind when we're looking at these papers, when we're thinking about our research. I mean, obviously one, and what these papers today or in this session just did, is trying to measure how are supply chains organized across countries. And I think a lot of the questions from the audience have highlighted exactly what we mean by that. You know, how geographically dispersed are they? How reliant on one type of country are we for particular supply inputs or goods? One type of firm that might be from that country. So, you know, even if Apple starts sourcing from Foxconn in India, is that really diversifying or not? You know, those kinds of questions that we need a lot more information on. Why does GVC trade matter? I mean, I think there's a long list here that I could go through of trade economists have been talking about why input trade and trade that's part of a global value chain can have different effects from final good trade. I think the focus really on today is the propagation of shocks to domestic production. I mean, obviously, any kind of disruption in trade is going to affect consumers, right? If we can't get the goods we need. But here, the idea is that there's maybe some kind of magnification because U.S. firms also can't produce the goods that they need to make. That can affect employment and have these kind of bigger, longer lasting effects. And then finally, and I think I just really want to raise this point, I do this with the MBAs when I teach them about policy, is we want to be very disciplined if we're trying to go from the first two questions and answering the effect of GVC trade on outcomes, is also to say, if we want to come up with policy, we've got to, that's going to be kind of welfare improving, make things better. We want to carefully identify what are the market failures, okay? I mean, in some cases, firms have already adjusted to some of the shocks, right? We saw that for the neon that you need from Ukraine, we were in much better shape when the Ukraine war started than we would have been pre-COVID because firms had realized they needed to build up inventories. Firms can realize that they're going to need to multi-source instead of single source. And I think we want to be much more explicit about recognizing what are cases in which the firms themselves have an investment or an interest in investing in more resilient supply chains versus there are maybe market failures like national security concerns. I'll say maybe that's outside of what a firm might internalize, and also externalities. Like there could be that, you know, the whole supply chain has to move at the same time and no single firm is going to be able to elicit that change. Or it could be that there's spillovers where if you have enough of firms in a location, then you're going to get positive productivity gains. Firms could be there profitably, but until you get that initial scale, you know, it's not going to move to the US. So I think those are the main questions that should be guiding us as we go through a lot of the papers today. So the two papers in the session today were really about providing new measures for GVC trade. And they both, I think, went through those pretty quickly. So I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to jump right to what I think is the main message of Faria and her co-authors paper. And I think kind of for the purposes of how we as researchers approach the data, it's like you get a huge difference, right? If you drill down into the firm level detail on which firms and which industries are importing and from which countries, compared to if you rely on the lower green line, is how these types of measures were traditionally constructed using the aggregate IO tables that were referenced in the first presentation today. And so it seems important to take this micro level detail into consideration to get some kind of accurate picture of what's going on. And here they're showing that it also, you know, you got to drill down into industries, right? Because this right here, that 20% average, I mean, that's, you know, totally irrelevant in paper. It's hard to imagine, you know, what foreign inputs are embodied in the paper of US firms that are exporting paper. Maybe Canadian trees, but we have a lot of trees in North Carolina, right? So on the left, look over at electronics, that's where you see that these type of GVCs are much more important, where, I mean, by 2017 in electrical equipment and appliances, it looks like almost the majority of inputs are foreign. So remember that. I'm going to come back to that because it's going to be a very important point I want to just make in a couple minutes. Now, I want to link that. So what's great about these two sessions, did you guys organizers do this on purpose? Look, you know, here's the sectors that are, you know, most kind of fragmented, most relying on foreign inputs. And then we have a paper that's digging into that sector, right? And going to actually now tell us, okay, so in this electronics, how can we look at the actual details of all the different stages of production and what's going on? And then can we take those details and combine them with really nice data on disasters and see like how has kind of risk in this sector changed? And you look at this aggregate picture, and as Dave explained, it looks like natural disasters were really high. What was that? That was a shift of electronic manufacturing towards China. Okay, and then China was just riskier. And then what happened? Why is it falling? Well, as he said, China got a lot better at mitigating floods. And so improvements within China lead to that fall in the orange line over time. So that's kind of nice. But I guess I feel like it's still missing a lot of the detail, the granularity we've got to get into. So I really like this second picture. And what I like most about this is, look, he's splitting up. I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is components. Okay, this orange line is the component risk, and the blue line is the final assembly risk. Okay, and Jose actually alluded to this in one of his questions. He said, I'm trying to avoid econ jargon, but he said, if we have Leontief production here, so what does that mean? That means if we have an input that is essential, right? We can't the iPhone without, you know, this chip in it, then this final assembly risk may not actually be a good measure of what is the final assembly risk, because that final assembly risk is like, you don't have the component. And I think that's what we really need to start taking a lot more seriously as researchers when we are constructing these measures, because that's what's actually going to matter, right, for domestic production and firms and overall welfare. So I kind of like this separating out that Dave has done. And then I just think I want to push even more to figure out like what kind of are those essential inputs, what structure in this industry really look like. And actually Dave is like already working towards that. So I learned all these cool things about this industry, rare earth production. I mean, if you look at this, we are just not making rare earth inputs in other countries. It's all China. And then I guess here, okay, we start up a little bit. And you saw this, I think, China is responding to some of what is being mentioned as potential new tariffs against China by saying, okay, well, like we're no longer going to export this input that NVIDIA needs to, make a chip. And I think, starting to come up with these kinds of measures and think about this is super important. So key message, industry and firm level detail matter. And I think we've got to start developing more realistic measures of resilience. They've got to vary by industry. They've got to take into consideration much more of these firm level linkages. And here, a push for trade economists. There's not so many of us in this room, but we love to come up with this one we call the trade elasticity. How responsive are trade flows to changes in costs, right? And I think what we have to do is start taking much more seriously the fact that that average elasticity is just not going to capture the type of phenomenon that are necessary, that are going on in these types of supply chains. So I think those are two kind of key messages that came out of these two papers that I think we should take moving forward. Laura's not flashing time at me, but, oh, okay. So I'm going to go through this second key point, which is the fragmentation of innovation and production, I think, is also crucial to measure. And Dave referenced this just for a second on the R&D stuff being a separate paper. But let me tell you, the US has a comparative advantage in innovation and R&D, okay? And the first paper is purely about physical inputs. Much of what we do in trade is all about physical inputs. That's because the data we have that are good are on physical inputs, right? But we have got to start thinking about, these broader measures. So, what's missed by the first paper? Ford manufacturing Fiestas in Mexico. That's going to be missed. Their imports of Fiestas, they might actually have a lot of US content in them, but we're missing that. Here's a former paper by Alonso de Gotari, where he actually showed, look on the left, you can see that foreign inputs in exports to the US from Mexico, 74% are US inputs. And this is still only physical goods. Where does the design for the Fiesta come from? Who was coming up with the ideas, the engineering, all of that? That's, happening in the US. Nike, that's been mentioned, that's happening in the US. These FGPs, firms that manufacture without having plants. Apple, right? Semiconductors, what America does really well is innovate, do R&D. We got to measure that. Now, before Laura dings me. Oh, okay, good. 2 minutes. So here, this is a paper I was trying to come up with new ways from the census data, and I will say Faria's also done some work on this. That's wonderful. Factoryless goods producers, these are firms that are producing goods in the broad economic sense, like Apple is making iPhones, but Apple's not a manufacturer, and Apple, is not making anything in the US. We're going to miss kind of that type of fragmentation when we focus only on physical inputs. And I think it's hugely important when we start thinking about risks to US production, right, and US comparative advantage. So that's a paper I have on that. Overall, I think really great progress that these two papers are making in terms of measuring global value chains and how production is dispersed around the world. And then I think they're pushing us that we've got to have a much deeper understanding of industry production functions. So kind of like more IO and less macro. Sorry to the macro theorists in the room. We want better, truer estimates of supply and trade elasticities. How easy is it to shift from sourcing from one firm or one country, a particular input, to another firm, other country? And that's, I think, where we would push us. And then finally, that we also want to think about that innovation stage. That is a huge input that the US provides. A ton of what we import contains US value added on that innovation design stage. It's almost impossible to separate the US value added versus the foreign value added because there's complementarities, right? You know, the iPhone exists because we could make it cheaply in China. And so I'll stop with that.
Very much. Discussions. Chad?
Thanks. A quick question for each of the presenters. Faria, the summary metric, it's a sense of imported inputs per dollar of exported product. Might be interesting. That can change in two polar ways. One is that the mix of inputs between imports and domestic inputs changes, and that's going to change the ratio. The other is that mix stays constant, but the value added domestically changes relative to the total input. I think it might be interesting to look at the breakdown between those two changes, because I think the economics of those could be different. And then Dave, I was thinking about how much of political risk is actually tied to instability per se. You can have, political risk tied to potential invasion of Taiwan. I don't know if it's going to show up until the invasion happens. It's not going to show up in the metrics, I think. And I don't know if there's a better way to do it, but it seems like that's something we'd want to capture.
Working. Two questions for David. First, on Teresa's point on market failures, you mentioned the customization of chips. I'm curious on how much you might think market power of the TSMCs of the world may play into that, and whether there's over customization, but it would be really interesting to see how much the measures of risk might change if that customization was relaxed. And then to Jim's point about data, on looking at the risks of minerals and with rare earths, are you able to distinguish between the raw minerals and refined minerals? Because with that upswing of US production, if we're shipping it to China for refining and shipping it back, that's not actually a relaxation of the risks, right?
Yeah, on Teresa's comment about finding things that are one item in the production chain that you absolutely have. I mean, I think of this as something I learned from Elaine Buckberg during the pandemic, that you can't ship a car unless the chip that activates the airbag is there, right? And it's a little tiny component of this large piece of equipment. But if you can't get that supply, if that supply chain gets stuck, then you have a problem. I'm looking at David nodding his head on pharmaceuticals, where similar kinds of things are the case. So I think one of the challenges that as an outsider listening to this discussion, I am struck by is figuring out how one tries to identify these, indispensable components within supply chains, and then think about how to build resilience around them. And unfortunately, an algorithm like, let's look at what the most important components by value are, or something like that for the products, may not lead you to the right answer in this question. So one of the things that I hope we'll have a chance to maybe talk a bit more about in the afternoon as part of the panel discussion is, how do we think about trying to identify these things? And then if we can identify them, is there a way that one can create an algorithm, tell Claude or ChatGPT how to begin thinking about these things, so that someone who would be at the Supply Chain Resiliency Center trying to identify this could learn something from this kind of activity.
Super interesting stuff. From thinking about the risks, one thing that but a lot of time we think risks and then feeding into fragility or reductions in resilience, but then on the other hand, an actor, right, to the increases in the risk, so that we take actually in a sense that actually high risk in certain generate innovation, the production. So I know if those kinds of changes.
Hello? Yes. So a question to Faria, but it's going back to what Jose said. I was a little bit confused because on average, the US at that time was importing 11, 13, 15, but around those numbers. But your measure gives a little bit more. And I was just wondering, because on average, it should be the average. And so I don't know where the difference is coming from. It might be that I just misunderstood something. I still want to make a case for the macro, just because, again, the Germany case shows that it was the mother of all shocks and something in the system substituted it be better than we gave it credit. And so I'm still reviving the macro. And the other thing I want to mention is from these works, I think it's clear what in the trade literature it has been said, but we blame trade and it was not trade's fault. For sure, in semiconductors, from what you mentioned, that was not the trade's fault. In fact, if probably all of that sector had been in the US, it would have been worse to reallocate to so quickly based on demand. So
Sure. So externalities first, I completely agree. That's the right way to think about things. And there's not enough of that in the policy discussion, right? So what's happening is that, in capacity, there's a peak load problem, right? So there's a reason why, the DC subway system stinks. It's because there's only 2 tracks and you go to New York and every station there's multiple tracks. So if there's a if there's a broken down train on one track in DC, all hell breaks loose, right? But who's going to pay for that? And then there's also this issue of inventories, right? If we had more inventories, that would help mitigate this. And but there's external effects there. The human capital market is imperfect. Smart people need to be next to each other apparently to convey knowledge in a lot of ways. And I guess I would just think, the other thing that didn't come up is that we should be thinking about these subsidies in a general equilibrium sense, right? So if all the factors are in use and, reallocation is pretty good, like the only way we're going to get more welfare is with more productivity, right? So moving in, like Teresa said, like the industry already adjusted to all of these factors. And there may be other kinds of imperfections that are distorting that. But what we should be thinking about is, okay, if we want to put a fab here, what's it going to do to productivity on net? And that seems to be missing in a lot of discussions. And so this issue of, so there's this critical input. So how much does it matter that risks are low in other places? I thought about that too. Like, maybe the right measure is like the maximum risk across all of these things. And then, you're right, there's this sort of hold-up problem that TSMC has, although I think it's not as severe as it sounds at first. They do have a stranglehold on the most advanced chip-making technology. But, this is in the history of the industry, there's been a constant theme of shifting between software and hardware, right? So it used to be that almost everything was built on general purpose processors. Now we're looking at a lot of special purpose processors, and things are moving from software to hardware, but they can move back too. So, there is an issue there with hold up, but maybe it's not as bad as you might think. And the last thing is, the sort of risk, I was thinking about this earlier, like, we should be thinking about this in terms of imperfect information as well, right? So one of the things that happens, learn something you didn't know about your supplier. You learned something you didn't know about your own management, right? And you also learned something you didn't know about the data generating process for risk. So sometimes shocks are good, and that should be factored in. So, maybe you're skeptical about climate change, but, the more cyclones we see, the more convinced you are and the more you've learned. Maybe you realize that your supplier is really bad at responding to political disruptions, and so you need a second source, and you didn't know that before. And that's more of a long-term adjustment rather than the short-term risks of capacity and inventories. So.
Thank you, Teresa, for the fantastic discussion and everyone for the questions. And I'll just loop with you about these measures. And Chad, thanks for the suggestion. I think we can try to think harder about decomposing where the changes are coming from. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Fantastic session. Now we have lunch. I have been explained that is that way. After, yeah, I was not clear about that. So it's just, yes, it's going to be the room that, yes, not the bathroom and it's not the elevator. Yes. And so after that, it's going to be a room place for lunch. Thanks.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, okay. So yes. Okay, it's the last. Yes. Yeah. Yes, that's awesome. That's amazing. What you heard this? Rest, well, very well. How does it feel now? Oh, you think so? That they came up with these ones, they thought that if you smell something, this is how important is fair and this is better. And that was and that's why we keep being as a solution for a reason.
Yes. Uh, try again to put it on the,
You want this?
maybe, yeah, if it's damaged. I have my computer just.
Yep. It seemed like it was the one at the podium. Like, yeah, so so it was funny because I thought first it was just maybe people stepping away, but it would just like, it would stop and start, like, just intermittent. I don't know, the room might have just been, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I'll play with it and test it out.
Okay,
It seems to be.
seems to be okay. We could try again.
Or do you do a battery check? Okay. We'll actually make sure they broke for lunch with, I don't know if they broke it. They're still going, so whenever, just one breaks, yeah. So are these better than that orange bin or is he? Finish using these finished. And then we'll go back to the.
And change your Missouri.
Make sure when you're taking out the other ones that.
What's that?
And you change your Missouri as well. Yeah. In case we don't.
Oh, yeah, so if this doesn't work, we can email it to me and I can put it on my USB and we can try it for that. See, let me try it. Yeah, okay. You have to check it. More time. And so we got.
That's weird. Okay.
Okay, so if you want to email it to me, I'll download it onto my USB. And then we'll see if that corrects the problem. And meanwhile, I'll get it your way. It's on GAR. Yeah. I'm sorry. And everyone's.
Click that.
In that sense, okay.
Okay. Let's test. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Oh, let's turn it. So it doesn't echo. Hey, 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 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. Check, check, check. Hey, hey. Hey, 1, 2, 2, 2. Check, check. Hey, 1, 2. Actually, get off the Wi-Fi just in case. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. Hey, 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 1, 2. Hey, 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 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, 1, 2, 2. Check, check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, 1, 2, 2, 2. Check, check. Hey, hey. Check, check. Check. 1, 2. Hey, hey.
Hey, 1 and 2. 2. Hey, hey. This one sounds good. Not cutting out. Hey, hey. Check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2. 2, 2. Check, check. Hey, hey. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1 and 2. 2. This one sounds good. Hey, 1, 2. 2. Check, check. Check. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2. I do not hear any cutting. Let us keep monitoring this one. Let's try YouTube. NBER. Oh, this is going to be a very long delay, and that is going to mess with my head. Okay. Hey, hey, 1, 2. Hey, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, 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 how you doing? Hello, hello, hello. There's like a 20-second delay on the thing I'm referencing, so it's like. Okay, that sounds good on here. Oh, this is really hard to check with this long of a delay. Five, 6. Okay, that sounds good on here. Oh, this is really hard to check with this long of a delay. Okay, let's keep checking it.
one correct, G?
Perfect.
Looks like we got it. Of
Amazing. Thank you very much.
course.
Okay.
Yes, go get lunch.
Try YouTube and the Zoom, and I didn't hear anything, but we'll leave it on in the office and the audio up. I just have all 3 meetings ready, but we'll leave the audio up on this one.
Okay.
And we'll just keep watching it. Okay.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, because I listened first from the laptop and the phone. And I was getting on both, then I thought maybe it was be like a laptop. I was listening on. I'm sorry, I keep texting you. I don't. Or my.
Hey, hey, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2.
Great. I
I actually have a paper parody.
Absolutely not. It's so hard to test on YouTube because there's literally like a 30-second delay. Now I wait for that to come through. Test on YouTube because there's literally like a 30-second delay. All right, sounds good. That's not cutting out. To come through. I talked to Dom. They were a little confused about setup. Jesus Christ, this is gonna get annoying. They were confused about where the setup was. The house crew, but they were just like. Well, but anytime they're ready, even if they don't, they just gotta pull things back as neatly as they can, have to clean things up. We'll get there. No, the setup itself, like everything was correct. It just was not really in a place. It's kind of just the cables were just everywhere. But at least we got them to set everything up correctly. So definitely a step in the right. Yeah, definitely that's important. Yeah, so it'll be this for that 140 session. Yeah, 120. This session, and it's just, it'll be for that like half hour. And they said they are still using the screen, so they may even like just check when they start. They may even not even want that stuff over here. They might just come up and present one of the times. That's so that's what the hands end up being. But you just need to switch cameras basically. Yeah, I think 4:30.
Where's the second camera plugged in? Which port is it?
It's plugged in direct.
That one? Oh.
Yeah, so this one seems to do fine. I think it's just it can't handle the extension. I think it's just like a limitation of the camera, to be honest. So you should be able to just switch back to this guy.
All right.
Jesus Christ, I
Oh,
need a
you
haircut
have to
so
plug
bad.
in.
Nah.
Cool.
But I would say probably just when you hop the switch, literally, you don't need to take it off or take it down. You can just pop this, throw it under the table, and that's sort of not a lot of people do.
So Longfellow is always going to have the full structure?
Yeah.
All right.
And make sure they close that door. It's just good that
They start.
Should be nice and easy, just babysit in these rooms. I went and got Holiday Inn set up. Sunday, there's some shit, but I'll just have Dave set it, cause it's all like just uplights and shit. I may text you guys just to get some charging, but I don't even know if we'll need that. So let me make sure exactly what they need on Sunday. It's like an in-house party. But not really.
For the holiday.
Yeah, it's Kathleen, the head of HR or something, like every year. Party. Very cool.
Yeah, I just heard the ball, you put like 120. Let me just come over here. Oh, you already checked the battery levels too? Should be hopefully working through. The brand pro sales usually last like 6 to 8 hours. Like you could get 6 out of them. But they're around 4.5. Usually it makes it that much a lot the night. Feel like we every time we get pro sales, we use like literally half battery. Like I'm tired of burning the battery. Every property I've ever worked, every thing I've ever worked at, like when I was at Berkeley, it's the same thing. There's just always a bucket of half-used batteries. And like you couldn't, if you have to recycle them properly, so or you don't have to, but like you want to. But then it just keeps building up, but then you don't know where to take them or how to take them. So it's just like every place just has a giant bucket of used batteries. So Longfellow goes basically 4:45, and then you guys can strike it. Parkview till 4:30, and no strike necessary. The riverfront has a reception tonight. You can just leave that mic and speakers and put up a mic just in case. I think I'm 90% positive they have a DJ. Tomorrow, ballroom, not there. It's happening in Longfellow, Bank of America. You want me to take this down? Sunday with. Yeah, there should just be second on the ballroom built on Monday, heard that show on Tuesday. It's gonna be fun. They always do like, in the first year they did it, it was all like Wizard of Oz themes. Really? They all like came out in different costumes. It's for Education First, like you see their building as you drive in, but they do like tours for high school and college kids. Like all around the world and stuff like that. I did a program similar when I was in high school that like went to DC and like got to tour Congress and stuff like that. It was just so weird. I think because it was Alaska, like it was very expensive, but like they try to encourage a lot more stuff like that because you're just wrapped up there pretty much. Like most of the people that I do for like literally never left Alaska. Like a lot of them still never left Alaska. It's very expensive to live. The only reason I got to go on so many things is because my mom was a teacher and I always got on a super discount. That's cool. Plus, like, got to work it off at the school. That is fucking what can you do? Oh, everyone's here.
I'm gonna mute that for a second.
Okay, hopefully that's better. And the manufacturing engineering will put some constraints on the production capacity that you have. So we're studying the short run effects of disruptions around the time frame of a year. And within this timeline, mines are constrained from opening any new mines that weren't already scheduled to be opened in that year, and also making large changes to production rates. We heard from our interviews greater than 10%. And auto production is also constrained from making changes to the vehicle design that would require re-engineering. So you can't just switch a battery electric vehicle design to conventional gasoline if the battery materials are disrupted. And to give you a sense of the scale of like, why do we have these long timeframes? This is an example of a lithium brine mining site. So you can see like this is really, really large infrastructure project. These are large man-made lakes where the lithium brine is pumped up from the ground and then it sits in these ponds and evaporates over the scale of 12 to 24 months and before the lithium output is then produced from that mine. Yeah.
That's one process that is cost effective. You wanted to
Yes.
speed it up, you can speed it up.
Okay, so I'm not the mining expert, but my understanding is a lot more. Yeah. So yeah, so we account for both the relatively smaller changes that they can make within the short run within these costs that you might consider would be on the supply curve currently, but it's the degree of the extent of which marginal costs would increase there.
A quick clarifying question, and this may be outside the scope of it might be more of an engineering question, but how much of a market is there for recycled batteries?
Yeah, great question. I'll come back to that at the end. The short answer is that it's bigger in cobalt than it is in lithium currently, and that'll play into our results. Yeah, good. Okay, on the auto side, I just wanted to give a sense of some of the constraints here. So this is one particular station that you would see in an auto assembly plant. This is looking at stamping of different panels within the vehicle. And so this is a big press that has a customized tool and die specific to that vehicle design. These are customized to every single specific vehicle design. And so it's very difficult and very time consuming you can't just switch out that tooling to allow you to change dimensions of the vehicle to accommodate a larger battery pack. So on the mining side, we've got this detailed data from S&P Global that contains for every current mine on both lithium and cobalt, what their marginal production costs are, what their production capacity is, and their current production, as well as the names of the specific mines and their locations. I've just removed them to not share the proprietary data there, but we've got the specific mines associated with their costs. And we also have the production schedules of mines that are in development and when they are scheduled to be open. We don't, of course, have the costs of mines that are not currently open, but are scheduled to be open by 2030. And so how we deal with that is we randomly draw from the costs of other mines that are similar, that are producing the same minerals with the same extraction technology. And
Do you know how they come up with this marginal cost?
this is reported in the S&P data from the mining side. So do I know? Yes. Do not, I'll get back to you. So we're simulating the uncertainty associated with new mining site costs into our equilibrium simulations. So under each disruption, we can identify which specific mining sites would be affected by that disruption. And then we remove those from the supply curve. And we construct then how that supply curve would adjust in response to that disruption using a elasticity of supply of 0.1 and constraint on the extent of which those mines can expand their production by 10%. That was supported by our interviews. On the demand side for the global material markets, we're using a constant elasticity demand. For cobalt, this is just taken from the econometric estimates of the price elasticity from Dahl. For lithium, we're estimating that from the S&P global data. And so remember, we can see the whole supply curve, and we can also see when these mining sites that were scheduled to open do open in that data. And since that's exogenous of those opening of new mining sites within the short term, we can use that and the change in prices that we observe after those new mining sites open to then estimate the elasticity for lithium. This is also in line with other econometric estimates in the literature too. So you can see that these are quite inelastic in both cases. And then on the US automotive side, let me get rid of this. We model this as an oligopoly with Bertrand price competition with differentiated products subject to production capacity constraints. And then I'm going to relax these constraints and also show you the results too. So each firm is maximizing their profits subject to production capacity constraint relative to the baseline where there's no disruption, that sort of planned production rate. And we're using a random coefficients utility model for the demand side. So every vehicle's quantity is a function of the prices and a vector of characteristics X. That includes both characteristics for conventional as well as electric vehicles, and the prices and characteristics of all other vehicles on the market. And then if the vehicle is a battery electric vehicle, its costs are a function of those mineral prices. And if it's not, then it's a constant specific to that vehicle model. So this is modeled at the vehicle model level. So it's things like the Tesla Model 3 or the Ford Escape. And we're modeling the top 17 firms in the US market that include about 700 cars and over 600 SUVs.
Are you assuming that a different elasticity within versus across firms, or it's just the same?
So it's a full consumer utility discrete choice model here. And so the elasticities can be different across. No, it's full, it's like mixed logit. So random coefficients, so unnested, but you have heterogeneity of consumers, which allows for that heterogeneity of cross-price elasticities.
So then like, you're not saying that like the elasticity for like a Ford SUV versus a Highlander is more similar than for.
It accounts for that. It accounts for that from the.
It's literally BLP.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And specifically, it's but with this particular functional form of the utility equation that was estimated by the Forsyth et al. 2023 paper. We chose this one because they account for characteristics of electric vehicles as well as gasoline vehicles. And this is, I'll show you results that this is using our preferred specification, but because our results are sensitive to that curvature of the demand curve, we do a number of robustness checks here to use other forms of the utility function, as well as other estimates of the demand parameters from other econometric papers. And we see similar high cost pass-through rates across all of those different functional forms of utility. So from our interviews, we identified 3 scenarios that came up across a number of different interviews in no particular order. The first one is a scenario where natural disasters in the Congo shut down 3 of the largest cobalt mines. So you can see here over at the right, this is the very southern region of the DRC. Let's see if I do this, within this area are some of the largest cobalt mines in the world, and that includes areas that are at high risk of floods. And there have been flooding and landslides in the past that have taken out operations in these mining sites. You can see here it can be quite extensive. So the scenario here is that a landslide or a flood in this region shuts down the 3 of the largest cobalt mines that are in this region here, such that 25% of the global supply of cobalt is inoperable in the short run. Our second scenario is following on, we're hearing a lot about China putting in export restrictions and simultaneously reducing their production of critical minerals. The concern here is if they do that with their source of refined lithium. And so we're modeling a particular scenario where the net impact of their reduction in production of refined lithium would lead to a reduction of global supply by 15%. And then the third is that if mines that are scheduled to open in the US that produce lithium that should open by 2030 are delayed such that it's not available by 2030. And in that case, about 9% of global supply of lithium would not be available. So here are our equilibrium results from those 3 supply chain disruption scenarios. And you can see here, we've got the equilibrium global price and quantity on the table on the left. And then we're showing what impact that has on the costs of producing battery packs. And you can see that the impact, particularly of that scenario where China reduces their production of refined lithium, as well as the case where the top 3 mines in the Congo of cobalt are disrupted, have a pretty high increase in the cost of producing batteries, and it's larger than in that case of the US lithium mines not coming online by 2030. And I also just want to point out here, this is the LFP battery. So that does not require cobalt. And so you can see that, of course, the cost would not change in that disruption scenario. The effect that this has on the equilibrium results of US new vehicle prices, and this is across both conventional and electric vehicles, so the average across the whole market. This is in a baseline scenario. This was done pre-election. So this isn't a baseline scenario of the scheduled announcements from automakers of their mix of electric vehicles by 2030. That's around 40%. If that's reduced in the future, then you would see these come down, but you'd also still see them in the high hundreds to $1,000 range if it came down to, say, 30%. So you can see that in both the case of the China reducing production of refined lithium and then the cobalt disruption, that new vehicle prices increase quite substantially, upwards of $1,000 to $2,000. And although automaker profits do go down, these are relatively small changes in profits. This is a reduction of about 5%. And most of those costs are passed along to the consumer. We see about 100% pass through for electric vehicles. And then as far as the change in consumer surplus, it's upwards of $24 billion for those 2 larger disruption scenarios. How much time do I have left? 5. Okay, fine. So we also wanted to see what the role of those production capacity constraints were, as well as the inability of new firms to enter the market in the short run. And so you can see that the prices come down as we relax the production capacity constraints. This is shifting to both production of LFP batteries that don't contain cobalt, and then also shifting up production of conventional gasoline vehicles. And you can also see how that shifts then the proportion of total surplus losses away slightly from consumers bearing the costs into more of a change in automaker profits. And when we simulate new firms entering effectively, what we're doing here is we're saying a company identical to Ford Motors company could enter the market under this disruption. This is the result of 3 new Ford motors entering the market. And so here we're seeing consumer surplus increase in that case because you've got a reduction in market power. But in that case, we do see the costs come down substantially. And so let's get to resiliency. So a big thing here is that, as you've seen, there are alternative battery types that would be resilient to disruptions in cobalt. Now, remember that automakers can't immediately shift their vehicle designs to be able to accommodate those types of batteries in the short run, but they could adjust their development plans now to be able to offer more vehicles with those types of batteries in the future. And so we also simulate a scenario where automakers increase the use of these batteries, where 80% of their electric vehicle offerings contain these type of cobalt-free batteries. And so in that case, you can see that the overall increase in the average price of new vehicles is only around $300 to $600. And it substantially reduces the consumer surplus losses there.
Why couldn't you consider as a substitute the hybrids?
The hybrids are in our model as well. And so they would be like similar to like switching between EVs and conventional gasoline vehicles. We could run another scenario. We didn't do it where it's like this long time frame of shifting like all of your BEVs to hybrid vehicles, but that's something that we could explore in the future. Yeah. It wouldn't have a significantly different result than in this case, because under like cobalt disruptions, both the LFP BEVs and hybrids would similarly not be affected by that disruption. So I'd expect around similar results here if 80% of your vehicle offerings were hybrids rather than cobalt containing batteries. Yeah, good. We similarly do this with increasing the supply of lithium. And so this gets to the recycling question. Because if you increase the supply of recycled lithium by, in this case, 100 kilotons, then that would substantially bring down the price increases in terms of looking at that lithium supply chain disruption scenario. So to conclude, our results point to that battery material supply disruptions could potentially cause substantial increases in U.S. new vehicle prices, and that we see that this combination of market power and short-run production constraints and the inability to redesign your products in the short run exacerbate these price increases. And our results point to automakers passing on the costs of the supply chain disruptions to consumers. And although we show that technically feasible alternatives of this switch to cobalt-free batteries could mitigate supply losses of the disruptions and also increasing the supply of recycled lithium sources, that and we're not saying that within our results, we don't do a full cost benefit analysis. So we can't say that it would be social welfare maximizing to switch to LFP batteries and to increase that supply of recycled lithium. But our results point to, even if it was, that automakers would have a reduced incentive to invest in those alternatives because they're able to pass along the cost to consumers. So I think I'll stop there. Yeah, great.
Control hell. So, great.
Yeah, you share.
Sorry, I forgot to do that. Great. Good to go. Forgot to present on Zoom after a few years post-COVID. Thank you all. So in this paper, I studied the resilience of global supply chains in the context of shortages in pharmaceutical markets. So many of you may have heard about shortages of pharmaceutical products over the last year. These have very much made the headlines, both in the US and in Europe. But this issue really is not new. So the US has been suffering for persistent shortages of off-patent generic drug products, and especially cancer drugs, starting around 2009. In 2011, at the peak of the crisis, the US regulator, the FDA, was reporting around 270 new drugs going short in a single year, which is around 8-10 times the early 2000 level. And so for us all to be on the same page, these shortages are defined as condition of excess demand at the patient level, so situation in which at the current market price, supply is not enough to cover patients' demand. And you know, basic economic theory tells us that in perfectly competitive markets, these shortages should be very transitory. So more than the occurrence of this shortage, what is puzzling here is the persistence of the disruption over time. Ongoing shortages are driving the growth in disruption rates, and shortages are lasting longer than before. So one characteristic of these shortages that is very interesting, I think, compared to most of the supply shocks we've been talking recently, is that most of these disruptions are not driven by big demand shock or big trade shock. To be clear, the period I study is 2000-2020, so there is no COVID here, there is no big trade war disruptions. Instead, most of the shocks are driven by chronic supply-driven disruptions that will be due to manufacturing quality issues. So think about contaminated products and proper active ingredients. And this problem is very concentrated. It mostly affects all generics that have been off patent for some time, and in particular, sterile injectable drugs, which are drugs that are administered through injection in hospitals, so to acute care patients. Most of these drugs are very low profit margins, they have relatively high storage costs, and they have generally few substitutes. So there have been a lot of discussion created shortages to accumulate over the last 15 years, and in part, shift in the global supply chains for generic drugs consumed in the US. So here I plot the location of all the generic manufacturing plants that are allowed to sell drugs to the US from 2003 to 2020. In 2020, most of the drugs consumed in the US are made outside in India and China, while this share only represented around 15% of manufacturers in the early 2000s. But to be clear, here, general trend across all generic markets, only look at the drugs that are going short, so the trend is not clear. And so here I'm really trying to which the offshoring of this generic drug manufacturing facility is actually linked to US shortages of generic drugs. And this question hasn't been studied quantitatively enough because of a major traceability issue in pharmaceutical supply chains. To give you an idea, so the US pharmacists, hospitals, and the regulator, the FDA, don't know exactly who makes the drugs that we consume and where these drugs are being made, due to the fact that the manufacturing location of plants and the outsourcing relationship between the big pharmaceutical firm and the outsourcing company are considered to be trade secrets. So to do this, I put it in 3 steps. First, I'm going to solve the traceability issue by building a novel dataset that allows for the first time to determine the exact manufacturing location of generic drugs consumed in the US. To do that, I use text analysis techniques and record linkages to identify drug names in digitized bill of lading data, which I then link with confidential data from the US regulator, the FDA, that disclose the exact manufacturing location of all the plants allowed to sell in the US.
evidence that offshore producers located in the global south are causally linked to the increase in disruption. But now the question really is what may motivate manufacturers to let supply fail, and why is offshoring in this case linked to persistent shortages? So in the second part of the build a partial equilibrium model of global drug procurement that endogenizes shortage. And in particular, the model features a trade-off for pharmaceutical companies between cost-cutting and supply reliability that is going to endogenously result into shortage in the economy. The main point of the model is to capture some key features of the market, to stress the frictions that are currently existing, and then to estimate the severity of shortage and quantify the magnitude of the disruption response to offshoring. So my main takeaway here is that the market failure is due to the being unable to capture and to reward manufacturing quality. And in particular, this traceability issue taken together with the fact that the market assumes that all generic versions of a drug are perfectly substitutable is going to prevent the market from capturing potential heterogeneity in the manufacturer's characteristics in the new globalized system. Under this system, offshoring serve as a lever for drug manufacturers to benefit from a laxer regulatory environment and target higher probability of disruption that is permissible in the US in return for lower production costs. From the first point of view, it's less clear if shortage is optimal. So in the last part, I evaluate the consumer welfare implication of some counterfactual policy. On the one side, I'm looking at reshoring subsidies, which will target regulatory deficiencies from the US regulator outside of the national borders. And in the second time, I'm looking at counterfactuals that will target changing procurement contracts and more directly targeting rigidities in the current procurement system. I find that there are potentially large welfare gains of reducing this supply shortfall, and this is not offset by the increase in drug prices. So let me start by showing you how I first map injectable supply chains. So I obtain upstream the list of all approved plant and locations that are making generic drugs for the US from the FDA, and I link that with plant inspection records. In the downstream market, I build a drug-level dataset that is constructed around this drug shortage data that provides two levels of shortages. Shortages at the product level, which is defined at the molecule form level, and then a dataset of shortage that is pointing at the exact labeler, so the company holding the patents for the drugs that is responsible for the shortage. I link that with historical prices and quarterly sales to US hospitals. To merge both datasets together and link drug products to manufacturers, I rely on US custom data from a company called Datamine. This is basically the competitor to Penjiva we've been talking about before. And this provides importer and shipper names and address and some very detailed shipment descriptions. And so beyond the HS code level, I'm going to use text analysis to find within the short container description the exact name of the drugs to then link them to their manufacturers. So thanks to these datasets, I find that drug produced in Asian-based factories experience a disproportionately higher frequency of disruption and also longer lasting shortages. But of course, if we think about regressing, shortage on offshoring, there's this endogeneity that the firm's offshoring decision is of course an endogenous decision, and we're going to have selection of the type of drugs going short. So to solve this issue, I propose two kinds of analysis. So first, here is an event study based on a matched dynamic difference and difference analysis, in which I first match drugs based on observable characteristics in the pre-offshoring period. So I'm trying to compare drugs that are closely comparable based on their therapeutic categories, on their age, on the number of manufacturing they are. And then I compare what happens in terms of probability of shortage after one of these drugs is offshored. And as you can see here, after the beginning of an offshoring event, we see that the probability of shortage increases. And this is a long-lasting probability. So here the control group is all the drugs that are never offshored, but this is robust to changing definition of the control to drugs that are, for instance, maximum 10% of offshoring. Then, after looking at this dynamic response over time, I'm trying to assess what's the probability for a drug of going short once the share of manufacturers that are foreign increases. And so to building this shift share instrumental variable analysis, where the instrument built on this home market effect IG, that over the last 15 years, the global demand for generic drug products shifted, and this was mostly driven by an increase in demand for generic drugs from India and China. But as the global demand shifted, this is going to lead to a relocation of production to Asia. And so my instrument for offshoring exploits exogenous shift in what is called the predicted disease burden across country and over time. And this measure is driven by demographic changes and varying healthcare access across countries and over time. And this local demand for some specific drug within all my generic sterile injectable drugs across certain groups. So this is a share of the instrument. What I find here is that all else equal in a given year, an increase by 100% of the share of plants that are located in Asia for a drug is linked to a 54% probability that the drugs is going short, and also to longer lasting shortage. So a 60% longer on average, which corresponds to days more of shortage in the data. Now, the main question really is, why do we find that offshoring is linked to these persistent shortages? Most of the products we consume are made abroad and they are not suffering for some disruption. So what are the incentive mechanisms? And I'm going to argue that this is a translation of some market dynamics to cut production cost. And so in the second part of the paper, I build a partially killer model of global drug procurement and manufacturers' location and production choices that's going to allow to quantify really the magnitude of this disruption response to offshoring and to assess what is really the severity of the shortage issue. And in particular, the model is going to capture key market features, so key frictions that explain that shortages may arise in this market. Let me show you market structure and what are the frictions here that the model is capturing. So in these markets, buyers are hospital groups and sellers are drug labelers. So think about Pfizer, Teva, big pharmaceutical company who can manufacture drug either onshore in the US or offshore. And here I'm going to be agnostic on the ownership structure between the manufacturers, so the plants and the labelers. And drug products are bought in the US through procurement auctions that generally results in 1 to 2 year contract. So there are going to be a couple of frictions of this system. So first, as I said, the regulatory authority, the FDA, and the purchasing side, the hospital, they don't really know who are the identity of what is the identity of the manufacturers. This issue is magnified by the assumption in the market that all generic versions of a product are perfectly substitutable, so that producers are assumed to sell homogeneous product. Under this system, quality of the drugs are assumed to be enforced through ex post inspection of the plants by the regulatory authority, the FDA, but this system has been failing under the new globalized system. So plants located in the US are inspected every 2.5 years on average. Plants located outside of the US have been inspected every 14 years. And as of 2020, at the end of this study, 35% of foreign facilities have never been inspected. So these two frictions, so the assumption that all the drug products are perfectly substitutable and this traceability issue, are going to lead these auctions to be mostly based on prices, because this is the main characteristics that the buyers observe. Another source of friction here is that manufacturers' prices and capacity at the plants are going to be determined at the time these contracts are being drafted, and so before any market condition realizes. So this auction, in a sense, is creating some short-term rigidity in prices and capacity at the plants. Yeah. We knew where we were getting. We thought we knew where we were getting our product from in certain countries. So again, like this data set from This dataset from the FDA records the location and the identity of all the plants that are allowed to sell drugs to the US in a given year, but is not linking them to drug product. So it was an issue, for instance, if you remember at the beginning of COVID, when China was starting to close their border, and the FDA was basically calling every single plant on this list that was located in China to ask them, what are the products that you're making at your plant? They didn't know. I'm just shocked. So, and that's why I started this project, actually. I mean, like the first thing I've done many years ago when I started working on that was to talk to the FDA and asking them, do you really don't know where the drugs that we consume are being made? And the things they answered to me was, everybody thinks we know, but we don't. And again, as a trade economist, you know, many of us, we have access. I mean, we are aware that this Penjiva or data mine data exists, that we may be able to trace products, but this information is not public to the hospital at the time they buy, at least before. Firms were not required to disclose any kind of relationship with their manufacturers, and most firms prefer not to do so because they were afraid of, like, you know, their trade secrets being shared to other companies. Again, these are frictions. Many of these frictions have been here for a very long time, at least since the 70s. What I'm arguing, what is changing here in the system is that now the characteristics of the manufacturers have changed, and they're going to have more disruption at the source, which is going to go together with this friction and create long-lasting disruptions. So the model is capturing exactly this market structure I'm telling you about. So on the demand side, buyers and direct utility from suppliers' drugs is going to be given by this discrete trust login model, so that we have a direct mapping from the model predicted market shares, from the indirect utility to model predicted market shares. So every year, we're going to have downstream hospital buyers who are going to start a procurement auction process to get a quantity QD for a given molecule from market, so for instance, injectable morphine. And I assume that all the products are homogeneous at the molecule form market level, so for instance, injectable morphine, to match this assumption that all the generic version of the drugs are perfectly substitutable. But I'm actually going to allow for heterogeneity at the manufacturer level, so that the market shares are going to be determined not only on price, but also potentially on these other characteristics of the drugs, like whether they are brand or of patent products, or based on their past reliability. An exogenous supply shock is going to occur ex post, so after the manufacturer's pricing and capacity choices at the plants are being made. And the shock is going to reduce the output of a firm from the Q to Q omega, where omega here is capturing a capacity yield, so it captures the share of the production quantities that is going to survive a shock. And here, the probability that a given manufacturer selling a drug product goes short every year is going to be the probability that the realized supply is below the originally contracted quantity between these manufacturers and the hospital. And this can be rewritten as a function of the distribution of the shock, so how much risk manufacturers can afford to take across location, and also the ratio of demanded to supplied quantity. And so very model, a disruption does not necessarily result into a shortage if the shock is small, or if the firms was originally demanded, so produce some capacity buffer, there is no shortage post-shock. Yes. I don't assume that in this model. I'm using aggregate sales, at the US level. So here's the most important feature of the model. So these export shocks are exogenous, but the manufacturers can target the probability that a disruption is actually ending into a shortage. And so the supplier's location, pricing, and capacity decision here are directly going to endogenize whether a shortage realized in this economy. And in particular, the manufacturers have two margins to ensure against the shock, which are going to be captured in the two steps of the manufacturer's profit maximization problem. So in the first step, manufacturers are going to choose the location of their unique plants depending on some location-specific parameters, so difference in marginal and fixed cost of production and potential difference in supply risk, knowing that some inspection occur ex post with a frequency lower outside of the US. In a second step, the manufacturer are going to choose a price simultaneously with other manufacturers competing in the auctions, and they're going to choose the production capacity at their plant to maximize expected profit. And so the supply reliability versus cost-cutting trade-off that the manufacturer face is going to appear in the two steps of the problem. In the first step, when manufacturers choose their location, they are potentially trading off lower production costs against some higher disruption risk. In the second step, manufacturers can ensure against short-term risk by building capacity buffer, so by producing above the initially demanded contracted quantity. But surplus is costly, and so at the end of the year, any capacity that isn't sold is going to be lost. Okay, so I estimate the model to back out this default capacity, the production cost, and the distribution of the shock, because one of the main things that is missing today in this data on shortage is some quantification of like the severity of the shortage event. So we know who is short, but we don't know exactly, which product is short, but we don't know exactly who is driving it and what's the severity of the shortage. And so the main takeaway from estimating this model is that manufacturers' market share in the data are highly sensitive to low prices, which is consistent with strong veteran competition at the time the auctions are being held. And then we have no significant impact of past reliability of these manufacturers on their subsequent market shares, which is consistent with the fact that the buyers fail to adequately capture the past history of shortages of the manufacturers they're contracting with. On the supply side, you have actually less buffers than foreign soft plants, which is because surplus is actually more costly. So the plants located in the US tend to practice more just-in-time production than foreign plants. This is actually something that is going to be very important when we're going to think about the reshoring. So if a significant part of production comes back to the US without significant increase in drug prices, we can actually have supply disruption that result into big shortages because there is no capacity building by the manufacturers. We eventually have more severe disruption in Asian-based plants. Despite the fact that they build more buffer, we have a lower average share of capacity that survives shocks there. Okay, so now moving to the counterfactual, how could we reduce shortages and at what cost? Again, we cannot really evaluate this policy solution if there was no quantification of the problem. So who makes which drug, who is disrupted, what are the alternative producers is key to ensure this counterfactual. I consider two different counterfactual policy scenarios, each targeting one market failure in the market. So the first one, subsidizing reshoring, is directly based on the premise that, maybe the offshore production structure is creating friction that cannot be alleviated and we should reshore all the production to the US. And this is directly with deficiencies of the ADA outside of the national borders. And this is a policy that has been discussed heavily in the US since 2016, with some discussion about offering a tax deduction of 10.5% of a firm's produce revenue. I find as a result that this is actually a very costly solution, and this is resulting in the lowest welfare increase among all the counterfactual I consider. This is mostly driven by the fact that we have a steep increase in prices as a result of reshoring. So this is a very costly solution to the shortage problem. On the contrary, my second policy counterfactual targets more directly the rigidity in the current procurement system. And so I'm thinking about changing international procurement contracts to reward reliability in production by providing higher margin for reliable suppliers. And this could be done by enforcing more salient, like failures to supply clause in contracts. The idea here is really to have some kind of incentive system to invest in production quality and in newer manufacturing facilities. And so this kind of contract is basically assuming that there could be comparative advantage in production, and maybe we are better off manufacturing, innovative brand products and cheaper of patent generics outside of the US. And then maybe there is an in-between between the current situation, reshowing everything, we'll come back to having like very, very high drug prices, which may hurt consumers. Maybe we could keep producing in this globalized system, but by rewarding a bit more the manufacturers who are investing in the resilience of their production process. This will, I'm going to that right now. So I'm considering another couple of counterfactual in the paper, but basically under this change of procurement contracts, we do achieve higher consumer welfare gains. Reducing supply shortfall is leading to around 30% higher consumer welfare. And all of these policy counterfactual do come with higher drug prices for the reliable manufacturers. But most importantly here, the increase in consumer welfare is not offset by this increase in drug prices. And in particular, this is not crowding out consumption access to affordable drugs for consumers. So even though the drug prices increased, they were so low in the first place for this product affected by shortages that this is not deterring people from consuming them. And this is actually some, interestingly, some policy solutions that have been implemented by this consortium called CVCA-RX. So over the last 2-3 years post-COVID, this small consortium of hospitals came together to try to fight shortages. And the solution they found is to try to have this longer-term contract with manufacturers to remove the uncertainty of having this yearly procurement auction contract, so offering like 10-year-long contracts and a premium for the reliable manufacturers. And they have been successful so far in reducing shortage by around 80% compared to the rest of the hospital. So I'm arguing here that if you implement this kind of solution at the market level in the US, we could be better off. To conclude, just a perspective on comparing US shortages of pharmaceutical with European shortages. So I've tried to collect data from 8 European countries, starting from 2015, 2016 to 2020. The issue is doing this kind of comparison is that most European countries don't record data before that. So it's really hard to look at whether the problem was has been long lasting. And there's also a lot of heterogeneity in the drug names. So there's no good, comprehensive system that will allow to compare drugs across country. And same thing with shortage definition. Some countries will put drugs that are at risk of disruption under shortage. So it's hard to compare. But what I've been doing so far, so I've matched these shortages in Europe and in the US. And the main result is that over this 5 years period, 60% of the drugs that I found short in the US were also short in Europe around the same time. So there is some spatial correlation, some timing correlation in shortages across the US and Europe. It seems to be worse in Europe, which may make sense if you think that Europe is generally buying drugs at a price lower than the US. So they generally set drug prices to be at least equal to the US price, but never above. So that may lead to some incentive to for the manufacturers, to first send drugs to the US, and the Europe may be worse off. Thank you very much.
Okay. I am delighted to be here, and I want to thank Jim and Laura and Chad for the opportunity to discuss these papers. Line to be abundantly clear, I am not using slides, and if we should have a different screen up on the Zoom, let me know. Otherwise, I don't want to see myself, but I'm just looking away. So I have a lot of expertise in auto, having been chief economist of GM, and I want to humbly recognize that I do not have the same pharma background, but I've benefited from some conversations with NIE. So I'll start with Kate's paper on critical minerals, which is just super timely as we seem to be heading into new trade wars. And China's demonstrating its export restriction tools, which it has used in the past, as well as new sanction tools. And China's just deployed an export ban imposing restrictions on certain critical chemicals or critical minerals for semiconductors to the US. And in 2 out of the 3, in gallium and germanium, it has over an 83% market share. Although in antimony, it's only got a 49%. And so first of all, I'm super impressed with the author's command of the industry and really both the auto and the mining industry details, and well done on the panoply that you have managed to integrate into this work. So we have a case study in the 2021-2022 chip shortage. And so vehicle production fell, transaction prices went up, driving down consumer surplus, as you find here. And well, with all of this, that low price combination worked out for both automakers and dealers. But what might be different if you had a shortage of critical minerals that constrain production of EVs is that automakers would have some meeting their fuel economy and greenhouse gas requirements, which are about the average fuel economy and the average greenhouse gas emissions of all the vehicles they sell of a certain model year. So these are essentially weighted averages. There's multiple different fleets, but that would limit to some extent how much automakers would want to see the divergence of their EV prices. They're the relative prices of EVs and internal combustion engine vehicles. And I think one big comment here is that Kate was showing us average prices, and I'd really like to see the EV and internal combustion engine break out of that. And I also want to say, as we've discussed, that I think there's a lot more potential for ramping up physical production at individual plants. And those sensitivity analyses are really important. Now, I want to acknowledge that, of course, this paper was probably largely developed before the general election, and the Trump administration will really potentially change some of the outlooks around these. So, as Kate did mention, the IRA's EV tax credit has origin requirements for critical minerals, and that is exactly designed by Senator Manchin to prevent us from developing an EV industry that could put a choke on that supply chain. And that's under risk. And in addition, the Biden administration put 100% tariffs on EV and percent tariffs on auto lithium-ion batteries. And both of those have some of that similar effect of trying to constrain the risk that she is exactly looking at. And it's Bloomberg New Energy Finance, which produces the very high quality EV sales forecasts that has said that their forecast of 2030 EV share of new vehicle sales has fallen from 48% to 33% based on unidentified expected policy changes. But if you had that slower ramp up in the near years, which I don't think would actually affect where you were at 2035, that would alleviate actually some of these risks, even if it's cumulative emissions along the way. So to and DRC cobalt. So first of all, on cobalt, automakers have been reducing it for years, and it's not just going to LFP batteries, which Tesla, Ford uses them. It's also content, for example, GM reduced by 75% the cobalt in their batteries and then started sourcing as much as it could from Australia. So that can reduce some of these risks. And I think that the origin of those was actually about cost, was about the stability of LFP for those automakers that chose it, and reducing reputational risk from child labor in the Congo or DRC. So authors that automakers can flex their chemistry, but probably not within a year. And so I really like their inclusion of in their econometrics of 100-mile battery electric vehicle range, because to do all the additional testing and re-engineering to switch from, say, an NMC battery to an LFP battery that's zero cobalt, you would reduce the range of that vehicle. And that lower range of the vehicle could dramatically reduce its attractiveness to consumers who really care about. Market research says they want 300, they want 350. I know Jim's thinking about his own EV as I say this. And so that would reduce the price. Every EV that qualifies for clean vehicle tax credit next year can have zero content and no come from anything other than a free trade agreement partner. So basically you are rewarding with a $7,500 discount to the consumer that will affect the automaker's pricing vehicles that are free of either of these risks that she points out from exports. And that reduces the, and combined with the tariffs, right? This reduces the risk that Chinese, withhold critical minerals and then the tariffs and then decide to export vehicles and try to establish the channels for that. Inventories matter. Inventories matter a lot, and that's not something that's raised. But one of the real drivers of the chip shortage was that inventories had gotten depleted through all the COVID. And then you had, that's into this systemic increase in the amount of chips that are desired. And then you have additional disruptions on part of that. So I think automakers have learned the lesson, or hopefully have learned that if your sources aren't diversified, you have a greater need to have inventory, and that they're very aware of the China supply chain risks. And in fact, Tesla, GM, critical mineral friendshoring and making announcements about this before. So let's come back to policy. So Trump says that and to eliminate the EV tax credit, that the administration will be very tough on China, especially protecting against China. So if you take for consumer purchases, then you reduce the incentive to come up with those friendshored or North American supply chains. So there's a conflict of policy incentives, which says it's not clear what's going to happen. And another policy scenario might be that the Trump administration and Congress would decide to apply provisions that apply to EV to leases to close to have those protections. So risk reduction. The lithium supply chain set to a lot of lithium in the US, including very large discoveries in Mexico and in Canada. And then, so that alleviates over time and to ease speed, both US mine development and processing development, because starting lithium processing, I'm guessing, is faster than opening a mine and really processing. Diversification of that can reduce the risk of China withholding lithium, and the more it needs to be seen as a reliable supplier, because if it's not perceived as a reliable supplier, it could get less price. China appears to, in fact, be trying to head off this diversification to flood the market to drive out competition, basically of OPEC trying to drive down oil. Shale producers are not profitable. And so recycling down the line, but really pretty far down the line, because you need to have a critical supply of EV batteries that are getting scrapped in relation to the new production. And it's generally the expected second life of an EV battery will be in stationary storage. And unless those minerals are really, really valuable, so that makes it worth recycling it right away, it only gets recycled like after its second life. So last, researchers are working on new lithium and coal, it's like so, which are really more for their property added advantages. So great. I'd like to talk about Anaisa's great. And so a couple of them. Does outsourcing pharma increase U.S. pharma shortages? And it's important because this can delay patient care for cancer and other acute care conditions, and it deteriorates those patient outcomes. So the consequence here, I would say, than the price of vehicles. This is fundamentally about cost cutting and healthcare outcomes. So she finds that the answer is yes, that the drug experience a higher options and longer shortages. And I just want to emphasize these numbers: 31% more likely to experience shortages of similar drugs that continue to be produced in the US, 54% if you're talking about it. The shortages are longer by about 125 days compared to non-offshore drugs. And she points to 3 ways manufacturers can avoid disruptions: inventories. This is the same as the auto. She suggests it could be at the supplier, but could it be at the buyer level that you may have to be concerned about spoilage? She talks about with penalties for the suppliers to keep inventories. But I expect that raises their costs, so that makes them less competitive, but that might actually be kind of good in terms of directing stuff to reliable suppliers. And she says this is the policy. Price effects are small, increases access to drug products by between 30 and 48%, and consumer welfare by 30 to 37%. That a 50% penalty, which is pretty hefty, would reduce the probability of shortages by 35%. And, the other is selecting locations with lower disruptions. But this turns out to be really messy, and she has helped inform me that only the FDA can really, that the pharma companies don't disclose, as she said, where is the plant that is making the drug, and that only the FDA can actually really inspect, so that the pharma companies are not saying, I want to perform a site inspection before I contract with you. And then there's contracting to reduce disruptions. And she gives us this fantastic example of Civica RX, which is achieving 96% order fulfillment by negotiating longer term contracts that involve guaranteeing stable volumes and higher prices. So this is a new development that merits a lot of attention. So what's the root cause of these shortages? So the shortages were product quality issues leading to recalls or production stoppages. Okay, these are chemical or bacteria contamination of drugs, awful, or equipment failures, probably tied to plants with older equipment. So this suggests that these hospitals or the group on which they rely something ex ante with suitable diligence that these suppliers aren't really reliable, but really that by extension, this is on the FDA, because only the FDA really has power to inspect. Hospitals might be able to figure out something about the which GP liability of their suppliers and shortages through those. So I want to remind you that she's focusing on these injectable drugs that are used for cancer and other acute conditions. She says that 60% of pediatric oncology injectables for $10 were in shortage in 2022. So this suggests that at a certain point, when you're getting prices that is getting really low, you're not getting reliable suppliers. Or rather, if pharma companies are taking bids on basis, the lowest bids come from low reliability suppliers. And she says particularly injectable drugs, so these are mostly cancer drugs, anesthetics, and antibiotics, and that they're 29%, but 80%. So this highlights the severity of the health consequences for whom delaying comes. So really what I would love to see, and I used to, is to economist and a public health official or public health economist on another paper where you're actually looking at those consequences and placing values on them to show what the severity of this is. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on these papers.
One each for Katie and Anaish. Katie, it went by quick, so I might have misunderstood something. You said when you're doing the counterfactuals where you take supply out, And then you had something about a supply elasticity of 0.1. I thought you had the whole supply curve, so you could just take any mine you wanted to out and then shift the actual supply curve over. Is that not what you were doing? Or-
We do that with the other lines that are unaffected can increase production.
Oh, I see, past their capacity. Oh, okay, thanks. And Anish, this kind of follows a lot of what Elaine was saying is, what was the source of the contracting failure in the first place? Why didn't the buyers internalize that reliability would be a problem and build that into the contracting structure? So they were suffering losses for having it be all about price. Why weren't they trying to restructure what they were contracting over, basically?
This is sort of an institutional details question on the generic drug shortage paper. You mentioned offhand you were remaining agnostic on ownership structure, and I was trying to parse what you meant by that. And I think what you might have meant was you were ignoring the possibility that there were importer and exporter were related parties. I'm not 100% sure, but if that's the case, it would seem like they would have a window into quality, and I'm wondering what the implications of that would be.
Very interesting papers, both of them. I have two questions, clarification questions, whether one, you can consider a counterfactual, and it's in the paper in which the object of that we're shocking is the inspection frequency. So the FDA has the power to open new offices. It has a new office in San Jose, Costa Rica. Again, plugging Costa Rica. So this is something that the FDA can have direct effect over and might be very cost effective. And the second is kind of a clarification. Why is it that the pharma companies cannot themselves inspect their suppliers? In most supplier codes of conduct that multinationals sign with their suppliers, suppliers who want to be in a relationship with those multinationals, they allow to be inspected by third-party auditors or by the multinational itself. So this was just a clarification to make sure I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, I will go after, because he knows the industry.
Yeah, I live in this space, so I know all the issues that were discussed, and Civica really does have a great model where they've built an end-to-end supply chain, all the way from manufacturer with and down to the end customer. And but I would note that they only require their customers to buy 49% of their product through Civica because the spot market's all over the place. But it's a terrific model, and we actually provide the logistics services for Civica, and we have similar programs. I think the issue that we've got with the FDA and frankly with the market overall is it's a confounding problem. You've got all kinds of market failure and market fragility today. And so anytime the FDA tries to improve things, it creates more shortages. So for instance, FDA shut down. I mean, they were already years behind on inspections in India and China before the pandemic, and they basically shut down inspections during the pandemic. So now they're ramping up, and guess what? They're finding things. And so that just exacerbates shortages. There are other programs by the FDA to distinguish quality, try to identify different levels of quality between different manufacturers. Again, creates the risk that, okay, yes, you might increase the level of quality, but in the short term, you're going to create more shortages. So it's this vicious cycle that they're really in terms of trying to create a new dynamic. And I think they're trying, but they've got a long way to go.
Yeah, so that's why I was shocked. We get inspected, but maybe it's because we're a small country and we get bullied.
Well, the other thing about this is that U.S. inspections. I mean, just so, some basic facts about the industry. I mean, U.S. inspections are all surprise inspections. The FDA shows up and China, it's like weeks in advance planning. And as an example of just complete differences in terms of the level of oversight that's taking place.
So I had a question. The way shortages are defined are relative to what people want a certain price. So if the price is too low, has two implications. One, there will be more shortages, and then in the model, there won't be enough money for quality. So there seems to be a little bit of double whammy there of selling at a low price. But the other one, it seems to me that improving quality in your model seems to be free. And given the reasons why there's bad quality, which is the machines are old and there's bacteria, I would be shocked that if you implement something at a more macro level that is trying to improve quality, even if it's with long-term contracts, that you won't get very close to the same price effect that just asking for a higher price to begin with. But again, it's model dependent, and I have to say. Oh, you can.
One more question. I had a question about the counterfactual scenarios you guys ran, and it's just a naive question about the supply chain for critical minerals to batteries. What is the lag or sort of the just-in-time nature of these scenarios? Like, would I expect to see the demand show up in next year shock, or would it actually be the same year before when I see the shock in the price of EVs?
And Kate, maybe I can follow on that with another question about your scenarios. I was actually surprised at how little impact there was of turning off the cobalt supply chain, right? I mean, I was thinking that you were going to sort of tell us that, you know, you couldn't produce a certain set of EVs or whatever, and maybe I'm just, you know, misestimating the demand curve for these EVs. And, you know, we were discussing, well, you could just go buy a gasoline-powered Camry if you couldn't get your EV powered, whatever. And, you know, that so in terms of the consumer, right, there's a whole bunch of substitution that can take place out there. But are there other supply chain disruptions that, you know, could be hooked up? I mean, if instead of just saying, if you took the view that this was, you know, economic nationalism and it was an economic war, not a, you know, problem with flooding in the Congo, right? And your intent was to inflict maximum damage with this, and you were thinking back, and Elaine, I had quoted you earlier today. Well, I think you were outside saying, you know, when you couldn't get one chip from the factories that were making the airbag, you know, module, that you couldn't ship cars, right? So, I mean, I was wondering, are there other scenarios that are, you know, related to what you were thinking about that do in fact more or less amount to US EV production shuts down, right? That you just can't do it. And then the question just becomes, how long does it take you to find some alternative thing that lets you get there? And, you know, in the cobalt case, I'm guessing that there's a lot of other uses of cobalt, so that as you push up the price, you're pulling stuff out of other uses in the economy. But maybe you could, if that's not an ill-posed question, maybe you could say a little bit about whether there are some other, you know, more scary scenarios in terms of the outcome consequences.
One more question and then response. Sarah, quick, sneak it in. Is there any kind of, like, you talk about these cobalt manufacturers or miners coming on? Do they also play games with that and then say, we're about to go out with this high yielding location and use that as a way to suppress the potential supply in the future? So we've seen that with other, like, fertilizer companies do that. They announce they're building a factory to produce fertilizer. It scares the competitors. I would imagine the Chinese are adapting to some of that same thing, or have control over some of the spaces that would be aligned with that. Alex, do you want to start?
Yes, of course. So let me start with like the clarifying question about the ownership structure. So here, when I'm talking about offshoring, I'm actually studying the exact manufacturing location of the plants. But what I mean is that it can be that we had one manufacturer who was located in the US in the first place and then decided to move their plants to Asia. But it may also be that these are like Asian-owned, Asian-based firms that are entering the market. So whether the plants are fully owned by the labeler company or whether they're outsourced to contract manufacturing organization is not the focus here on my paper. So I'm agnostic on who is exactly owning the companies that are going short. On Laura's question about increasing quality being free, increasing quality is clearly not free here and is actually quite costly. So this enters in the model through several parts. So here, quality is measured through on-time delivery, right? I'm not directly observing the quality of the product. So I'm assuming that the quality manufacturers is someone who is investing in their production facilities and can deliver on time. And so choosing like less risky locations come at the cost of increasing production costs, so both fixed and marginal cost of production. So producing in the US versus producing in India is of course more costly on the manufacturer side, and that's why they are deciding to not produce in the US, because the profit margins you're making in the US are too low to keep producing there. It may also be that you're building capacity buffers. And again, this is very costly because any surplus that is lost at the end of the year is not bringing money to the manufacturers. So in any case, the solutions I'm proposing to the counterfactuals are, mean that we have like higher quality manufacturing processes, but this is more costly and the drug prices increase. About the inspections, so yeah, of course, actually one of the first counterfactuals I started was looking at should we increase the probability of inspection? Is it going to deter manufacturers from failing to supply? I haven't really made that the center of the paper at the end for several reasons. First, the FDA could have done that over the last 20 years and they're not doing that. So there may be a reason, right? So one of them is that since COVID started, for instance, most of the plants have not been inspected, like David was emphasizing, because of trade war, trade barriers, like the FDA just cannot inspect when there is some trade shock other countries. There's also this thing that in the US, the facilities are inspected, and the inspectors are unannounced, they're dropping at the plants, they are just looking at the products. Outside of the US, so there are actually a couple of books. One is called Bottle of Lies, that is reporting on the inspection process from the FDA in India. And so the FDA has to notify manufacturers like weeks, months in advance of an inspection. And of course, like you have time to try to hide all the scary parts in your production process, let's say. And so far, I focus on this change in the procurement contracts based on the assumption that if the system that is made of auction and ex-post inspection becomes too costly to implement in reality in this very globalized production system, maybe we should try to focus on the private firms' parts and seeing how they can actually change their contract to directly provide incentive to manufacturers to invest in the resilience of the production process. And this comes through paying them a bit more so they have actually some monetary incentive to do so. So Chad, like to come back to why the buyers not internalizing these contracting failures. What I'm arguing is that some buyers have started to do that today, like Civica RX. I think there are many reasons why it has been so slow to react, like more than 15 years after the shortage issue started. One of the reasons is that this asymmetry of information is big even on the buyer side. So for many years, it wasn't clear that the foreign facilities were actually the worst one. People were blaming the FDA inspection process. People were blaming Medicare. We were talking a lot about high drug prices. And so this didn't seem to be the main focus there. Also, there is a high degree of contestability in these markets. So because these products are supposed to be commodities in a sense, and they're bought through this procurement auction process, there are many, many firms that could enter the market on a short notice. So it's very hard for the buyers to have some history of manufacturers. They're actually switching manufacturers every year to these auctions. So I think that's been a key issue. And the last one is really this assumption that, conditional on getting a patent from the FDA to manufacture the product, your product is supposed to be good enough. So for many years, like in some sense, I think the buyers were kind of trusting this abbreviated patent from the FDA and saying, if you got it, I suppose you're as good as a branded drug. And because you're all doing exactly the same good, let's buy the drug through this auction like we buy wheat or corn. The only issue is that we don't have really a rating system in this process, contrary to what we have in many other products we buy through auctions. Yeah.
All right. First of all, Elaine, thank you very much for all of your comments. And you brought up a number of points that I would love to incorporate in additional scenarios. And so I appreciate those comments. To your point about adjusting the, like the automakers have already moved towards low cobalt batteries. The preferred specification I showed you with the results is doing NMC 811. So we're already accounting for some of that shift to lower cobalt batteries, but I would also love to catch up with you to see if we should be pushing that even further to like NMC 955. To the just-in-time question, as far as on the mining side, like that, those production rates are quite long, but then once you get those materials into the production of battery cells, then it goes quite quickly. So that's definitely within the time frame of a year. It's usually on the time frame of like weeks then to get into the actual vehicle assembly process. Jim's comment on alternative scenarios. Yeah, so the cobalt, the reason why, to your point about you'd expect it to be even higher, the specific scenario that we looked at was just taking out the 3 largest cobalt mines. So there's still production in DRC under that scenario. Congo is still 70% of total cobalt production. We only did a scenario where it was 25% of cobalt production. So we could actually run that scenario too, but yeah, it would be much higher. That would be probably a complete scarcity of cobalt in that case. And the question about if China is making announcements that then like scare the market. So we're seeing that on the EV side and on the battery side in terms of putting out threats of flooding the US market with really low cost EVs and batteries. On the export restriction side, we tried to dig into this to look at like their past cases where they've threatened export restrictions. For the ones where we could get information about what happened internal in China, they seem to be reducing production within China along with those export restrictions. So those don't appear to be just idle threats. They're then removing that supply from the global market. And so we're modeling the similar scenario within that case.
Thank you so much for a great afternoon. We're back here in about 15 minutes. I'll bring you to Belgium. Right.
Makes sense.
Yes. So I think that paper would
Yes, it's the same.
Mostly in China. Small about the efficacy you never see
Count some cables.
Yeah, I just swapped the camera to view the panel over there.
Yep, perfect.
And this microphone cut out on the live stream a few times.
Yeah.
We can hear you in the room, but on YouTube, it kept cutting.
It kept
So we're
cutting
gonna
out.
swap this mic.
Okay, all right, great. And then I don't know if I should ask you or someone else, but if so most of the panel has presentations.
Okay.
So can they present from there? Or can they present like,
Yeah, they want to put the slides on this.
the slides are on here. It's
Okay.
just a matter of, do they need to come to the podium to present, or can they present the panel table?
Well, there is a slide advancer here, if they would prefer to just keep this.
They'll have to come up here first just to get them loaded on the screen, and then they can sit back
Yeah,
down.
just to cue their presentation.
I see, so, okay, you went from here, and then they.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Check. Oh, it's right there on the table. It's on that first table. Yes, full on back.
Want to get more.
Yeah, there's also a laser pointer on there too. Press up. Mics are on. Mics are on. Check. Yeah, we can turn them on now. It's a good time to turn them on. Is it really?
Want to just stay in the room just to make
Yeah,
sure it gets
cool,
hooked up,
cool.
okay? And I'll see if I can see the first analyst is ready.
Okay. Cool.
Just escape out of that and getting back into, like it's in full screen now, like you know how to switch it back so it's not on full screen?
Usually it should just let you do that. There.
Okay, perfect, thanks. What button did you hit?
So it may have not probably been on the program, so I expect it to like get back on the page. And then just press it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole.
Straight down the table. Perfect order. I may start. Oh, I can see. I was just gonna say. Right. Tell me what you'd like to do. I'll start. You're gonna go there. Okay. Fine. So I think you're not getting that in the presentation. Yeah, sure. Yes. So we have some of the panelists are going to present from up here. It sounds like all the panelists going to present from here.
They wanted to present from up here.
They all want to present from here.
I told them they could present from there, but.
Usually take that off.
Yeah. Easier to just see your slides.
Would it be from the beginning?
From the beginning, and he's just gonna enhance himself.
I think the circumstance then is we're basically going to have everybody's going to present from up here. So maybe we only need to go to switch to that camera when we're doing everybody's sitting down and we're having some Q&A from the audience. Right? There's no, we want to use this camera, not that camera, if the presenters are up here. I think.
Sunday, I'm like.
Starting from the podium?
We'll, assume that everybody's going to get the podium. And then we'll do all the presentations from the podium. Then we'll just have some Q&A with everybody sitting over there. Is that okay? And I'll start the panel over here as well.
Let me change the camera to
Great.
the podium.
Yeah.
New York's not too, because you spit out right, you know. We don't have to.
Over. Okay, great. Okay, well, let me start by just saying thank you to everybody for an absolutely fantastic day so far, right? Thank you to Laura and to Chad for organizing this and to all of the presenters and discussants. This has just been terrific in terms of managing to hit this target of specific information on particular industries and talking about where there are bottlenecks potentially and what some of the consequences of those are. And we've already had some conversation about what are some of the remediations that one could think about, and could it be done ex ante with contracts? Could it be done with stockpiles? Could it be done with prices and tariffs and related things? And I think that's the conversation that we are trying to move forward. We do have this call for proposals for further research on these topics, and please, the group that's here, in some sense, I should be, sort of preaching to the choir, but I hope further work it's going on, you'll think about possibly submitting a proposal for this, and it's not an onerous application process, but keep that on your radar screen. The reason we have the panel at the end of the day, right, was because we wanted to have a little bit of flexibility to be able to talk about specific supply chains and illustrate the economics of some of those supply chains, even in situations where there might not be a paper that was ready for presentation at the conference, right? And it's a little bit of a combination of doing this as a little speed dating to be able to say, here are 4 more specific markets in which there could be some supply chain constriction issues, and also just giving us the flexibility to cover a little bit more broadly industries and areas where we were not ex ante sure we were going to be able to find well done research papers. The other part of this panel, in fact, frankly, is there's a bit of a tension between the diving deeply into one particular supply chain and writing the paper that's targeted for a top 5 economics journal, which needs to be somehow on a broader topic area, right? And was to be able to, elucidate information about how supply chains and how you try to figure out where the problems are. We wanted the flexibility to include some things which were not the targeting a top 5 journal, but were going to give us a lot of knowledge about some of that. So the group that we've recruited for this panel consists of 4 people who are really experts about particular supply chains that they are going to talk about with us. And I'm delighted that they've all agreed to come along on these terms. So Rod Eggert from the Colorado School of Mines will continue our discussion around rare earths and related issues. Jacob Howard from the MITRE Corporation will talk about natural rubber, which I was excited to see came up in the earlier discussions today, teeing this up. Martha Moore from the American Chemical Society will talk about industrial chemicals and related things. And again, if you were paying close attention, there's no quiz. You heard about hydrogen fluoride, which is the gaseous form of acid, which is what happens when you put water and hydrogen fluoride together. But the hydrogen fluoride gas is actually used for etching chips and is really important. And that's an example of something where Germany and China, we learned, are the 2 key sources. But that's an example of something which plays an important role in the chip production process. And then David Opedal, Fed, Chicago being the Federal Reserve Bank, which oversees the middle of the country and has a lot of the agricultural part of the U.S. in it, is going to talk about some of the things in the U.S. ag sector that also are an important source of supply chain issues. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Rod Eggert from the Colorado School of Mines, or Mines as it is known. So Rod, thank you.
All right, good afternoon. It's been a great day so far. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to speak. My topic, obviously, as you can tell from my title slide, is critical materials and their supply chains. We heard a little bit about critical materials earlier this afternoon in the discussion of battery materials and electric vehicles. The critical materials area is relevant for this morning's discussion about semiconductors. More generally, what do I mean by the term critical minerals? Well, they are materials. They are minerals or mineral-derived materials that are both essential in some engineered material, and 2, subject to some degree of short-term supply chain risk or longer-term concern about availability. And so it's the combination of the essentialness and the concern about availability or supply chain risk that makes something critical for purposes of this discussion. I have a few comments to make that I put under the umbrella of framing the discussion, and I have 5 points, 5 framing points. And framing point number 1, something important is at risk. So for General Motors, their profitability is at risk if they don't have a chip to manufacture a vehicle and there's a no-build situation. Or maybe there's a risk to profitability to a company because of unexpected increases in prices associated with an unanticipated disruption to supply. But in terms of public discussions and public policy discussions, there's really been 2 things that have driven focus on critical materials over the last few years. First, energy transitions and the likely dramatic increases in demand for certain mineral-based materials. And then second, national security concerns associated with reliance on supplies from China and Russia and some other countries. But something important is at risk, but it's a quite varied topic, this topic of critical materials. And it's been in the news a lot, almost every week, almost every day, there's a headline somewhere in the world's financial press about critical materials. And this is a headline from 2 weeks ago in the Financial Times. China retaliates against latest U.S. chip restrictions. Beijing bans export of materials used in semiconductors and batteries. And China announced export bans effective immediately on antimony, gallium, germanium, and a category of, it's called super hard materials, which includes things like tungsten and tungsten cutting tools. And it announced tighter export controls on graphite, at present an essential material in the anode of lithium-ion batteries. And then just earlier this week, headline in the New York Times, China's critical minerals embargo, referring to the previous headline, even tougher than expected because Beijing has signaled its intent to enforce a requirement that companies to which it exports these materials not then re-export them to the United States, either directly or in products that they manufacture in a third country. And so, of course, this is one way that export restrictions often fail, is redirection through third countries. So that was framing point number one. Something is important at risk. National security and energy transitions are the key topics driving public discussion today. Framing point number two, we face two different types of risk. They're related, but somewhat different. And perhaps a better way to say this is that time is important when thinking about the nature of risk. In the short term, and all of the discussion surrounding national security and the Chinese embargoes on exports of gallium and germanium are the short-term nature, at least initially. And the problem is the lack of diversity in supply leads to the possibility of disruption and surprise, lack of physical availability, or an unexpected jump in prices that was not built into a production schedule. And so this is due to the geography of existing production and use of materials. And that's much of the national security discussion today. It's lack of diversity that is the fundamental problem. Over the longer term, it's somewhat different. It's the lack of production capacity of the right type that leads to insufficient deployment of technology. So people talk about, will we have enough lithium to satisfy EV battery demand in 10, 15, or 20 years? And that's not the geography of current production and use. It's more fundamentally the nature of production. And they, of course, are related, but they're somewhat different issues and require somewhat different solutions. Now, I said of the right type in referring to lack of production or production capacity of the right type. Ideally, we would have materials, lithium, for example, or cobalt, that was sufficient to meet the requirements of however many electric vehicles and other battery technologies, battery using technologies that we aspire to have. We want them to be affordable so people will buy them. We want the supply chains to be secure. We want them to be sustainable in an environmental sense and responsible in a social sense in terms of the impacts and interactions with local communities in which production takes place. And so sufficient, affordable, secure, sustainable, and responsible, that's a tall order when we think about rapidly increasing demand. I wish there was a better acronym for this, SASSR, SASSR. It's not very compelling, but anyway, that's what I mean by the right type, and it's a multidimensional problem over the longer term. Okay, framing point number three. The U.S. has 3 lists of critical materials. And this illustrates the really multifaceted nature of what is often lumped under the same category, critical minerals or critical materials. The Department of Defense maintains something called a list of strategic materials of interest, which is updated periodically. And at present, or at least the last time I checked, about 8 or 9 months ago, there were 66 materials, kind of a watch list that included 3 alloys, 28 metals, 5 ores and compounds, 11 miscellaneous things, 16 rare earths if you include yttrium and scandium as rare earths, and then iridium, platinum, and palladium as precious metals. And this illustrates, I would say, the range of things that could be at risk. But it also illustrates that for different materials, it's different points in the supply chain where the vulnerabilities are greatest. Now, here's a second list. It's from the U.S. Geological Survey. It's a 2022 list. It has 50 minerals. And to any geologists in the room, I know there may not be any, but these are not actually minerals. These are elements from the periodic table of elements, but they're minerals for purposes of this discussion. And there are 50. And you say, well, how can there be 50? There are only about 80 elements in the periodic table that we use in engineered materials and processes used to manufacture them. Almost everything is critical. Well, in some sense, that's true. If you take an economy as large as the US economy, almost every chemical element is critical to somebody. And I think that explains the large number of elements in this list. But copper is not on the list. Well, copper is essential in all things electric and for electrification. Phosphate rock, essential for fertilizers. Potash, essential for fertilizers, and not on the list. Well, the explanation has to do with how this list is created. It's not just critical in the sense of being important, it's critical in the sense of how risky are the metrics with respect to availability. And then the third list, and this is a figure, and it's from the Department of Energy, a 2023 assessment that's narrower than the USGS list and narrower than the Department of Defense list. The focus is on materials critical for priority energy technologies. It's not even all energy technologies, it's priority energy technologies. And without going through the figure in detail, that could take 15 minutes by itself. Basically, as you go from lower left to upper right, things are increasingly critical. And in the upper right-hand corner, we have lithium and nickel for batteries. We have cobalt, graphite, and graphite in batteries as well. We have gallium for electronic materials, including semiconductors. We have platinum and iridium for hydrogen-based fuel cells and electrolyzers. We have the rare earths, neodymium, praseodymium, terbium, and dysprosium for the most efficient magnets, which in turn are essential in the most efficient electric motors, which will become increasingly important as the world electrifies. So we have three different official lists that overall include almost everything, which is a bit of a problem in my view, because the designation critical should reflect some degree of prioritization. And obviously, if we can't focus attention on everything, I think we probably need a somewhat narrower set of lists, but that's a topic for further discussion. Number 4, it's about supply chains, not just mining. And this has come up several times today. Almost 70% of the world's cobalt is mined today in the Congo, but 80 or 90% of that is processed in China. There's something similar with lithium. I think Australia and Chile account for 70-ish% of the resource production of lithium, but about 70% of the battery grade inputs for lithium are processed and manufactured in China. So there are supply chain issues, and almost all of these mineral-based materials have multiple stages. It's convenient to talk about mining, processing, and manufacturing, but in most specific supply chains, there may be 8 or 9 different stages that take place in 5 to 8 or 9 different countries. And then finally, and very briefly, point number 5, what to do? Well, in the very short term, there are commercial options such as stockpiling and inventorying. But if we look longer term, there are basically only 3 ways to overcome the problem of criticality. We can produce more, either domestically or with partner nations. We can waste less through improved manufacturing efficiency, enhanced reuse, and enhanced recycling. And we can use less by developing substitute materials that use less of the critical material and more of the less critical material. And in some sense, that's what's happening when we have the replacement of cobalt by nickel in nickel cobalt based or cathode materials in lithium ion batteries. The real policy issue, obviously, is what mix of private and public activities do we want? And the world of critical minerals and materials has gotten tied up in this much broader topic of our rethinking of industrial policy and the greater receptivity, especially in the economics world or the economist world, to a more aggressive government role in the economy. And it relates to things like stockpiling. Should we have an economic stockpile in addition to a national defense stockpile? And by economic, I mean that would help support U.S. industry, not simply national defense. In international trade, we're reconsidering the role of tariffs and other restrictions. How targeted, how broad should they be? In commercial policy, there's a growing acceptance of not being sector agnostic or as sector agnostic as previously. And in the world of science and technology policy, there's increased attention to government's potential larger role in scale up and commercialization, which 10 or 15 years ago, that was considered a private sector responsibility largely. But you look at much of the Department of Energy activity over the last several years, much of it is focused on deployment, scale up and deployment. And there's a whole new office in the Department of Energy called something like the Department of deployment or commercialization, where they're doing demonstration facilities, they're providing loans for demonstration facilities and other things. So those are my 5 framing points. Happy to entertain questions later on during the discussion period or at some point in the future. Thank you very much.
We're just doing a line change so we can come out and see each other's slides. So don't mind us. Jacob, you're going to present. Rod,
okay, I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do with them. You'll figure it out.
We'll survive. I don't know that tech savvy is the word. See if I can figure this out. Nope, that's not what I want. Sorry, everyone. I work at a Teams organization. Thank you. Sorry.
We maxed it.
Oh, there we are. There we are.
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So my name is Jacob Howard. I work with the MITRE Corporation. I'm going to talk a little bit about natural rubber today. So the MITRE Corporation works very closely with the U.S. government. So we have a sort of a standard disclaimer. These opinions today are mine, not the of MITRE Corporation or its U.S. government partners. So with that, so natural rubber, I was surprised to learn throughout my opportunities to work at MITRE on sort of various critical commodities and imports. It's one of those invisible critical inputs that you don't often think about. It goes into a lot of products that you maybe aren't familiar with. I guarantee that there is, if we talk about half the people in this room probably got here via airplane. Natural rubber is one of the critical inputs into tires that go into airplane, that sit on airplanes, right? So in particular, airplane tires are nearly 100% made out of natural rubber. It's because it has this very desirable elastic property. It does really well at really cold temperatures, and it also can survive really high temperatures. So when the airplane's very high in the air, the tires are okay. They aren't ruined by that cold air. And then they are able to come down and hit and incur this large degree of friction and these high temperatures as they land on the ground. So you might imagine several parts of the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, our transportation sector, they all rely on these specific types of tires. It has been called a strategically important commodity by the European Union. So it is one of those things that's truly kind of all around us, but we don't think about it. It's invisible in the sense that it works, it does its job, and we don't think about it. But it matters a lot. It's got a lot of different applications in waterproofing, manufacturing. It has these great shock absorption capabilities. So anytime you have an internal combustion engine, for example, there are a lot of gaskets in that system that rely on seals and rubber. So just any kind of hydraulic system. So it's one of those things that I was very surprised to learn about. The key sort of thing that stands out, I think, is air travel and airplane tires here. But this is just something I was very surprised to learn about throughout my experience research on this. So where does this rubber come from? Where does rubber come from? It actually comes from a tree. So there are rubber trees, and you basically they cut them in these slices so that sap seeps down and is collected in little pots. These are harvested very often. It takes about 7 years from the time that you plant one of these trees for it to be able to yield latex, which is not latex, but latex. It drips out of the tree and is collected into these pots. It's then combined with a few chemicals, so ammonia and acid, and those are used to kind of separate and draw out moisture out of the rubber. It's then rolled really thin and it's hung out to dry, and sort of then it allows it for easy transport. I'll show you a picture of what these sheets kind of look like in a second. But sort of this giant time to go from a new tree to a yield of latex can really involve some sort of frictions and lack of ability to respond to unexpected shocks, right? This should not look like this. So this formatting issues here. This was supposed to take up the whole slide, but where is natural rubber produced? The answer is almost exclusively or overwhelmingly, not almost exclusively, Thailand and Indonesia account for over 50% of the natural rubber production in the world. And those two countries are very closely located next to one another. If you include Vietnam, Southeast Asia is then over 70% of global production. So the one kind of top producer that stands out here is the Ivory Coast. So the Ivory Coast has actually been able to increase its ability to grow rubber plants and trees over time. And this is sort of in response to changing climate. Climate change is actually inducing a shift towards Central Africa or sort of West Africa for the ability to grow and produce rubber there. But for now, it's largely concentrated in Southeast Asia. Over 79% of production comes from Southeast Asia. So how is this grown? So these are largely grown on very small plots of land. So smallhold farmers really dominate the space here. So this is actually kind of really important if you think about incentives and prices and sensitivities to respond to these things. Smallholding farmers might have different set of incentives to respond to price shocks relative to, say, large firms. So it's something to consider in this. So more than 80% of the rubber produced in Indonesia was grown on these sort of small holding farms that are less than 2 hectares in size. Michelin will report 85%. Regardless, 85%, it's a huge amount of the natural rubber that's concentrated in sort of these small farms. Once you take this rubber and you collect it from the small farms and you roll it out into these smoke sheets, multiple layers of dealers will come around and they'll actually collect and consolidate all of this rubber before it eventually makes its way to Singapore. Singapore is then shipped largely out of Southeast Asia for processing in other locations. So it's a pretty complicated and opaque supply chain process the closer you get to these small holding farms, and that maybe has some policy ramifications if you think about some supply chain tracing requirements, various policies that we can talk about later. I'm really upset. So this is my slides were supposed they were all pretty and my maps have shrunk somehow. So what supply to the rubber global supply chain? So I plotted this out just so you can see. Thailand and Indonesia are very closely related to one another. So this geographic concentration is just going to kind of give rise to a lot of natural risk. So 79% of the natural rubber produced in 2022 came from this region in the world. So if there are floods, natural disasters, or anything of that sort, this is going to that region, it will disproportionately impact rubber supply. Another risk is sort of South American leaf blight. And so I'll talk a second about this, but this is a fungus that basically wiped out the rubber industry in South America historically and has been very persistent over time. Next is sort of geopolitical risk. So this region of the world is very exposed to the South China Sea. If you look in the news stories, Philippines and Chinese Coast Guards have been escalating conflicts. If that were to escalate further, we'd have probably bigger problems than rubber supply, but just highlighting that this industry is particularly overly exposed to that region of the world might be something that's unintended consequences of something there. Finally, price are going to matter a lot for this, in particular through the lens of those small holders, right? Those small holders are going to be very price sensitive if they probably do not have financing or other safety nets to survive 7 years while their crops mature. So there's a lot of incentive to maybe think about reallocating their planting in favor of more profitable crops. And finally, climate change, right? Climate change is going to change where it's acceptable to grow natural rubber. That's going to induce a whole new set of risks and challenges that are important for us to grapple with. So I want to quickly dive into one of these. It's the South American leaf blight issue because it's not widely known and it's very specific to natural rubber production. So actually the rubber tree is native to the Amazon. So it was originally tapped via foragers, more or less. So these folks would go out into the Amazon, they would tap a tree and then they'd come back and they'd harvest this latex and then they'd begin exporting it to Europe during the Industrial Revolution. It was very useful for belts, manufacturing processes like that. This was in the late 1800s, the British were able to smuggle out some seeds to rubber trees, and they planted this in Southeast Asia in sort of British colonial areas, and that sort of led to the shift to Southeast Asia. So in South America and Central America, there have been numerous attempts to grow rubber at scale. And so here are just some historical examples bulleted out. So notably sort of the Fordlandia effort in Brazil. So this was an effort by Henry Ford to grow rubber trees in Brazil. And for another number of reasons, this effort failed. It was a disaster, no small part to leaf blight, right? So they planted the trees, they were too close together, and this fungus spread across the trees and killed all of the trees that they planted. This has been labeled as a bioweapon or a biohazard by various parts of the US government. There are very strict and tight controls on goods that come out of South and Central America and go to Southeast Asia for the very specific purpose of preventing South American leaf blight from arriving in Southeast Asia because it would devastate this industry. So just kind of my last slide here. I mean, I'm speaking to a room full of economists, and so I have a couple free ideas for NBER's call for proposals. So free ideas for you if you want. So the first one is admittedly a cheap shot, and it's not specific to natural rubber. And that's just simply, we need better input-output tables to understand substitution patterns as economists, substitution in production and supply. So there's a wave of AI and machine learning and advanced computing tools. Maybe I should have pitched this in the other session on AI and big data, but can we leverage some of those to anonymize firm-specific confidential data to share with sort of industry, government researchers? Can we use those tools to make better input-output tables also? So more, can we think about how policies meant to incentivize, can be used basically to incentivize smallholders to plant strategically important crops such as rubber, particularly in times of price shocks, right, that might affect these. So there are increases. So the EU has a deforestation supply chain tracing policy. The United States has forced labor prevention and child labor prevention policies that apply to goods made in part. So this requires a full tracing of any imports into the United States or the European Union all the way back to their origins. So these are very admirable goals for policies, and we should definitely pursue those goals. However, it's worth considering and mulling over the unintended consequences to specific industries where small holding farms and small businesses are overly concentrated. For example, if it's difficult for smaller companies to verify the source of their land, maybe they don't have property deeds due to ill-defined property rights, they might be disproportionately impacted by these policies relative to larger firms. What are another question, sort of what are the cost benefits and unintended consequences of establishing, say, a strategic rubber reserve? Don't know that that's the right policy or not, but it is something worth mulling over given sort of the Department of Defense reliance on airplanes and airplane tires. Could this also be used in sort of control and impact price shocks to help sort of stabilize some of those small holding farms? And then finally, we need interdisciplinary work with climate modelers to understand better how changes and shifts in the climate will impact rubber yields and ag yields more broadly. So this might expose us to additional risks as well. So that's all I have. I'll turn it over to Martha.
Okay, it's Control L, right? And now how do I share it? How do I get back to Zoom? Oops, sorry. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Angela. Great, good afternoon. And thanks to Jim and NBER for the invitation to come talk to you all about chemical supply chains. So we just heard about natural rubber, which was the hidden, what was it? The hidden input, the unknown input, invisible input. Well, I have 42,000 invisible inputs. So I've got about 10 minutes to tell you about chemical industry supply chains. It's a lot of information, a lot of complexity. There's 4 things I want you to remember today. Chemicals are a diverse group of products. There are
teeny tiny chemicals that are used for one little thing by one company. There are massively produced big volumes of chemicals that go into all different kinds of things. Chemicals is a very diverse basket of materials. Chemicals are essential components to nearly all goods. I was challenged recently to create an example of a manufactured product that does not come in contact with chemistry. And the best I could come up with is artisanal sourdough bread that you might find at a farm market or something. There's chemistry in all goods and many services as well. Chemical supply chains are long and complex, and they often cross national borders. And following decades of offshoring, the capacity to produce certain chemicals in the United States has been eroded. So I mentioned 42,000 chemicals. That's data from the EPA. We organize those chemicals into 4 real buckets. So basic chemicals, well, let me talk, we start with raw materials. In this country, a lot of that is based on oil and natural gas liquids, natural gas. Increasingly, we're using bio-based content, recycled content, but those are the building blocks. Minerals as well, I should mention. Of course, salt goes into chlorine and many of the other products that Rod started us off with. Then we go to basic chemicals. Basic chemicals are your building block organic chemicals, things like ethylene and propylene. Your building block inorganic chemicals, chlorine, sodium carbonate, sodium hydroxide. And these go into many, many products. I will show you some simplified chemical chains in a minute. Then you get into specialty chemicals. Specialty chemicals are tiny, niche chemistries that have very specific uses. They often come with high price tags. They're things that go into the electronics industry. There's a lot of basic chemistry that goes into electronics, but also a lot of specialty chemicals as well. Agricultural chemicals, these are things like fertilizers, crop protection chemicals. And finally, consumer products are things, soaps and detergents, cleaning products, cosmetics and things like that. Those move through agriculture, mining, industry, manufacturing, including the pharma sector, to final consumers. There's very little chemistry that you go out to the store and just buy, maybe at Home Depot or CVS with some of those consumer products. Most of it goes through industry to some degree. Since we're talking about supply chain, I just have to bring up energy. The U.S. chemical industry is the largest manufacturing energy user, uses 7.4 quadrillion BTUs of energy. That's roughly a little less than 8% of U.S. energy consumption. So access to energy is critically important to this industry. This is some data. We talked about input-output tables earlier. Chemistry goes into everything. I looked at the 2017 benchmark table, the use table, looking at the direct purchases of chemistry by all of these sectors. That's the dark blue. And you can see that rubber and plastic products are the largest consumer. Well, of course, rubber and plastic products go into a lot of these other sectors. Textiles as well is another very heavy user of chemistry. And then I looked at how much of those other constituents or how many those other industries use those other constituents and what the implied chemistry content of those other categories are. And then I divided it by intermediate inputs by industry just to show the real importance of chemical inputs into the output of all of these sectors. So more than 80% of chemistry is consumed by the industrial sector, and the vast majority of that is in manufacturing. We export 26% of what we produce, but imports are also a vital source of chemistries not made in the US. Of that 42,000, I don't know what the answer is, but some probably significant share of that is not produced in the United States. It's also chemicals that come into the United States for further processing. So 57% of chemical imports are between related parties. Canada, Mexico are our biggest trading partners. So I've mentioned earlier, supply chains are long and complex and they cross national borders. That is an example of that. Something comes in from Canada, further processing in the United States. It might go down to Mexico to be processed further down there. So here are some chemical chains. Oh, you know what? Let me go back up here. Just some examples. An automobile, we've done a lot of research at ACC on how chemistry is used in different product categories. A colleague of mine did a paper on the chemistry content in automotive. I've got the last slide is links to some of the things I'm talking about if folks are interested in more information. She found that $4,400 of chemistry is in the average North American vehicle. We've also done research. There's 33,000 pounds of chemistry in every single family start. So these are important categories. Electronics, we talked a lot about semiconductors. I think I saw some information earlier this morning. 500 different chemistries are required to make just the most basic semiconductor. When you get into advanced semiconductors, it's more than 1,000 different, unique, ultra high purity chemicals for electronics. And there's a paper on that as well. So do the chemical chains. These are also available on our website. They're interactive. These are the building block, and these are just illustrative. I'm not going to go through all of this, but these are the building block petrochemicals that go into literally tens of thousands of different products. These are the starting points. And just as an example, here's ethylene and some of the key derivatives. These are highly simplified. For a lot of these chemistries that are down at the further end, there may be 10, 20 different little nodes of different processing and different things that come into it. It's incredibly complex. And I think in the interest of time, I'm going to move on. Let's see. So yeah, we've got these long and often really complex supply chains for many products. Within the United States, we move over a billion metric tons of chemical products. 58% of that moves by rail. I'm sorry, 58% of it moves by truck, 18% of it moves by rail, 19% of that moves by water, and 5% is other modes, either pipeline or airline. And some chemical products have limited transportation options. So some hazardous materials can only move by rail. They're not movable by truck or some of the other modes. During 2022, when we had those broad supply chain disruptions, chemical producers and their customers had very severe shortages. Rail was the most impacted. We did a survey of our members. They told us that rail service really deteriorated during that time. Inland waterways, there were also problems there, but that was the least impacted. During this time, 97% of chemical shippers had to modify or curtail their operations. And this is some data that I pulled together. There was a bad winter storm in February of 2021. For those maybe from the Texas area, you remember that there was freeze. I think it got down to 13 degrees Fahrenheit. Natural gas, the natural gas equipment froze, water pipes froze. There was a huge amount of damage to refineries and also to chemical infrastructure. This is just a sampling. I know that the print is small, but this is just a sample of some of the chemistries that were impacted that were concentrated in the Gulf Coast. So we estimate that about a quarter of all basic industrial chemistry was offline after this storm for some time. And you can see that it was really not until really the beginning of May that things started to come back online. There were cascading impacts. So an example is styrene is a inorganic intermediate chemical produced in the Gulf Coast, but many polystyrene, where they polymerize it to make it into things like insulation, those facilities are located elsewhere in the world or elsewhere in the country. So we saw styrene go down because of the storm, and then we saw the polystyrene facilities start to go down about a week or two later when they ran out of feedstock. So coming back from that storm was really challenging. There were problems with nitrogen supply. So in order to some of these facilities shut down rather suddenly. To start back up safely, they had to purge with nitrogen. There was trouble getting nitrogen back online. There was trouble with skilled labor. You had a huge amount of chemical facilities going down at the same time. To bring those back up, you needed skilled labor that was in short supply. And this was that time during the supply chain disruptions were starting to really kick in. There were shortages of specialty parts, valves and the like to replace So this was very, very damaging. There were shortages of all kinds of chemical materials, prices, there were huge price impacts. And we saw this also in the trade data. So finally, supply chain vulnerabilities. This was my fourth point. Decades of offshoring have made U.S. supply chains vulnerable to disruptions, certain supply chains. We saw the floods in Asheville. That disrupted the nation's only IV bag facility. We talked about some of these critical choke points in healthcare. There's only one plastic syringe manufacturer remaining in the United States. Willie Shee did a piece on this in the Financial Times about a year ago. In terms of defense, the DoD has awarded almost $200 million to sort of reestablish manufacturing capacity in, I think it's 22 critical defense chemicals. The CHIPS Act is motivating new capacity for electronic chemicals. These are things like, he mentioned hydrogen fluoride, which is a basic inorganic material, but you've also got, these highly specialized gases and acids and all kinds of things. Excuse me. And finally, I just wanted to mention, my colleague Keith Belton, which I think some of you may know, he did a paper a year ago on revealed comparative dependence. So this is kind of the flip side of revealed comparative advantage, looking at that as a supply chain measure in a trade context. And he had some interesting results there, and I've got a link to the paper for those that may be interested in more information. So yeah, that's the link to the resources. So you can look at those at your leisure, and I'm going to stop talking.
The last, but hopefully not the least here today. Okay. Have to get out of that to find this other thing. Oh, there it is. All right, we will. Think I've seen this done enough, maybe. All right, so thanks so much to the organizers at NBER for having me here, and to all of you for setting, especially appropriate in this panel to have everyone talk about agriculture in some way in the three previous ones. So you can see that the supply chains are very interrelated between sectors, and certainly agriculture is one that depends on a multitude of other sectors to bring about the food that we eat. Take this in a little different direction as we move through, but I think you'll see. And one of the highlight some of the work that the global supply chain pressure index, and this comes out update on the historical side of things. Zero means that there's really no major disruption, normal, and then if you are well, that indicator that there's supply chain pressures, and you can see that throughout history we had very little until, and then in 2020 and 2022 we had major spike chain pressure index, which hit all sectors in agriculture. But now we've been more normal in the recent years. And so the pandemic impacting the food economy in a severe way. Probably all remember going to the grocery store and seeing there was no milk, or there were other products that were in short supply, or the food were disrupted because, you had, food that was put into various formats for different services to reach people. And so when sold in regular half-gallon jugs, it was in these huge things that go to food services, which had no use. It was because there was no milk from the consumer at that point. And so over time, these things were worked out, but it really did create some major logistical hurdles, and having the right packaging, the right kind of put things into the cases at the store was a very big hurdle. And so not only was the food production struggling in that way, but it was also because the people that were producing the food were getting COVID-19, and so that created a lot of shutdowns as well. And then, as I already mentioned, the increase in food eaten at home and was, that substitution of restaurants. And you can see that in the diverse outcome. At the numbers at the bottom in 2020, February through April, employment went up dramatically because so many were closed. Food a little bit just because certain areas, and because the food service, and actually unemployment went down because workers, and as workers were getting sick, and we still wanted to produce as much food as we could. And then after May through August, you can see how it started to reopen, then the labor situation became more normalized once again. But just trends changing so dramatically, you can see here of sales, retail outlets plunged in 2019, and at the same time there was a spike beverage. So you had, a shock that was very unprecedented. And so you ended up seeing, those start to move closer together over time as the food service sector jobs came back. You started to see the and return. And now we're back up on kind of that longer term trend that food service quite dramatically, and grocery and beverage have kind of plateaued since the pandemic. At the same time, you can see here an example of how meat packing was stressed very much in because the amount of counties, non-metro counties with 20% or more of employment in meat packing is the blue line there. And so you can see that, that there was a large period where the COVID dramatically in those areas, and they had to go and change their calls very dramatically. So that was a big problem. And so those early cases put offline a number of processing plants, and you can see how it was distributed across the United States in terms of some of those. But then if the little particularly in the Midwest, how there were many meat packing plants that were closed or for a short at least, and it took some time to get in, but that continued, for the next year or two in very more or less restricted in terms of their ability to produce during those times. So that's an example of how the pandemic affected food supplies and was a disruption to the supply chain. But at the same time, food dollar has been moving lower. So over time, the farm gets less, when you spend the farmer is getting less of that dollar, and it's now around 15 cents of a dollar. And so that takes the food from the raw materials from the farm and gets it to the store or the end user, that's where a majority of the cost comes into the food as well. So lots of other, the transportation industry, the food manufacturers, there's lots of other things that get produced using the raw inputs from. And that farmer is really at the mercy of world markets in a lot of ways for the profitability. If you look at exports and imports, that's a big thing for the agricultural sector, and in particular, those exports are where the profits often are. Because if we're not able to export our products, we end up having more relative to supply to use, and then the prices tend to come down, and that's kind of where we are right now, that we haven't been exporting. We've kind of plateaued, and we actually had a little dip this last year. This is fiscal year. The red line indicates that we've had a decrease, but we continue to bring in from around the world of all sorts of products, and of course that trend, because we can't grow, which is what we just heard about, rubber and certain products and a lot of fruits and vegetables, and so it's together between exports and imports, and using the around the world is an important part of the agricultural system. And in our exports, China has been not as reliable for a time. We've exported the most to them, and this year now, Mexico has become our #1 export market. There's, of course, some concerns in the North American area as well, being the #2 export target right now. So the situation we're in right now, challenging one as farmers look ahead to see what they're going to be able to do in terms of their prices they receive based on exports and all the market information. So I wanted to just highlight exports because that's such a culture, and here this map represents soybean export. Gives you an idea that you have a lot of beans and corn as well. It's a pretty similar map for that, where the dark green is the counties that have production of corn or soybeans in this case, and Jim was talking about our large portion in Illinois, Indiana, and Iowa, but it spreads over into Ohio and up into Minnesota and the Dakotas, Alaska, and then soy along the Mississippi River Delta. So those are kind of the key growing areas. Getting that product where it needs to go takes the rail system, the river system, as well. And it's a very dense network, that there's county elevators that will take from the farm to be on the way to rail shuttles and barge loaders and get it on the river, out to the export points, and of course some the trains to particularly to the West Coast. But the thing to think about here is the drought problems at various times. In particular, the droughts hassle on the Mississippi River, because when there's a low water, then it means the barge was quickly, you have small barges, you can't fill them as much, and so there's a price penalty for the farmer in terms of their ability to earn income from the exporting or moving their product. Of course, they're involved with rail at harvest. If you have a some sort of a snowstorm or something that can cause issues with rails and just capacity. So I was talking about the increase in exports to Mexico. Well, there is an issue there with having not enough rail capacity to some of those border areas. And then when you look at the broader world picture, this is an example of exporting corn and how long it would take in various ways. That get the Gulf of the United States 1 days to go through the Panama, all having drought issues, so there were restrictions on the Panama Canal in recent years, but that days from the Pacific Northwest. So there's that issue of whether you send it down the Mississippi River to load on a barge and go through the canal, or just try to use rail and get it over to the Pacific Northwest. And then if you're competing with Brazil, 4 days to get product over to Japan going through the canal. You can also around Africa and up, but for the United States, it requires us either to go that way, which takes a little longer, or to go canal, which actually can be a little 4 days shorter, according to this here. But global conflict that, the Houthis firing at our ships, and so that's pushed a lot of commerce down south, below the Horn of Africa, or the Cape. So anyway, challenges at certain times and certain choke points, and bringing products to the United States, it's a scenario. Just turn the arrows around, and of course we import from all over the world. So the ports are a very key thing for agriculture, especially for and so think about. And just as an example of what happened in the earlier trade scenarios, we look at the various programs that were in farmers after the retaliation that restricted our exports to places like China. And here how dependent certain counties are on the kinds of agriculture supports that were put in place through the market facilitation program. And so where it was the most counties are right in the middle, and so it maps pretty closely to what happened, corn and soybean production, but then also wheat, cotton, and some of those other southern crops got even more support. So the challenge across trade disputes, when we have restrictions on the ability and move products, and I just wanted to highlight ag chain disruptors in terms of demographics and labor availability for agriculture. Farmers are averaging over 58 years in the 2022 census, and only 9% were considered young farmers, age 34 and younger. So, so even though the tractors we have today, you can farm into your 70s, and you even hear about out on the farm, out on the tractor still. So there is an ability to stretch time. It is an issue for labor availability in terms of food production, as we saw during COVID as well. And the stress transportation networks require attention and funding. And we've talked a little bit about the future of pandemics is, the potential is there for another one. Right now, we have an issue through the with chickens. The bird flu disease has hit in Iowa and other parts of our region, but it's more broadly now in California, and it's moved into the milk supply, and some people have gotten sick, but no passing of the disease between. Still, and then climate change and environmental disasters, as others have mentioned. So those are just a few thoughts, and I'd be happy to take some discussion or afterwards.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you to all four of you. Thank you to all four of the panelists for doing just what we were hoping for, which was to dive in and really give us some granular detail on some of these individual supply chains. I'm going to just ask one broad question, and feel free to pass if it doesn't quite work for your example, or otherwise to say something. But a theme that has run throughout today is the market as a way of purchasing reliability. Right. And the question is, you might do that many ways. You might put contracts out which have guaranteed delivery or penalties. You might stockpile and actually take it on yourself to spend the money and keep a reliable stockpile available. So this kind of private sector versus the public sector, where you're bringing in the government to try to create these incentives. Would any of the four of you like to comment on the extent to which there are private responses that try to address the potential, supply chain breakages, whether by building stockpiles of industrial chemicals, or, and how expensive it is to be able to think, in the rare earths, to take some of the many elements that you had brought on your table and to actually stockpile a 2 or 3 year supply? What would it take to do that? So anyone want to jump into that? And then we'll open the floor to other questions for anyone who'd like to jump in. And let's see, there's a microphone over there that the two of you can share. We get. What do you grab one up there? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I can.
Great.
Yes, I can start and talk narrowly about stockpiling as a solution for critical materials, in particular rare earths. One of the a couple comments. There was an earlier disruption to rare earth supplies, temporary, about 10 or 15 years ago. There was a dramatic increase in following a short-term restriction on exports from China that led to stockpiling, that exacerbated the degree to which prices increased. And so unless the stockpile is developed beforehand, stockpiling after the fact just worsens the problem in some sense. Now, in terms of government managed or facilitated stockpiles, we do have the National Defense Stockpile that DoD manages for military and essential civilian uses in times of national emergency. We have not had in the United States an economic stockpile, as I mentioned in my presentation. And by economic stockpile, I mean a stockpile that private sector manufacturers could draw upon. And yet China and Japan in particular, has had something like this for many, many years. It's actually jointly financed by the private sector and by the Japanese government. They jointly determine what should be stockpiled, and I assume what rules should govern disposal from the stockpile. But it's targeted at something like a 30 or maybe it's a 45-day supply, and so it's very short-term based. But there's an example that some have suggested the U.S. might follow. Now, my concern about stockpiles of mineral-derived materials compared to, say, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is that crude oil, well, it's not a homogeneous product, and there are different types of crude, but it's basically the same thing, which can be fed into a refinery to get a limited number of refined petroleum products. If we look at the critical materials and take either the 66 Department of Defense materials of concern or the 50 U.S. Geological Survey critical minerals that take the perspective of the economy as a whole, there are multiple forms of each of those materials that one might stockpile. And this becomes a very complicated exercise. And I guess I wonder whether government is in a better position to manage those economic stockpiles than the private sector. So I've always been less excited about non-defense related stockpiles for critical materials, at least in the United States.
Anyone else want to jump in on this?
Well, U.S. government stockpiled a lot of things like cheese at various points because of production. And that didn't go so well. We had mounds of cheese. I think there still are in the caves down in Missouri. So that's something to be watching out for.
Well, I mean, I think that's a really important point, right? I mean, you want to use market incentives to decide what is important to stockpile, but not to let this become captured by the producer interests as a way of doing price stabilization, if nothing else. So, all right, maybe we'll open up to the floor for comments or questions. And I'm actually going to put Chris and Greg a little bit on the spot. I mean, anything, given that you are consumers of the DHS's agenda in this space, anything that as you've heard this panel set of comments, anything you'd want to point us in a direction or ask anything here?
Maybe can be advised. Oftentimes, the the risk or the concern is not unknown to the industry years before. It just, when it becomes apparent, then it becomes, has to come. I think of, in the meatpacking industry, which is my favorites. If you read, was it the Sinclair, what is it, Upton Sinclair? It's from the 1920s, 100 years later, basically the same things were taking place with labor, which was why you saw at the very beginning of the pandemic, that explosion in that part of the labor force. Was that they were recent immigrants living in close quarters, which is the exact way to spread a respiratory disease. It's just a perfect issue. The industry knew about that from insurance companies for decades before, and knew it for hundreds of years before, probably. But it's telling to me that we turn a blind eye in some cases. Pharmaceuticals you think there's something there as well, that, hey, we know we've driven it down to the point where they can't repair the equipment or choose to put screens on the windows or whatever it is. And we realize that we've gone too far, but how do we start to reverse that? And I think that's going to be tough. This idea of I like the term economic stockpiles, but again, I think that's also similar to some of the things we've run into where you can't stockpile your way out of something that you've kind of effectively developed over decades to make it such a tight constraint that you can't reverse it. So I mean, I appreciate all these conversations about these things. It's amazing. I suppose I should get less sleep for worrying about more things now, but I don't know, Chris, is there anything you want to toss in there?
Yeah. Yeah, mine would be more of closing remarks, which we're leading into, I know, Jim. But yeah, I mean, we've done a deep dive on many critical issues within the specific industries of supply chain. And I think it's not if, but when we see these things come to fruition, I think they're hot topics for CBTS, and I'm sure they're just as hot for DHS, who's on the call, I see still. So I look forward to seeing projects that come out of the call for proposals from NBER and seeing where we can take this great research.
I mean, we're not closing yet. Those may be
Nope, not yet.
remarks.
Not
We've got
yet.
10 more minutes and we're going to use them. I'm Elaine, I'm thinking that you've actually been in the chief economist role of a huge firm, which has very complicated supply chains. And would you be interested in offering any remarks on things like, stockpiling without revealing any confidential information or other things we have to sign an NDA to listen to you describe? But, anything that, thinking about what you saw in terms of market incentives versus other things? When we can't hear the microphone.
I'm gonna project. GM is a really big, sophisticated firm that has a big supply chain group that has like a SWAT team. Right? But my understanding, and I joined in 2018, is that a lot of this SWAT team arose from the tsunami that hit Thailand in 2004, I believe. And I think it's super important in the supply chain.
There's a QJE paper on this tsunami. It's the Japanese tsunami that at Fukushima, which took out a pigment production firm. Oh, there's another one. Okay. Got my tsunamis wrong.
But it is worth saying the Japanese automakers apparently had maybe because of Fukushima and that earthquake and tsunami episode had a lot more inventories going into the chip shortage. But as a result, we're kind of complacent and thought this wouldn't last that long. And so the companies that were short on inventory schemed a lot and rethought how they acquired chips. And essentially stopped delegating into suppliers and started working directly with the underlying chip companies to try to secure the materials. And the Japanese companies that had inventory and more complacent, budget later down the line. So I think there are a couple different things that happen. So inventories help, and I think plants typically have inventories, but obviously different behavior across different automakers. And then again, like a series of successive disruptive events like happened during COVID, and then as David pointed out, like a fire in Japan. But like the knock-on effects are huge, and the time to recover is huge to get back to the position that you had. So you're gonna get divergent behavior, but the cost of not being able to run a plant because you can't produce a vehicle because something is missing, or you've got limited chips and you're deciding what plants to send them to. Kind of catastrophic. So, but think about how GM and similarly Ford reacted on chips. So one of the issues with chips was we weren't fungible. Different chips. And software, you know, a component has software that is coded to a particular chip. So one of the things that GM and Ford did to reduce risk was to decide to get much more involved in that chip, the chips that ran through all their components. Start sourcing them, limit the number of unique chips. I know GM's been rolling out, so we were reducing the number of unique chips by 95%, and also reducing coding, so that you had more fungibility and you didn't need to recode if you do stuff. So I hope that shed some light.
Yeah, no, that's great. Dave, you look like you're about to turn on a microphone. Jump in.
Yeah. So I'm sitting here. I'm a little skeptical or wary of this kind of intervention, in the sense that relying on the government to tell us what's on a list and what's not, and having it be a 0-1 choice. I don't know. I think I would rely on the industry to decide what they want to stockpile. And if you want to change the tax treatment of inventories to incentivize a slightly higher inventory, that might make sense. But I don't know. Picking winners and deciding what's critical and what's not seems, and on top of that, like Elaine was just saying, like, okay, so the industry decided they're going to reduce the number of chips they use by 95%. Would they have done that if they didn't suffer the consequences of the chip shortage? Certainly not to that degree. So you're muting a signal that's important.
Think about smaller companies. And one thing is, like, in a really complicated supply chain like auto has, companies at the top are helping the companies further to advantage with different degrees of handholding and financing as needed.
And Rod, please.
In the realm of public policy tools, I think stockpiling, to me at least, is one of the least appealing of the range of options. I think in the area of science, I think government does better in terms of facilitating longer-term solutions. And in the area of science and technology policy, for example, provide for developing mechanisms to accelerate the pace at which innovation occurs, I think is a really important potential role and actual role for government funding. So co-financing, for example, for demonstration plants that will help scale up and test whether something in the laboratory really can withstand larger, more realistic environments and similar initiatives.
Great. Okay, I'm going to look to Laura and Chad. Any closing parting thoughts you'd like to offer on this? We can even get you a microphone. Why don't we call it parting thoughts? I think we're almost at 4:15, so I think we should.
Want to first thank you because the Department of Homeland Security, because you guys thought about doing this before all the sequence of drops, and I have to say that I have been a free rider of all
We
the
look way
things.
smarter than we are. We're working with.
Yeah, and then all the. That is good things. But maybe-
Don't confuse luck with skill.
The constant theme that if the US had not offshore a lot of these things, it would be better. But again, I'm not sure some of the micro evidence we're seeing lead to that conclusion. It seems again that we were very harsh on trade during the crisis, and I think trade actually helped us during the crisis.
And I guess what I would add to that is that one of the things I'm taking away from all of the lessons, actually, I think you said it too, that a shock is actually valuable as an information source, and those painful lessons is a payment for learning something that's valuable going forward. And maybe some of this leaks out, and some of the next projects that come out of this leaks out and teaches some lessons in a slightly less costly way than the hard lessons that the market can deliver. And we'll have a level of preparation that we wouldn't have otherwise. We wouldn't have to pay too much for it. That would be my hope going forward.
Yeah, so let me just close by saying, I want to thank Laura and Chad, who have been amazing at moving this agenda forward in the last now 4.5 years, and of course Greg and Chris for their support and their enthusiasm for this. But I mean, I was drawn into this, and Dave actually in his remarks said, taxing inventory. So I was, wow, there's a public finance question we can do, and a little bit the stockpiling. What's the government sector's role here? But this is, I think this is an incredibly complicated problem, right? One thing you take away, and I think Elaine's comments underscore this, right? Figuring out really exactly where you would want to devote resources, even if you were a very big, complicated firm, and what the value add of a little bit more inventory or a second supplier, it's pretty tricky to figure this all out. Right. And then when you take it to the economy level and think about all the different products and all the different interactions, it gets even harder. I'm absolutely convinced that economists have a lot to add in terms of the value here. And a lot of the folks who do this, for a living come from operations research or from engineering fields. And living in an institution like MIT, I appreciate all of those folks. But I think there are places here where, just what Laura was saying is, maybe a little bit more risk in the supply chain was the optimal thing, right? And you benefit 98% of the time from having the cheaper product, which comes in from your long, complicated global supply chain. And then, then 1 week out of 50, you get to the store and there isn't that product on the shelf. And it feels a little bit like the problem of unemployment, right? Which is if the chicken's not there this week, but it's there next week, well, that's not a big deal. If chicken doesn't appear for the next 8 weeks, you might have a very different view about what the disruption that you've just experienced would be, right? And I think that some of the things that we've encountered in other parts of economics can be brought to bear on this. And of course, what's been really fun to watch in the last few years is, the way in which the economics profession moves, in an uncoordinated, invisible hand way, as people begin to find the Pangera data and discover, now there are many papers that are working with the Pangera data. As people find that there's the flow data that you can look at and you can begin to track things. As people work their way into getting information from whether it's the chemical manufacturers or the FDA or other things, it's really fun to see how this all plays out. And I'm hoping that we can, with a little luck, and again, we're going to need more than a little luck to keep this all going, but we're excited that for the moment, DHS is interested in this set of issues and allowing the economics community a little bit of running room to try to see what we can do in this space. We're hoping that will continue, and we'll keep you all posted. So, please do stay in touch. If you have projects that are potentially follow-ons to things that you're doing at the moment or new work, please let us know. I think we've got the closing date is in early 2025 in terms of the project proposals. We'll keep you all, invited. I do things periodically to send out these calls for proposals and other things. And it's, once you're on the list of one of the participants or invitees for one of these meetings, you may wish you never were here because of the emails that you'll get as we go forward. But it's really exciting to be part of this. Thank you all for coming, and have a great travel home. And remember thinking about that natural rubber when the tires hit the ground when you get back to your home airport. So thank you.